Good morning, SP. Good morning, Tito Frank.
Good morning, Grace.
Hi, good morning, Senator Frank.
Nice to see you this morning, fresh and ready.
Bagong gising. Good to see you too.
Morning, Grace. Mayang aga, San Frank.
Hi.
Hello. Hi,
Ibag na bigat, Amy.
Amit.
Good morning, Manang.
Morning, Ading. Hey,
Yan na si SP.
Oh,
is Manang Dick talaga gising ng 9 o'clock? Di ba 4 p.m. ang kanya? Ang Rise and Shine?
sino?
Tito Dick, alam mo naman yun, 4 p.m. Totoo ba yung 9 a.m.? Truly ba yan?
Ewan ko, nandiyan na ba siya?
Wala pa eh.
Para wala pa. Kanina bang committee? Sino ba yung mag-chair? Senator?
SP?
Si SP.
Right,
Okay.
yes, speak.
May we request the Senate Secretary to acknowledge the presence of the senators in attendance, both in this hall and the teleconferencing.
The following senators are physically present in today's hearing. The Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, Senate President Vicente Soto III, Senator Panfilo Lacson, and Senator Tito Lapid. Virtually present in today's Committee of the Whole hearing are the following senators. Senators Amy Marcos, Senator Mig Zubiri, Senator Franklin Drilon, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and Senator Bongo. With 9 senators present.
With the number of senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum for the committee of the whole. For this hearing, I hereby designate Senator Pamphilo Lacson as vice chair. And before I proceed with the opening statement, I wish to place on record that the Committee on Rules hereby serves notice that these proceedings will be governed by the resolution number 5, otherwise known as the Rules of Procedure Governing Inquiries in Aid of Legislation, as well as the rules of the Senate, particularly Section 22 thereof. If our resource persons are already settled, we may start. On May 6, 2020, the Committee of the Whole has been constituted in order to conduct a series of hearings for this body to be informed of the then state of the country in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. For today, the committee has been directed to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on 3 resolutions. PS Resolution 361, introduced by Senator Laila de Lima. PS Resolution 474, introduced by Senator Francis Pangilinan. And PS Resolution 475, introduced by this representation and Senator Pamphilo Lacson. All pertaining to call for an inquiry in aid of legislation for the alleged rampant corruption, irregularities, as well as inefficiencies surrounding the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, or Philhealth, that may lead to the failure of the delivery of health services due to fund misuse amounting to billions of pesos, which could possibly defeat the purpose for which the Philhealth was created. Copies of the resolutions have earlier been sent to all our resource persons, and I hope that they are all prepared to present their respective position papers. Now, just to give a brief background there, and for the record, this representation, as well as the other authors of the resolutions, have been receiving reports that Philhealth, the state-owned premier healthcare provider, is enveloped with fraudulent accusations like collaborating with hospitals or clinics, charging large claims to pay for non-existent dialysis services, while denying payments for legitimate claims by hospitals. The scandalous overpriced information technology project, questionable implementation of the interim reimbursement mechanism, IRM, and not to mention the allegations on overpriced COVID-19 testing kits. Non-judicious use of public funds intended to maintain a healthy citizenry should not be tolerated, especially during this period where the country is caught in the middle of a very critical health and economic crisis, just to name a few. So at this point, may we again request the Secretary to acknowledge the presence of our invited resource persons for today's hearing, and afterwards, the Secretary is hereby directed to administer the oath to all the guests. We'd like to acknowledge the physical presence of Senator Francis Tolentino.
Present in today's hearing are the following resource persons from Philhealth. Brigadier General Ricardo Morales, President and CEO. Mr. Arnel De Jesus, Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer. Brigadier General Agustus De Villa, Senior Vice President, Operations for all areas and PROs. Ms. Jovita Aragona, Senior Vice President, Chief Information Officer. Mr. Renato Limsiaco Jr., Senior Vice President, Fund Management Sector. Mr. Dennis Mas, Senior Vice President, Management Services Sector. Mr. Rodolfo B. Del Rosario Jr., Senior Vice President, Office of the SVP, Legal Sector. Mr. Israel Francis Pargas, Senior Vice President, Health Finance Policy Sector. Ms. Nerissa R. Santiago, Acting Senior Vice President and Concurrent Vice President, Data Protection Officer. Attorney Jonathan Mangawang, Corporate Secretary, Philhealth Board of Directors. Dr. Susan Mercado, Member, Board of Directors. Brigadier General Marlene Padua, Member, Board of Directors. Attorney Roberto Labe Jr., Corporate Legal Officer. Attending the hearing by virtual presence are the following from Philhealth: Mr. Alejandro Cabading, Member, Board of Directors. Mr. Estrobal Laborte, Head Executive Assistant. Attorney Thorson Montes Keith, Philhealth Anti-Fraud Legal Officer. And Dr. Rustico Jimenez, President, Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines.
Is that all?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Senator Pampilo Lacson will. Oh yes, maybe ask the secretary to give to administer the oath to our resource persons. Well, please rise.
Maybe ask all the resource persons to please
Yes,
rise.
even those in the virtual present, they must take the oath. I assure you, it is official. Senator Frank Lilon just took the oath from this representation last night as member of the Commission on Appointments, and therefore it is allowed. Proceed.
Please raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this investigation? Response.
All right, thank you.
I do.
Did those physically present also say I do? Madam Secretary? I mean, the teleconferencing resource persons.
We cannot at the moment view them. But based on our information, Mr. Cabading did respond to the oath.
All right, thank you. Senator Pampilo Lacson, the Vice Chair, is recognized to give an opening statement, and thereafter the Minority Leader likewise will wish to make a brief opening statement. Senator Lacson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Senate President Soto, I filed Senate Resolution Number 475, later co-authored by almost all the members of this present Senate.
Ready.
After a number of PhilHealth officials, both incumbent or recently resigned, sought our intervention to help them drain the swamp, as American politicians would love to say, when they see the need to root out corruption. And for good reason. PhilHealth is a murky, stinking swamp that many of its good and well-meaning people, from officials to the rank and file employees, want drained, not just of some corrupt, but well-entrenched officials who do not seem to run out of malevolent schemes to enrich themselves, but of a deeply rooted mafia-like syndicate that controls the resources of the corporation and habitually manipulate its financial records, that even the Commission on Audit seems helpless in the conduct of the regular audit. If we look closely enough, the story revolves around the same cast of characters, a circle of high-ranking officials who manage to hug their seats despite change of leadership and detailed anomalies that we have already unearthed in the past. Allow me to remind you, distinguished colleagues, Attorney Rodolfo Jojo Del Rosario, now Senior Vice President of Legal Sector, had been involved in a myriad of issues as the signatory of the obvious conflict of interest in the lease contract between the Duque-owned Educational and Medical Development Corporation, or EMDC, and PhilHealth for the latter's office building in Region 1. Likewise, as the OIC of the IT Management Department when the multi-million PhilHealth premium contributions of Accenture Incorporated were allegedly plundered in 2012, and the two successive zero performance ratings of the Governance Commission for GOCC in the legal sector. Dr. Israel Vargas, the Senior Vice President for Health Finance Policy Sector, and Corporate Secretary Jonathan Mangawang, who steered the allegations of PhilHealth Board's grave abuse of discretion by reversing the Court of Appeals' final and executory judgment of Perpetual Soccer Hospital's 3-month suspension and 10,000 peso fine. Dr. Vargas also turned a blind eye on the notorious and untenable policy called All Case Rate or ACR payment scheme of PhilHealth, which caused PhilHealth massive losses to overpayment and fraud. Mr. Dennis Mas, Senior Vice President for Management Services Sector, was charged by the Ombudsman for his involvement in the POEA fake receipt scam. Mr. Mas also deliberately failed to disclose the undesirable record of the 5 recently promoted PhilHealth personnel despite their involvement in big-time scams. Just for the last 5 years, Mr. President, 2014 to 2018, as the 2019 report is not yet available on the COA website, I would like to share with you, my distinguished colleagues, the following. As of December 31, 2018, disallowances 6.64 billion pesos. As of December 31, 2017, disallowances 6.12 billion pesos. As of December 31, 2016, disallowances 5.08 billion pesos. As of December 31, 2015, disallowances 5.02 billion pesos. As of December 31, 2014, disallowances 3.98 billion pesos. Notice PhilHealth's recurring pattern of violations of auditing rules in terms of suspensions, disallowances, and charges. Today, even in the middle of a global pandemic, PhilHealth continues to face a train of anomalies, this time involving 3 major issues that we are tackling today. 1, PhilHealth's overpriced information and communications technology equipment. 2, manipulation of PhilHealth's financial statements. And 3, the highly irregular implementation of advance payments to healthcare institutions through the interim reimbursement mechanism policy, among other corrupt practices. We dare ask, why would maternity care package providers and freestanding dialysis centers, which do not even cater to COVID-19 patients, receive COVID-19 advance payments from PhilHealth? There, you can see 226 million pesos released to freestanding dialysis centers and 4.7 million pesos released to maternity care package providers. To cite an example, 5 branches of a private freestanding dialysis center named Brown Avitum Dialysis Center Manila recently received a total of 45.176 million pesos in a span of only a few days. Meanwhile, Hospital ng Maynila, a public hospital, despite multiple appeals, has yet to receive its PhilHealth fund reimbursement of a mere 19 million pesos. Suffice it to say, Mr. President, this is the reason why we are gathered here yet again to conduct this inquiry, not only in aid of legislation, but more importantly, in aid of the more than 104 million members and dependents of the PhilHealth, as well as all the taxpayers of this country. A renowned American author, Henry David Thoreau, once wrote, "There are 1,000 hacking at the branches of evil to one striking at the root." That is why we're grateful to people like PhilHealth board member Alejandro Alcabadi, former HEA to the PhilHealth President Colonel Etrobal Laborte, and former anti-fraud officer Attorney Thorson Keith, who are with us today, albeit virtually. We vow to help them hack the branches and most compellingly strike at the root of the evil that besets PhilHealth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. We now recognize the Minority Leader, Senator Frank Drilon, for a short opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last August 2019, we conducted a thorough investigation on the allegations of Philhealth's fraudulent claims, overpayments, ghost dialysis, upcasing of common ailments, and issues of conflict of interest of Secretary Francisco Duque. During one of the hearings, I asked Dr. Roy Ferrer, former Philhealth President and Chief Executive Officer, whether there is a mafia in Philhealth and to identify who are the members of this mafia. I also asked then newly seated Corporation President Morales what his anti-corruption measures are. A year later, Mr. President, it seems that things have not changed. We are again constituted to investigate the recent allegations of corruption, of incompetence, and inefficiency of Philhealth. Mr. President, it is absolutely outrageous and offensive that in the midst of our fight against the dreaded disease that has so far infected over 100,000 of our countrymen, killed over 2,000 Filipinos, made over 7 million jobless, and caused over 5 million families hungry, the agency mandated to provide health insurance coverage continues to be haunted by controversies. Nakakalungkot po dahil nasa gitna tayo ng pandemya. We do not know if we will be able to get out of this situation alive and whole. For this hearing, Mr. President, I have pages and pages of questions. Napakarami po ng tanong ng ating dapat itanong. But I want to zero in on primordial inquiries. Number one, very important, what is Philhealth's current financial position? Philhealth is reported to be running out of funds. How much is left of the 221 billion total assets of the corporation? How are we funding our war against COVID-19? How are we going to implement the Universal Health Care Act? This is important to me, Mr. President. I have a personal attachment because I worked hard for the passage of the sin tax law, which funded our health sector at the time, including Philhealth. Last May, Mr. President, we were able to unearth the overpricing of Philhealth COVID-19 testing kits. Because of this representation's intervention, we were able to bring down the cost from 8,150 to 3,409, which on the basis of the projected 2 million tests saved the government over 9 billion pesos. Mr. Chairman, when we discovered this overpricing, I immediately asked Philhealth for a breakdown of the payments made to hospitals under the Interim Reimbursement Mechanism, or IRM, using the old rate of 8,150. How many hospitals were paid at this rate? How much were lost due to the overpriced COVID-19 test package? Will we be able to recover that overpayment? Number three, we already have over 100,000 COVID-19 cases. How many Filipinos availed of the COVID benefit packages? How much COVID-19 treatments have Philhealth covered? How much funds have been released to accredited hospitals under the Interim Reimbursement Mechanisms? We heard that because of the system, some hospitals misdeclared the causes of death of patients as COVID. Mr. Fourth, Mr. President, I asked this question a year ago. I am hoping that I will finally get an answer today. How much is the total unpaid reimbursement claims of accredited hospitals? A hospital association reported that this has reached a staggering amount of over 3 billion pesos. Is this true, Mr. President? I also want to know what really happened to the IT project of the corporation, which is dubbed as irregular and anomalous by its very own internal audit team. Related thereto, and there are the allegations of false financial records. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, our healthcare system is on the brink of collapse. Our healthcare workers are burned out physically and mentally. We are at war, yet it seems that the plague of Philhealth corruption could be more fatal than all the viruses combined. How can Philhealth officials sleep well at night? Ang apila ko po ang apila po ng taong bayan, makonsyensya naman sana po tayo. We hope, Mr. President, that this hearing will shed light on the various issues raised and finally stop the widespread corruption within the agency. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, the Minority Leader. Yes, I sympathize with what you said regarding the syntax for health enhancement, which you were a very principal author of, or very much concerned about it. And to perambulate on what you have just mentioned, I have grave concern for Philhealth because I was one of the members of the Senate who passed the Philhealth law in 1995, authored and sponsored by Senator Freddie Webb. I'm sure Yusek Mercado knows this very well because Orly Mercado also was a principal author and sponsor of the law creating the Philhealth. All right, we also acknowledge the presence of Senator Joel Villanueva. We will, before we begin the discussions, we will allow the resource persons for a presentation. We will be allowing General Morales, and then also Mr. Alcabaring wishes to make an opening statement. So, General Morales, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Honorable ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, my fellow workers in Philhealth, we have come full circle. We are witnessing the latest edition of what is turning out to be an annual bash Philhealth frenzy that gets the PCEO fired, the executives dragged over the coals, the board replaced, and renewed promises of change and reform declared. Anyone keeping track of this cycle must be reminded of Einstein's caveat of doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. The problem of fraud and inefficiencies in Philhealth were here long before I got here, and will continue to be here long after I am gone if the right things are not done. These problems are but symptoms of a bigger problem, what management experts call a wicked problem, a problem that defies solution. Unless this wicked problem is broken down and the sub-elements are addressed in detail, kahit linggo-linggo ho tayo magpapalit ng presidente, hindi ho mawawala ang problemang ito. How much fraud is there in Philhealth? In a study completed in December last year, the estimated Philhealth's fraud index was 7.5%. In other words, of the 136 billion Philhealth spent last year on benefit payments, 10.2 billion was potentially lost to fraud. Next year, if the right thing is not done, of the 240 billion planned benefit expenditure, this potential loss will balloon to 18 billion. The global average for healthcare fraud is 10 to 20%. There is no healthcare system in the world that is entirely fraud-free. In this context, the so-called reports appearing in media, some of which are inaccurate anyway, appear to be as mere pinpricks. This 7.5 fraud index is the mother, the strategic level on which management wishes to focus. Certainly, all reports of wrongdoing have to be investigated, and if evidence warrants, the law will have to take its course. But the resources of the corporation are limited, and the priorities have to be established. I have maintained from day one of my tenure that the main solution to the systematic fraud problem lies in a robust, integrated, and harmonized information management system, running a clean, complete, and updated membership database. Only such a system can keep track of the 109 million members, the 40,000 accredited healthcare professionals, the 8,500 healthcare facilities, filing 35,000 claims a day, and paying 2 billion pesos a week. Supporting this information galaxy is a fragmented, aging, and overextended information system, running 100 applications, a database that handles 370 transactions per second, ministered by 12 overworked IT professionals. Last year, there were 15, catering to 4,000 internal and 20,000 external users, distributed among 130 offices and branches nationwide. This is the same IT team that is supposed to introduce the proposed information system strategic plan, including the IT infrastructure to support the ambitious universal health coverage law. And then COVID-19 hits. Even under normal times, an organization as huge and as complex as Philhealth was never an easy organization to run. It is important to take note of this detail. If the corporation stands to lose tens of billions a year through fraud, which can be avoided by information technology, then the alleged overpriced 2.1 billion IT program over 3 years appears paltry indeed. This is the strategic shift in outlook I would like the organization to adopt. In the information system development, the size and complexity of Philhealth, the smaller the budget, the bigger the risk of failure. Careful observation of the sheer series of accusations will reveal an unmistakable pattern. The theme and sources are uncannily familiar, not only with last year's but with all the previous years. This information can only come from within the organization. There are malevolent few who want to believe that it is they who are the real power in the organization, who determine the course it takes and the tenure of its PCOs. They only pretend to be interested in reform, but in fact are only interested in protecting the respective Turks. And they may be right. Make no mistake, there are many good, loyal, and hardworking people in Philhealth who have devoted the better part of their lives to the corporation. There are sufficient internal channels for grievance and redress within the corporation, both formal and informal. And certainly, when the evidence warrants, the law will have to take its course. Unfortunately, this was part of the organization that I inherited. I have tried to calm and smooth the internal waters of the corporation. I have not fired anyone without cause and tried to reintegrate those who had fallen out with previous administrations. I brought in only a handful of carefully selected and highly qualified individuals. But results will take time, and there are no silver bullets in the real world. Nevertheless, despite its imperfections, Philhealth last year paid for the health benefits of 14 million Filipinos, about 12% of our population, many of them indigents. that it collected from those who could pay and applied this to those who could not pay. And that during this pandemic, Philhealth provided much needed funds that kept many hospitals open. That in the coming years, if Philhealth succeeds in what it is supposed to do under the Universal Health Coverage Law, more and better health services will be provided to more and more Filipinos, literally lifting their quality of life. Philhealth is not perfect, but I believe it would take less to fix it than to bury it and create a new organization in its place. The same skills, specialties, processes, and organizational structures would be required of any organization that pays for healthcare in any society. This management team that I had labored mightily to create, in the year that I was with this organization, is not yet ready to throw in the towel. Reform does not happen overnight, and some stability is required for it to take root. The record will show that my campaign against corruption is not of recent vintage. While in the active service, I paid dearly for my outspokenness. I was not an armchair soldier, and I have the scars to show it. But being honest, hardworking, loyal, good-looking is not good enough to succeed. One must do the right thing. And right now, at this moment, the right thing to do for Philhealth is to get that robust, integrated, and harmonized information system and to clean up its membership database. A problem that defies solution is a condition, a way of life. Ngunit, hanggang dito na lang ba tayo? Before I close, let me share with you a real life story. Last June 30, and we're showing the picture in the screen. 54-year-old Tatay Alex, because he wanted to save money, walked 6 kilometers from his home in Sapang Putik to the Bayad Center along the National Highway in San Ildefonso, Bulacan, to pay his premium. Unfortunately, the rates had been raised and he was short by 300 pesos. His dilemma was noticed by another member, a total stranger, Miss Jasmine, who offered to pay Tatay Alex full premium while letting him keep his 300 pesos. Makikita niyo naman ho sa itsura na ang mga taong ito, mahalaga sa kanila ang bawat sentimo. Why do they keep paying the premium in spite of all the bad things being said about Philhealth? Tatay Alex's wife suffered a stroke in 2018. The hospital bill was 29,000. He paid 3,000. Miss Jasmine delivered a daughter in 2019. The hospital bill was 8,000. She paid 2,000. The child acquired pneumonia. The total bill was 15,000. She paid 1,500. And this is what she has to say. Thank you po dahil sa sobrang tulong ng Philhealth. Lalong-lalo na po sa akin dahil nagamit ko po siya sa pakanganak ko at noong na-hospital ang baby ko. Kung walang Philhealth, paano na kaming mahihirap? Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly submit that when Philhealth suffers from premature and negative publicity, the interest of people like Tatay Alex and Miss Jasmine inadvertently are also hurt. Marami pong dapat ayusin sa Philhealth. Philhealth needs help. It has taken too many body blows. Tulungan ho natin ang Philhealth. Kung maaari ho, huwag pagtulungan. If this cycle continues, this body might have to make that fateful decision of whether to pull the plug on this organization. Until that happens, this management will pursue what it believes to be the right thing to do. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat at magandang umaga.
All right, thank you, General Morales. We now will acknowledge or recognize Mr. Alcabating, who is also going to make a opening statement. Please limit it to less than 5 minutes, Mr. Alcabating. You are recognized.
Yes, Mr. Senate President, Vicente Soto and Senator Ping Lacson, Senator Bongo, and the rest of the Senate senators who are here. Good morning. Let me start by saying that majority of the Philhealth employees are hardworking. honest public servants who had been serving our country tirelessly, especially during this pandemic. Sadly, I cannot say the same for the present leadership, the executive officers of Philhealth. When I was appointed as board member, I vowed to do my job to the best of my ability. I am an accountant by profession, and it's normal in my life of work to look at numbers. It makes sense of it. This when I discovered that there were numbers in the IT budget and financial reports that does not add up. I tried my best to find solution to the concerns internally by bringing it up with the board and with management. But the most frustrating part is that management seems to be tolerating these fraudulent acts by their inaction against these executive officers of Philhealth who are obviously compromised. Mr. Morales, we should stick to the issue rather than resort to character assassination, which are the IT and financial concern of Philhealth. My mandate from the President is clear. Bantayan kung may kawatan diha sa Philhealth. In Tagalog, bantayan kung may magnanakaw sa Philhealth. And in English, make sure that there is no thieves in Philhealth. I will continue to make sure that I serve my mandate. I am here today to testify, not to condemn anyone, but to help fix the Philhealth Insurance Corporation. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the other members of the board, General Marlene Padua, Dr. Grace Gonzara, Sharon Almanza, representing Secretary Sani Duque, Dominguez of Finance Department, Attorney Ryan Lita, representing Secretary Wendell Abisado, Attorney Benavides, representing Secretary Belly of Dole, and especially Dr. Susan Pineda Mercado, which I drew strength from her, who is also passionate about improving the services of Philhealth. Sado, she resigned effective June 30. Lastly, I would like to thank all employees of Philhealth who helped me understand the operation of Philhealth, including the corruption issues within. I was appointed as Director, Finance Expert Panel of the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation July 2019. As a member of the board, I have come across information regarding discrepancies in the information technology, IT sector, and the finance sector of the corporation. On or about December 15, 2019, the IT sector submitted its original budget request for approval by the Board of Directors in the amount of 2.1 billion. The proposal, however, had no specific details, so the board rejected it. The board directed the IT sector headed by Senior Vice President Jovita Aragona with her senior manager Alex Gabuya to submit description for the items listed in the budget request. However, they keep on submitting vague and scrambled data in an attempt to confuse the board. During the risk committee meeting on or about January 8, I questioned some of the items in the proposed budget. This made the IT sector lower the proposed budget to 1.9 billion, allegedly due to typographical error. On February 15, I moved to approve only 25 million for the IT budget since I was told by Renato Limsiaco Jr. that this is the item needed to sustain the expired subscription the following month. On March 12, 2020, the board was asked by Jovita Aragona to approve more than 302 million IT supplemental budget. And her reason, otherwise the entire Philhealth system will collapse. The board had no choice but to approve the same. On April 23, during a board meeting, PCEO Ricardo Morales supported its proposal presented by Ms. Aragona of 750 million budget. And this is for IT again. Since I could not in good conscience approve another 100 million peso amount after approving 328 million very amount earlier, I told the board that we have to wait for the internal audit report on the inventory of software and hardware, which was one of the directives of the audit committee. Sometime in May 2020, the internal audit results were submitted by the audit committee. I instructed the Corporate Secretary, Attorney Jonathan Mangawang, to include this as one of the agenda for the board meeting on May 9, 2020. 3 members of the board, Dr. Graciela Gonzaga, General Marlene Padua, and myself, agreed to have the internal audit report reported directly to the board with the permission of Audit Committee Chair Sharon Almanza, representing Department of Finance. However, even if it was included in the May 9, 2020 board agenda, PCO Ricardo Molares, who was presiding, that said that it should be first be presented to the Audit Committee on May 23, 2020. Dr. Mercado argued that many of the items in the agenda were not as important as that of the proposed IT budget, which was the second agenda in the item in the agenda, but to no avail. The IT proposal for the approval of 260 million was presented, and Ms. Aragona's argument in support of the proposal was that the items in the budget were not included in the internal audit report. It was only during this meeting, after much questioning, that the board was informed by Jovita Aragona that there was already an approved information system plan, ISSP, by the Department of Information, Communication and Technology, DICT. The internal audit report contained the discovery of major discrepancies in the sector's representation. There were items in the submitted budget that were not included in the ISSP approved by the DICT. As indicated in the report, the ICT resources included in the 2020 budget proposal but does not appear in the ISSP have a total amount of 734 million. The report indicated that there is an overprice worth 98,050,000 and that there was really an intent to confuse and deceive by splitting one item into two. Splitting item into two items by listing different specification. This is in the amount of 132.2 million. This big description or specification will allow the same item to be brought again the following year. This was my first observation among others, which resulted to the lowering of the proposed IT budget to 1,556,000,000. The most anomalous proposal, based on my understanding of the internal audit report, are the following. This is the overprice and finding. Item, Adobe Master software collection. In the 2020 budget, the proposal 21 million. Ang bibilhin dito, tatlong item lang, 168 times 3, 504. Therefore, you could make a mathematics that this is more than 20 million overprice. Application server license, 40 million. Sa approved ISP, 25 million only. Structured cabling, dinagdagan po ng 10, makes it 5 million. Identity management software, 42 million. Sa approved ng ISP, 20 million lang. Office productivity software, 20 million. Approved ng ISP, 5 million only. Application server virtualization license and support, 25 million sa proposed 2020 budget, 14.8 million lang na approved ng DICT. They included in the 2020 proposed IT budget but not included and approved in the ISSP. Fraud analytic tool, 132 million. Portable Wi-Fi, hotspot, satellite phones, 840,000. Printing machine, 302,000. 43 units of ICT resources, not itemized, 40,717,500. Another anomalous proposal, laptop indicated, or laptops, no indicated number of units, twice, 4.1 million and 115 million. 3 projects, not specified, totaling 90,075,000. The board was not informed by the Corporate Secretary, Attorney Jonathan Mangawang, about COA Audit Observation Memoranda, which are not presented during board meeting if he is not instructed to do so, like the audit findings of the 28th financial statement in the Audit Query Memorandum 2020-003, EXO dated January 31, 2020, involving short deliveries. The audit report from COA is actually addressed to the board The internal audit report is analogous to the COA audit observation memorandum that asked Philhealth to explain the purchase of total of 29.6 million hardware and software due to vague terms and reference and ghost deliveries. The corporation financial statement has also been manipulated by Renette Linsaco, Senior Vice President for Financial Management Sector, and his staff have been overstating the income of Philhealth by reducing the amount of benefit claim. The 2020-19 income was overstated by 14.3 billion. Ito po ginawa natin ahead of COA. Pareho po ang lumabas na observation natin ng COA report. The Commission on Audit COA has also issued a disclaimer against 2028 financial statement due to questionable reduction of benefit expense, since there was no basis for the adjustment. The chart below shows my analysis and discrepancies in the financial statement. Let me just go back to the 2019. Ang totoo pong debt to equity ratio natin is 116 to 1. Alright, itong projected June 2020, ang reported June 2030 sa board na debt to equity ratio is 147 is to 1. Pero ang ginawa kong projection, 160 to 100, 160 to 1. Ang ibig sabihin, ang utang natin 160, ang available na lang na pera is 100. Pero hindi pa kasama dito yung COVID na binayad na 114 billion. If you will look at it, ang totoong debt to equity ratio as of June 30, 2020 is 170 is to 1. Including the 14, this is including the 14 billion advance binayad na hindi touching yards ni Renette Linsaco sa income statement. The most frustrating part of my work in Philhealth is that management seems to be tolerating these fraudulent acts by their inaction against these executive officers of Philhealth. There are good people who try to warn the board and the president and CEO of these discrepancies. Among them are the head executive assistant, Lieutenant Colonel Bal Laborte, and Attorney Thorson Kitt, who had been vigilant and tried to prevent the approval of some of questionable transactions. In vain, they have since resigned. The vigilance of the board has earned the ear of PCO Morales, who wrote the board defending his officers whom he felt were humiliated by the board. This led to an exchange of letters between PCO Morales and some members of the board, especially myself. In this letter, I mentioned that instead of questioning the board, he should be thankful that we are vigilant. I also question why he has repeatedly endorsing the IT proposal without waiting for the internal audit report. PCO Morales said that the most important element in organization are its people, but has not prioritized the concern that will benefit the rank and file personnel of Philhealth. An example of this was the welfare support assistant, WESA, the grant of which was delayed by management by asking for the opinion of Governance Commission for GCG. Even if, according to the board member, Dr. Grace Gonzaga, there was already a Supreme Court ruling in favor of it. This was the first in the series of letter exchange between PCO Morales and myself. Sometime during the June 2, 2020 regular board meeting, after the presentation of the internal audit report, the board ordered an investigation in the IT procurement and created an investigating committee for it composed of Dennis Adre, Lieutenant Colonel Laborte, Head Executive Assistant, Attorney Labi, Corporate Legal Counsel. PCO Morales did not comply with the board directive for almost 3 weeks. And during the next board meeting, Mr. Adre was eliminated from the investigation committee because of his pending administrative case. Instead, Morales suggested that the board choose from the following newly appointed officers a new head of the investigation team, Dr. Lico, Attorney Pante, Miss Wellen Peña, Attorney Pulintan, all of which, except Attorney Pulintan, have been implicated in the criminal cases filed by the NBI for the WellMed scam and Secretary Rookie and the Ombudsman for the perpetual so-called case. This was so disgusting, obvious that even the confidential employees of PCO Morales, his head executive assistant Lieutenant Colonel
Thank you, Mr. Kabading. Attorney Torson Keith would also like to make an opening statement, but will you please ask
Yes, sir.
the Senate Secretary is asked to is directed to administer the oath to Mr. Keith, to Attorney Keith, because
Yes,
he
sir.
was not here when the resource persons would administer the oath.
Yes, sir.
Attorney Torson Keith.
Attorney Thorson Kit, please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this investigation in aid of legislation?
Yes, sir. Opo, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you're recognized. Please try to limit the opening statement.
Yes, sir. Opo, sir. Salamat po, salamat po, sir. Magandang umaga po sa mga kagalang-galang nating mga senador at mga senadora. Magandang umaga din po sa mga kababayan natin na nandito at mga kababayan natin na sa ibang bansa. Ako po si Attorney Torson Montes Keith. Kabibitiw ko lang po bilang Anti-Fraud Legal Officer ng Philhealth. Ang pangunahing trabaho ko po bilang Anti-Fraud Legal Officer ay maging espiya sa mga korap na empleyado sa Philhealth. Ayaw na ayaw ko po sa mga korap kasi ang tingin ko sa kanila mga api. Ayaw ko po na inaapi ang mga mahihina at walang laban. Ayaw na ayaw ko din pong ako ay inaapi at ako po ay lumalaban sa mga api. Higit po sa lahat, ayaw na ayaw kong inaapi ng kahit kanino man ang mga OFWs kasi sobrang naawa po ako sa kanila. Sa katunayan nga po, doble-doble po ang binabayaran ng OFWs kasi pati po ang employer's share ay kanilang binabayaran. Hindi pa nga po magamit ng mga OFWs ang PhilHealth sa ibang bansa, pinadoble pa ang bayad nila ng mga aping sindikato, mafia na execom ng PhilHealth. Narito po ako ngayon para magbigay ng aking nalalaman sa malapandemyang korupsyon sa ahensya ng PhilHealth. Sa aking ipapahayag, naniniwala po ako na ang balak ng mga sindikato o mafia ng PhilHealth na ang pagkukuhanan ng impantatapal sa mga nawaldas at ninakaw nilang pera ay sa mga overseas Filipino workers. Ang aking natuklasan sa PhilHealth ay matatawag po na krimen ng taon o sa Ingles ay crime of the year dahilan sa pagsindikato sa pamimigay ng cash advance, ang interim reimbursement mechanism at ang pag-overprice at paulit-ulit na pagbili ng nabili ng IT equipments. Naniniwala po ako base sa aking investigasyon ng perang nawaldas at o ninakaw ay humigit kumulang 15 billion pesos. Naniniwala po ako na ang dahilan kung bakit hindi natatapos ang korupsyon sa PhilHealth at naging kultura na nga po ito ay ang pagtatalaga o ang paglalagay ng mga sindikato o mafia ng kanilang kasamahan, kasabwat o kapwa-sindikato sa matataas na posisyon at mga posisyon na nakakatulong sa kanilang illegal na operasyon. Lagi po akong nagsusumbong ng mga katiwalaan dito sa mga kaukulang ahensya kagaya ng PACC, ang resident ko, pati na rin po ang NBI. Nagsumbong din po kami kay Brigadier General Augustus Boy H. Divilla, SBP for Operations PhilHealth. Kay Brigadier General Augustus Boy Divilla ko po unang nalaman na mafia sindikato ang lahat ng nasa Execom. Kung mapapansin niyo po sa lahat po ng mga anomalyang transaksyon ay wala siyang pirma. Noong napansin ng mafia na marami ng mga dokumento ang napupunta sa mga kaukulang ahensya at mga matataas na tao na may interes na sugpuin ang korupsyon sa ahensya, ako na po ay kanilang pinaghinalaan at pinagbawalan nila akong sumali sa Execom meeting. May pagkakataon na inutusan pa po ako ni Brigadier General Ricardo Morales na puntahan ko si Commissioner Greco Bilhica para hilutin ang kaso ng PhilHealth sa overpriced COVID testing kits. Inayawan ko po ang utos at sinabi ko po kay Brigadier General Morales na ano na lang po ang tingin sa akin ni Commissioner Greco Bilhica kapag pakikiusapan ko siyang hinggil sa kaso. Namula po si Brigadier General Ricardo Morales nung sinabi ko iyon. Nandun lang po sa tabi namin si Colonel Etrobal Laborte. Naniniwala po ako na masusugpo na natin itong malapandemyang korupsyon sa PhilHealth. Naniniwala din po ako na mabibigyan na natin ng kukulang batas na magiging proteksyon ng mga mahal nating overseas Filipino workers. Ang Diyos ang ating lakas at ang Biblia ang ating gabay. Mabuhay ang mga Pilipino, mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Salamat po, sir. Salamat po. Salamat po.
Thank you, Attorney Keith. After those opening statements, I will allow our colleagues to raise questions to our resource persons. For every round, a senator is given 10 minutes to ask his questions. The interjection of the Senate President or the Chairman and the Vice Chairman will not be counted in the 10 minutes of the senators. Now, for the order of questioning, this will be followed. First, the physically present in order of their arrival, and then the officers, and then the virtually present in the order of their login. If you want to know, if our colleagues who are monitoring would want to know the list so that they can prepare and know what time more or less they will be called, we will start with Senator Lacson, and then Senator Lapid, and Senator Tolentino, and Senator Villanueva. Thereafter, the officers in the order of their login, Senators Tubiri, Drilon, and Recto. And then Senators Marcos, Po, Ontiveros, Go, Villar, Pangilinan, De La Rosa, Binay, and then Angara. So that for the record. So let us start by recognizing the Vice Chairman, Senator Ping Lacson. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to address my questions to Board Member Al Cabading. In your letter to PCEO Morales, dated May 19, 2020, I will quote a portion of your letter. You said, you repeatedly endorsed the IT proposal, not even waiting for the internal audit report ordered by the board. So my question is, can you state before this body yung instances where President and CEO Morales endorsed this allegedly flawed IT budget proposal? May mga instances ba na siya yung nagtutulak nito? Board Member Cabading? Wala ka-mute.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, what can you mention before this body kung ano yung instances when PCO Morales repeatedly endorsed this apparently flawed IT proposal, yung budget?
Yeah, aside from the very yung clear na talaga na nandun yung dokumentong endorse is during the April 23, 2020 regular board meeting. Ang amount pina-endorse niya, mayroon siyang naka-attach na endorsement doon, 750 million. Pero actually, sa record, hindi 750 million eh. Yung hiningi niya is 776 million. Pero to begin with, December pa lang, dapat kasi kung mag-present ka man ng budget na ganyan, dapat titingnan mo muna ito bago mo isalang sa amin. On last December 15, we were giving him the benefit of the doubt. Sabi ko, ano ba to? Hindi ba dapat tinitingnan ito bago isalang sa amin? Ano mangyayari sa atin dyan pagka pinirmahan natin yan? Anyway, pangalawa niyan ay May something, May 9, because April 23, May 9. Dinagdagan na naman ng 216. Sabi ko, dito na nagkaroon ng heated argument because why are you are trying to set aside the internal audit report pagkatapos ngayon sasabihin mo na unahin mo na yung 216 just because the internal audit report does not mention the item of the 216 million? Yun po, Mr. Senator.
And I understand there's also a letter coming from PCO Morales addressed to the board. Would you confirm this, General Morales? I think this is dated. This is about the board meeting held last May 14, 2020. Sumulat po kayo sa board at you acknowledge the fact that there were apparent irregularities in the budget proposal ng IT.
May I see a copy of this letter, Senator, please? Is this?
Yes. Yes, there is a copy plus on the board. Merong portion dyan na ina-acknowledge ninyo na meron talagang apparent irregularities in the IT budget proposal. Shouldn't that be reason enough para itigil na yung pag-endorse ng budget for the IT as PCO? And instead, order investigation or further inquiry as to the proposal, budget proposal.
Can I have a legible copy of this letter, Senator, so that I can?
But this is your letter to the board, eh?
I have many letters to the board.
No, this is dated 15 May 2020. Paki-zoom mo nga yung paki-highlight yung portion that I just mentioned. Ito, I take particular issue with the proceedings of yesterday's regular board meeting when it was suggested that an IT-related proposal contained provisions that would be disadvantageous to the corporation. So in-acknowledge ninyo na merong issue. No? Since all submissions to the board are supposed to have management imprimatur, by extension, management at its head, the PCO was complicit. Parang nagdududa pa kayo, bakit nagbibintangan nyo ba kung complicit dito?
Yes, sir, I confirm this was my letter, but it was not to the board. It was to the individual board members.
Yeah, ganun din yon.
Yes, because in the exchange of that board meeting, it was suggested by some members of the board that management was submitting flawed documents for approval to the board. That is the issue that I took up with the individual board members, not the entire board. Sa mga, I sent this
Well, how many
individually.
board members did you address the letter? Not all the board members. Because marami naman mga ex-officio like the representatives ng DOLE,
Opo.
different agencies.
Opo.
So ang nire-refer yung board, yung mga regular members ng board like sina Dr. Susi, di ba?
Opo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nakatanggap kayo ng letter. So
Yes,
ang
sir.
tanong ko, since in-acknowledge naman ninyo na merong issue do sa budget proposal sa IT, di ba dapat hold na muna yun? Pero meron pang subsequent endorsements from 2.1 billion that was rejected by the board. Pumasok pa yung magkano 750. And then meron pang 328. Bakit persistent pa rin yung and at what point I would like to ask Dr. Mercado to confirm or deny this. Na at one point nung pinasok yung 328 dahil ang sinabi ninyo at least si Ms. Argona magkukulaps yung IT system pag hindi nyo in-approve. Because ang na-approve lamang yung yung motion ni Mr. Cabading na 25 million. And then subsequently, there was a supplemental budget, 328, na ang sinabi ng ninyo sa board, I was referring to Ms. Aragona, magkukulaps yung IT system. So si Dr. Mercado, nakapag-comment na para naman yatang binablockmail na itong board. Would you confirm that, Dr. Susi?
Thank you very much, Senator Lacson. Ang nangyari po kasi dito, noong nilabas pa po, unang nilabas yung budget, katulad po nung sinabi ni board member Al Cabading noong December, kulang po ng justification. Hindi po namin masikmura na ipapasa namin ang budget na yon dahil hindi po ma-explica ng mabuti kung saan pupunta yung pera. Malaking pera po 2.1 billion. At ako po bilang public health panelist po ng Philhealth, excited po ako na may ganong kalaking pera para sa information technology dahil sa ako po sa baba, sa grassroots level, tumutulong po ako sa ibang mga LGU tsaka sa ibang mga opisina. Nakikita ko na yung pong information technology system po natin ay talagang 20 years behind po tayo. Wala po tayong mga laptop, wala pong mga gamit, hindi po kabit-kabit ang mga sistema. So kung ikaw po ay isang pasyente, palaging bago ang record mo. No? So sabi ko magandang pagkakataon nito. Nagulat lang ako na nung humingi na kami ng mga explanation tungkol sa ano ang paggastos ng 2.1 billion na napakalaking pera nga, ay lagi pong hindi tama ang hindi sapat ang naisasagot. Ngayon, ang ginawa po, hindi ko matiyak mo yung audit committee or yung finance committee, nagpagawa po ng audit, yung pong internal audit na nasa inyo. Nung ito po ay papag-usapan na sa board, dinilay po. So nagtataka po kami kung bakit hindi ito priority. Sa halip na pag-usapan yung audit report para kwentas klaras, maayos natin, ang nangyari ay humihingi pa sila ng pera ulit.
Supplemental.
Yes. So ang sinabi po sa amin nung unang panahon na yon, nung mga March, ay kung hindi po, meron po silang mga hindi natapos na kontrata noong 2019 na kung hindi po maaaprubahan ang budget ng supplemental budget ay titiklop po ang IT system ng Philhealth. So ang board po, ang pakiramdam pag hindi namin inaprubahan itong 328 million from the 2019 budget na dapat nagastos na nila yun, uulit na naman daw sila ng bidding process. So ito po ay inilapit sa DBM at sinabi pwedeng mag-supplemental budget. So meron pong na-release na pondo para dun sa isang project ng 2019. Iba po yun sa 2.1 billion na hinihingi for 2020. So ang nangyari po dyan, nung itong mga panahon na to, medyo mainit na po ang usapin namin sa board kasi frustrated po kami na hindi po tinatalakay yung audit report. Sa halip, ibang pinag-uusapan. At bukod pa doon, humingi pa ng karagdagang pondo. So, yun po ang frustration namin sa board.
So, Ms. Aragona, bakit ayaw niyong itakil yung audit report? Importante yon before the board would approve the budget proposal. Kasi hindi sila mag-approve, pwede sila sumabit. So, kindly explain or respond to the statement made by Al-Kabading and Dr. Asusi.
Yung decision about not to tackle the audit, it was not from me, sir, during the time not to tackle
So, sino?
the audit report.
Sino?
I think it was
Corsec.
Opo, sir.
Corsec Mangawang. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr.
Yeah.
President and all other members of the Senate. Actually, there was a letter from the Office of the Chair requesting that the IAG report, which was in the agenda, be referred first to the Audit Committee as a matter of protocol before elevating it to the board. And the Audit Committee agreed to have an Audit Committee the following week after May 14, prior to presentation to the board.
Yeah, sige. President Morales, would you acknowledge na meron kang duda na pwede may irregularity talaga dito sa budget proposal?
No, sir. I don't think
Yung sa 2.1 billion?
I think it was a matter of explaining fully to the members of the board the details of the IT system. Because the information system is very complicated and
I know, but let's just simplify matters, Kasi pag nag-usap tayo ng IT, information technology, medyo matatagalan tayo. Hindi natin masyado maintindihan. Anyway, this is not the first time na merong anomalya sa procurement. A case in point, yung last year, yung previous year's procurement of network switches, 74.3 million pesos. Ito yung 24 network switches. Ito yung COA report. Ito, procured ito. Ang sabi ng COA, 24 network switches were verified not utilized and found inside its box at the time of inspection at various selected PROs, etc., etc. Non-utilization. And then, here we are. This was procured, 74.3 million, 24 network switches. Kinompute namin ito, lumalabas, nasa mga, 74 million divided by 24. That's an easy computation. And then, nagpo-procure na naman kayo yung 2019 Philhealth procurement. Network switches, 15 units Cisco Catalyst switches. Ang contract price, 4.8 million pesos. Ayan, 4,814,880 pesos. Ang market price, 939,360. So ang difference, because, and I would like to ask Colonel Laborte, ang lumalabas dito, ang overpriced ninyo, yung ma-incur na losses ng government, kung natuloy ito, because this is an awarded contract, but not procured, kasi napigil, hindi na-implement. As a matter of fact, I think one of the board members, sino yung, kasi napirmahan na ito eh. And then, medyo pinunit yung mga pages na pirmado kasi alam niya sasabit. Look, 62,000 pesos. Na presyon ito, yung galing sa unit price ng IAG ICT report do sa ISSP, 441. Yung unit price as per IT clearance from IMS, 420. Yung unit price sa bid price, yung SBAC, sabi lang, nakatipid kami rito kasi 320,000 lang ang bibili namin sa halip na 420. Pero a simple checking, Google lang, no? Doon sa mismong website ng Cisco, and lumalabas $1,224. I-51 to 1 mo na lang yung exchange rate, that's roughly 62,000 pesos. So nanakawan na naman yung gobyerno yung pera ng Philhealth in the amount of 3.8 million pesos. Alam mo, masyadong blatant, masyadong brazen. Hubris ang tawag dito. Na ganitong kalaki yung overprice, hindi na natatakot na mabubuko. Alam nyo, yung here and there, 5%, 10%, pwede siguro ipikit na natin yung hindi lang sa mata, siguro 2 mata, pero my God, 3.8. Tapos hindi pa yon, nakabox pa yung 24 units, magpo-procure pa uli ng 15 units. Saan gagamitin? Nakabox pa nga, sabi ng COA eh. As of January 31, 2020, nakabox. Ito naman procurement na ito, August, I think 20 of 2019. Kasi kung nakabox ito ng January 31, 2020, nakabox pa rin ito ng August 20, 2019. So this is not the first time that an IT equipment procurement is fraught with anomaly. So, rightly so, yung board, medyo alanganin sila. Kasi pwede rin sila makulong kung sakaling pipirma sila. Because pag pirma mo dyan, nandyan ang signature mo. And that's the reason why nakalimutan ko lang yung pangalan ng nagpirma doon sa award. Ano? And then he or she was very, was just being careful to punitin yung, I think 6 pages yun eh. Kasi nakapirma siya doon. Kasi pagka nakalusot yun, sasabi siya doon. And I'd like to ask Colonel Laborte, I think he's knowledgeable on this issue, about this issue. Colonel Laborte. Colonel Val, are you there? Ngayon, yung 15 units na nabibilin pa ulit, overpriced pa ulit. Yung binili noong 20, I think this was 2018 procurement, yung 24 units, overpriced pa rin yun eh. As I said, pag dinivide mo yung 74.3 million divided by 24 units, magkano yun? 74.3 million divided by 24 units. Attorney Labe, meron ka bang calculator? I want to hear it from you. 24 units. Network switches. O 3.09 million pesos per unit. Tapos nung kinanvas yung ipoprocure na naman, na meron ng notice of award, lumalabas 62,000. Nasaan na yung kaluluwa ng mga gumagawa nito? Go ahead.
Sir, I think yung nire-refer ni BM Kabadi kanina sa vision sa board, these were budget proposals. These were not contracts.
I know. But i-discuss nyo pa ba yung ganung budget proposal? And I'm referring to this particular item.
Opo.
This was already awarded.
Yes, this is award na ho ito.
O wag na muna, kalimutan na muna natin yung mga budget proposal. Ito, procured, nasa bodega, nakabox. Bibili pa uli ng 15 units, overpriced pa rin, nakabox pa nga yung 24 units. Kindly explain because,
Sino kayang nag-alam niya?
we ourselves cannot understand who would have the heart or the conscience to procure such item or items? Oh, wala na makasagot.
Sir, yung mga items kasi if it's okay to be given kung ano yun so that we can explain also.
Record nyo ito eh.
Po.
Ito sa inyo nang galing ito.
Yes po,
Sa
may
Philhealth.
mga...
Huwag mong hingin sa akin kasi kayo nagbigay
Yes.
sa akin ito.
ah,
Hindi ikaw.
hindi ako.
Pero Philhealth ang nagbigay sa akin ito. Kaya huwag mo kong hingan sa inyo galing ito.
Sige po, sino po nagbigay?
I won't tell you, but galing sa Philhealth because these are official documents.
Sige po,
Even the COA report. Ito maliwanag. Meron niyang... Anyway, kindly explain.
sa...
Colonel Laporte, we want to hear from you.
Colonel Laborte is not logged in right now, but Attorney Kit would like to respond to
please,
your question. So Attorney Kit, you are recognized.
Sir, yung tanong po sir ni Senator Lacson sir na yung pumunit po dun sa 6 na pages sir, si Brigadier General Augustus Boy Divilla po sir, siya po ang pumunit doon sir kasi alam niya po na maanomalya yun sir. So pinunit niya po yun sir sa harap naming dalawa ni Colonel Balaborte sir.
Divilla, kindly respond. Did you actually...
Sir, noon time sir wala po ako natandang pinot. Pero tinago ko po kasi I was informed by Colonel Laborte na mataas nga raw daw sir yung presyo.
Sila mataas, sobrang taas.
Opo. So sabi ko, ay pag ganyan medyo malabo yan. Kasi yun nga sir, yung in my 30 years of military service in the military medical officer po ako. Napakaingat ko po kasi sa ganyan sir, lalo yung procurement. I never allow that. So sabi ko, ay dapat tanggalin. Tsaka hindi ko pa naman time nung binibidding yan. I'm only 9 months in Philhealth sir.
Can you produce those documents? Kasi sabi mo, hindi mo naman pinunit, itinago mo. So where is it now?
Sir, I believe it's still existing pero hindi ko na po matanda kung nasa sir.
No.
Sir.
Hindi pwedeng ganyan sagot.
Opo, sir. Yes, sir, I will try to find out. But siguro sir, baka na kasi every morning, Attorney Kit Torson and Monday to Friday, sir, parating nasa office
Would
kayo.
you like the committee of the whole to issue a subpoena? So you will be compelled to submit
yes, sir.
the document to the committee. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I so move, Mr. President,
Sir,
that the document mentioned should be submitted to this committee.
All right, hearing no objection, the Senate Secretariat will issue a subpoena to Sistecum.
Yes, sir.
For the documents mentioned. You may proceed. By the way, Senator Lacson, you're 18 seconds to go, but Senator Lapid is giving you his 5 minutes. So you may continue.
Bakit 5 lang? Anyway, thank you, Mr. President. Moving on, IRM. Merong listahan ng mga hospitals. I think there was an issue circular number 2020-0007. Ang mother or yung reference, yung parang progeny, sabihin natin, yung pinanggalingan ng, I don't know if this is the right term, but yung pinanggalingan dokumento doon, several issuances. Yung sinasabi, pagka yung fortuitous events ang sakop, like nung nagkaroon ng Undoy, merong similar issuance, Philhealth circular din, ibang number, ibang series. And again, during the Marawi siege, nag-issue rin. Now, ang talagang intent ng interim reimbursement mechanism, it is a special privilege for the provision of substantial aid to an eligible HCI, healthcare institution, directly hit by a fortuitous event with a clear and apparent intent to continuously operate para ma-rebuild, para hindi ma-hamper yung kanilang operation, binibigyan ng interim reimbursement under the IRM mechanism or policy, binibigyan ng pera. But eventually, when you issued 2020 circular number 2020-0007, ito na yung COVID-19. Bakit parang nag-deviate doon sa intent ng IRM? parang nasama na yung COVID patient. Wala doon eh. Rebuilding their critically damaged healthcare system na yung lumabas. Samantalang calamity, Marawi Sage, man-made or natural, yung intent. Kindly explain why you deviated from the original intent of that circular. Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Lacson. The purpose of the IRM in this case was to respond to the fortuitous event of the COVID-19 pandemic. At that time, and even today, we do not know the extent and the how long and how deep the pandemic is going to hit. So it was a preemptive move to provide the hospitals with funds so that they could respond to the pandemic if and when it happens. So ang fortuitous event ho dito, yung pandemic, to keep them operating. Yun po ang...
Okay, granting without accepting. Payagan na natin. Nag-deviate na kayo doon sa yung assistance dahil sa fortuitous event. Pumunta na tayo sa COVID-19. Ano ngayon ang basis for the master list? I understand that the master list came from the central office. Did you consult the regional vice presidents? Did you consult the hospitals concerned? May consultation ba or unilateral ito on the part of central office to prepare a master list of hospitals or HCIs, not hospitals alone?
Initially, we work with the master list, level 1, 2, 3 hospitals, those who were COVID capable. In other words, they have the isolation wards, they have the equipment to treat COVID. And then later on, we scaled it back because we found out that yung incidence ng COVID, merong home clustering. So we limited it doon sa mga areas na mataas ang incidence. But during the initial phase na hindi natin alam kung saan tatama ang COVID, marami yung hospitals ang nakakuha ng IRM. Ngunit ang sinigurado ho namin na bawat province, city o region, yung mga referral hospitals at yung mga clinics ay makakatanggap ho ng IRM. Ngayon meron ho mga areas na because mabibilis yung kanilang administrative efficiency, na process ho nila yung kanilang IRM transaction. Habang yung iba ho, it took some time. So yun ho ang dahilan kung bakit hindi nagkasabay-sabay.
Itong PhilHealth Circular 0007 2020 series. Kailan nag-take effect ito? It was issued 20 March 2020. Ang tanong ko, kailan yung effectivity date? O kailan na-disseminate? Kailan na-release? I understand, for every issuance, merong karugtong ito, just like the law that we passed. Merong IRR. Ang tawag sa inyo rito, SOP. So when did the SOP take effect?
We will check our records.
Please. In the meantime, habang kina-check yung records, ang sabi nyo kanina, COVID capable. Di ba? Meaning, merong facilities to admit COVID patients. I will show you your releases. Yung na-mention ko sa opening statement ko. Brown Abitum Dialysis Center, Manila. There are 5 branches. Kindly flash it on the screen. There are 5 branches, 1 in Tondo, 2 in Quezon City, 2 in Tondo, 1 in Baguio City. Look, 45 million pesos released in a matter of, MOA received date April 15. By April 23, nag-release na kayo ng 15 million. Dialysis Center. Kinunan namin na sa website, tinignan namin yung picture, ni walang kama. Puro upuan. Ba't kayo mag-release ng 15 million? Sinong COVID patient na pupunta rin? And as a matter of protocol, and I think Dr. Mercado knows this, pagka-dialysis center, hindi pwedeng tumanggap ng COVID-19 patient. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, paano kayo magre-release ng 15.8? What is the justification in releasing 15.8 million pesos to HCI B. Brown, Abitom Philippines Incorporated? At saka suki eh. Look, ang total 45 million. Can you explain how this happened?
Opo. Nilapitan ho kami ng Nephrology Association. And they appealed to us that they were turning away patients because they were running short of funds. And sabi nila, many of their patients were already, some of them were already dying. This is what they told us. And there were several appeals to us from not only from...
Yeah, but they're not covered by IRM.
Opo. No, initially po.
Kasi in-stress na natin yung fortuitous event. Sabi ko, granting without accepting. Na sige, payagan na natin COVID-19, pandemic. Dialysis na ito eh.
Opo.
How long, Dr. Susi, gaano ba katagal magpa-dialysis?
Matagal po eh. It could take years.
No, I mean one visit.
One visit, a few hours.
A few hours. Ito, nag-MOA ng April 15. So April 23, na-release yung 15 million. Don't tell me. Ganyan karami yung dialysis ninyo. Magkano isang dialysis treatment? 2,500? 3,000? Now, how can you justify 15.8 million released? Now, I want to find out who was responsible for releasing. Anong level ba ng authority to release funds under the IRM?
I think it's at my level po.
Your level. So you release this?
Opo.
Oh, kindly explain why you release 15 million.
Because they appealed to us that their patients needed to be taken care of. There we have about 50,000 dialysis patients.
No, we're not dealing with dialysis. We're talking COVID-19.
Opo. But they said that these are people with comorbidities.
Anak ng baka. Look, okay. Iwanan natin muna itong dialysis center. Maternity care provider. Ito yung after birth na ito, Dr. Susi, di ba? Kasi pagka yung maternity care provider, nakapanganak na.
Pwede sir na manganganak pa lang.
Okay. Sabihin na natin ang anak. 226 million pesos. IRM releases as of June 9, 2020. Napakasuswerte naman nila lang nitong maternity care package na ito na providers na, you know, 226 million? And you also cost the release of this amount? Why?
Because
226 million. And yet, Hospital ng Maynila, appeal sa inyo, public hospital, 19 million lang sinisingil. Hanggang ngayon hindi nyo binabayaran. Punong-puno na sila dun. I talked to the city administrator. I asked him, meron na reimburse na ba kayo, nabayaran na kayo? Kasi I read in I think it's a news article, merong human interest story doon. Naglalakad yung buong hallway, puro may COVID. Natatakot yung healthcare worker. Puno na raw. Wala siya magawa kasi kailangang i-treat niya. And yet, hindi nyo nare-reimburse. Despite so many appeals. My time is up, Mr. President. I'll just do my second round later.
Sir,
yeah, please answer.
According to our
Yes,
records,
sir.
we released to the Hospital Manila June 23, 19.3 million.
Well, you better check your records because I just asked Mr. Cesar Chavez from the Office of the Mayor and he submitted to me the report only last night.
We'll have to check off because according to our
Anyway,
records,
kindly, we go back to the question, maternity care provider. Bakit re-release ng 226 million pesos?
well, they also appeal to us.
So lahat ng nag-a-appeal, binibigyan nyo ng pera.
Hindi ho lahat, hindi ho lahat.
O kaya nga, anong basis?
The basis of need po. They are operating.
Yeah. You have Senator Lapid is giving up all his time to you. He has 3 minutes and 47 seconds left. Senator Lacson, you may continue.
Thank you, Senator Lapid. Yeah, please kindly explain fully and try to convince us that this is, this is proper and legal. You have the floor.
Yes, sir. We have about 8,500 healthcare facilities all over the country. And these are accredited with Philhealth, and they service our members. Now, under the COVID-19, we initially said that we will only focus on those that are COVID capable. But initially, the board approved about 27 billion, but they did not specify which facility would be covered by this. We started though with the levels 2, 3, 2, 3, 1 hospitals, and eventually we began to get a lot of requests from the dialysis clinics and the maternity clinics for releases, because according to them, they would be turning away their patients if we could not provide them this relief, which was the IRM.
It should be under another program. Ang pag-usapan natin, IRM. Pag sinabing IRM, COVID patients, ito pag-usapan natin. Huwag mo sabihin na nag-appeal kasi tina-turn away ng pasyente, wala silang pera. Ibang program yan, huwag sa IRM. Meron naman kayo ibang program para dyan. Bakit sa IRM nyo charge?
Refer to our EVP, Mr.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Mr. President, Senator Lacson, ang purpose po ng IRM and the way it was designed is to respond to the pandemic, in this case nationwide, and it affects not just the level 1, 2, 3 hospital, pati na po yung ibang klase ng facilities, including maternity care at saka yung mga dialysis. Kasi po, ang role po namin is to provide funds. Kalimutan muna po na natin na may pandemic under normal circumstances. Ayan po ang papel ng Philhealth. Ngayon, pagka po ang buong bansa ay naapektuhan, napansin niyo naman po ang ospital at ang mga staff nila hindi po makakapunta sa ospital ang kompletong staff para mag-submit po ng kanilang mga dokumento para maproseso po ng PhilHealth para mabayaran. Yun po yung, kinukwento ko lamang po yung cycle. No? Ngayon,
Ang kwento mo nga, hindi nag-a-adapt kasi IRM pag-uusapan natin COVID. Ba't in-expand nyo na hanggang dialysis, hanggang sa maternity?
Kasi po...
abot tayo sa eternity pagka lahat sinama nyo na.
No, kasi po, lahat po ng yan ay may tuloy-tuloy na pasyente.
No, we're dealing with COVID patients.
Ay, hindi po.
Sa IRM because this is under the IRM program. Kaya nga tawag na, di ba? Interim reimbursement mechanism. Ang pumayag na nga ako na, okay, wag na yung calamities, wag na yung man-made, saka yung natural calamities like Ondoy, Marawi. Sabi nyo, sakupin na rin kasi pandemic, parang calamity na rin. Okay. Sabi ko, without accepting, even, sige, granting. Pero in-stretch nyo pa ulit, lumampas pa kayo sa COVID.
Well, kasi po nga, ang response ng IRM is to continuously to provide the funds. Kasi po, dahil po sa pandemic, meron din pong mga administrative staff na hindi makakapunta sa kanilang mga lugar para mag-submit po ng claims kung yan po ay sa ospital. Pumunta naman po tayo sa opisina namin. Pagka po skeletal workforce, wala akong staff na magpo-proseso din ng claims.
I don't know who will buy your explanation. Yes, Attorney Del, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lacson, sir. Sir, we have the notion that the IRM is only for reimbursement for COVID expenses.
Hindi nga reimbursement, advance na nga eh.
Opo. So hindi po totoo yun kasi yung liquidation po natin will involve all diseases. And the response of PhilHealth is for the whole pandemic. So this is not an advance payment for COVID patients. This is a financial assistance to all hospitals and healthcare providers that will need help in this time of pandemic. Hindi lang po yung mga hospital na meron merong COVID, yung apektado ng pandemic, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Bakit itong interim reimbursement mechanism nyo, which is IRM, bakit you are saying that this is only sanctioned by Section 3 of Republic Act 11469? Tama?
Marami pong legal basis po yan. Kasi yung atin pong charter, RA 7875 as amended, has authorized the Philhealth Board to determine policies pertaining to provider payment mechanisms. Kung matatandaan po ninyo, yung ating universal healthcare mismo, we are shifting from reimbursement to prospective payment mechanisms. No? At under the charter of Philhealth, the Philhealth Board is authorized to issue policies that will efficiently and effectively result to better financing of healthcare services. So in the discussion of the executive committee, I remember vividly, General Divilia asked whether the dialysis centers and other HCIs are affected by the pandemic. So we agreed that dapat kasama po sila kasi yung ating pong mga nagda-dialysis, hindi po sila basta-basta pwedeng pumunta sa mga hospital. Iniiwasan po yung mga hospitals and the dialysis centers and the other standing clinics need support from Philhealth. Marami nga pong nagsara na dialysis dahil nga po, di ba, hindi na nila matugunan yung kanilang financing.
Attorney,
Yes, sir. Mr.
ang
President.
IRM talagang pang COVID-19, kaya nga reference binanggit ni Senate President, RA 11469, yung pinasa naming bayanihan.
One of the legal basis, Mr. President. But if you will read the board resolutions on the circulars, it does not pertain to the COVID. Kasi sir, kung yung apektado po yung buong healthcare
Kaya
industry.
naubusan ng pera ng PhilHealth kung saan yung ginagastos.
Sir, para po yan sa mga hospital, para po yan sa mga miyembro.
Meron kayong mga favorite hospitals and HCIs like the D. Brown, Abitum. Imagine.
Sir,
yung iba, ang tagal-tagal
I'm sorry, Mr. President.
ang tagal-tagal nila nag-a-apply, nagre-request ng release ng pondo.
Sir, I don't know the details of that, but our regional offices
2 days na kasi.
evaluates the proposal.
Plus back mga
May mga application po yung mga hospitals eh. So, I'm not aware kung meron mga pinapaboran o hindi, but I'm sure that the IRM is designed to help our healthcare system in this time of pandemic, Your Honors. Meron po mga regions na mabilis po mag-respond. Nung nilabas po yung guidelines, nag-apply po kagad yung mga hospital, in-evaluate ng regions, pinaward sa central office. So, nabilis po silang nabigyan ng IRM. Yun po yung...
Look,
Yes, sir.
attorney
Opo.
yung Quezon City, 2nd District pareho. Nakasingil sila ng isang 8.9 at saka isang 5.3 million. Parehong date yung MOA, parehong date yung release. Hindi ba sindikato yan?
Magaling po yung regional vice president sa NCR.
Magaling kayo mag-release ng pondo sa gusto nyo releasan. That's the point. Yes, Dr. Susi.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. I just want to say na in the minutes of the board of March 31, we already called attention to management about prioritizing the hospitals and to follow the epidemic. Kasi po nung nag-present po sila, pinakita po nila Area 1, Area 2, Area 3, Area 4 na samantalang nung panahon na yon, malinaw na namamatay na yung mga doktor sa NCR. Meron pong mga hospital na punong-puno na ng nagkakasakit po yung mga health workers. Pero ang napaprioritize kung sino po yung unang makapagbigay ng kontrata. So, nagsuggest pa kami noon na, and the issue was, parang wala masyadong tao sa Philhealth daw kasi because of the pandemic. I even suggested that we get volunteer accountants or business students to help those big hospitals process their IRM contract. Kasi sa tindi po nung sitwasyon nung panahon na yon, yung pong mga busy na hospital, wala po silang time na gumawa ng kontrata para po dun sa COVID. Pero natandaan ko, in one of the conversations, ang sabi po nila, hindi pa daw magawa yung NCR kasi nga nililista pa lahat ng mga lying in. Which is exactly your point, Mr. Senator. That the point of the IRM was really to support the hospitals that were already imploding
Yeah.
because of COVID.
Yeah.
So parang ano po lumalabas, meron pa nga kaming question dito no, na ang una pong mga nabigyan ng pondo ay yung mga nasa Region 8. Now, I cannot verify that because they just
Yeah, because-
denied it.
Mr. Renel Lemchaco is from Region 8.
Yes, sir.
Tama ba yun? Andito ba si Mr. Lemchaco?
Mr. Senator, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
magandang
Are you from Region 8?
magandang umaga po. Yes, sir. I am from Region 8, sir.
Yeah, I got it.
Can I give some information about what BM Sosi have said, Mr. Senator?
Go ahead.
Tama po si BM Sosi, Mr. Senator. It was discussed and based on the guidance ng board po during the time that nagprepresenta po tayo ng report ng IRM sa ating board ay tinugunan po ng management through our President and CEO Morales. Sa katunayan po, ang ating IRM release as of July 31 po ay 14.97 billion. Ang 29% of which po ay nasa NCR Central, NCR North, and NCR South. So that's 29 billion po ang nai-release sa kanya. And doon din po sa one of the areas na pinaprioritize po dahil sa initially marami ang natamaan po, ang Region 4A at saka Region 4B. That's 13% po. And ang Region 3 po, of is composed of our branch 3A and then 3B, na 13% po of the total IRM release po. So doon po sa sinabi ni BM Mercado po, yun po ang sinundan po ni President Morales kung saan po ilalagay yung mga pundo po natin. Salamat po.
All right. Senator Lacson, is there anything else we would like to recognize? Well, first, Dr. Susie.
I just want to say no, na at that meeting we said, you can prioritize in 3 ways. Unahin po na natin yung pinakamalalaking mga hospital na humahawak ng COVID. Yun ang category 1. Category 2, yung mga hospital na nag-handle ng COVID pero hindi gano'ng kalaki. At yung category 3, yung mga facility na baka magkaroon ng COVID. So, tama po yung kay Senator Lacson na ito po ay talagang, it was really meant for COVID response.
Mr.
also-
Chair,
Yes.
additional information po. Tama po ang sinabi ni BM Susi po. Ang release po natin ng IRM po ay nakakonsentrate po sa level 3 hospitals. Level 3, that's 50% po, 7.458 billion po ang na-release sa kanila. Followed po ng level 2 hospital, that's 29% po of the total amount. And followed po ng level 1 hospital, that's 2.7 billion po, Your Honor. Thank you po.
Yes. The lady beside Dr. Susie says, I cannot read the name. Sorry.
Padua.
I'm Brigadier General Marlene R. Padua, sir. And I just want to comment on the IRM regarding providing funds for other cases aside from COVID. Now, I remember that the application of the IRM approved by Philhealth Board by reason of the COVID-19 pandemic is not limited to benefits claims arising from the said disease, but all other inpatient, outpatient, and other Philhealth packages as provided under the Philhealth Circular 2020-007. I think it's in section letter F. Attorney Mangawang, can you read it? Kasi nandun sir eh. Kasi we anticipated that patients throughout the country in times of pandemic will not only be afflicted with COVID, marami hong sakit. And many of these are really very, ang tawag natin ay those under the Z packages, talagang yung mga cancer, merong those who are yung mga cardiovascular diseases na talagang mahihirapan sila. And this will also explain or rationalize why funds were released to areas even with low counts in cases of COVID. Kasi ina-anticipate natin, hindi lang naman ho COVID ang tinitignan natin. Actually, if we talk about like diseases now in the country, ang tinitignan natin ho ngayon ay yung COVID. Pero actually, kung titignan yung statistics, marami hong namamatay sa tuberculosis, sa other diseases. Pero number one, tuberculosis po. Kasi yan po ang natatandaan ko, that were communicated by the communities, the different communities. Kaya in-anticipate na ho rin namin, I remember in our board meetings also, that these were discussed. Kailangan, we should also include, I think, B.M. Mercado, you were the one who said that also, na dapat mag-release din tayo ng funds for the non-accredited, the private, yung government, even yung mga small clinics. Kasi ang transport ho natin ay limited. Paano ho yung ibang tao na wala who are not who do not have access to the tertiary hospital or the hospitals that are accredited? Saan ho sila pupunta? Siyempre ho, dun sa pinakamalapit na hospital. Ganun po ang pagkaintindi ko when we were discussing all this during our conferences. Kaya kailangan mabigyan din lahat ng hospitals throughout the country. And I think that is in consonance with
You are a board member, General Padua?
Yes, Senator, the Honorable Senate President. Opo.
All right, thank you, General.
Kaya yun po ang pagkakaintindi ko. Kaya kung nabigyan ho lahat, kahit na ho yung hindi accredited, para ho makaresponde ka agad sa mga taong bayan, kahit sa kung saang liblib ng Pilipinas. Natatandaan ko po yun, that was discussed during one of the conferences. Salamat po.
Yeah, the point is, medyo may mga sobra-sobra talaga. Anyway, General Morales, you were raising your hand.
The board ho approved 27 billion for IRM. We have only released a little below 15 billion. So niremdahan ho namin ang release nung nakita namin na meron palang clustering yung incidents ng COVID. So we held on to some of the funds ho.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. President. In addition po sa sinabi ni BM Padua at saka ni President Morales po, yung IRM po natin ay nailabas po and sa katunayan po yung benefit payment po natin na sa regular na pag-process ng claims po, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. January po ay lumabas, benefit payment natin po ay 10.1 billion, 10.7 billion ng February. March po ay 8.9 billion. April po ang ating regular benefit payment ay 4.3. May po ay 5.1 billion. Ganun po, bumaba po yung pag-process ng claim din pati ng ating korporasyon dahil sa apektado din po yung ating opisina sa pag-process ng claims, yung ating mga regional offices po. That's the reason why po ang ating mga facilities nationwide, hindi lamang po apektado yung nag-accept ng mga COVID cases, but lahat po sila ay apektado pati po. That's the reason why yun po proposition po ni PCO Morales yung IRM po natin. Maraming salamat po.
all right. Before Senator Lacson still has 2 minutes and 6 seconds, but he's suspending his interpolations. And just before I recognize Senator Tolentino, I just want to find out from Dr. Susi. I heard you resigned. You resigned from Philhealth.
Humingi po ako ng non-renewal po of my contract. I started in December, and for family reasons, there's something I need to attend to na full attention po. By the end of May, I already sent in my request for non-renewal of my my contract.
You answered my second question, which is why. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Senator Francis Tolentino, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief, concise, and probably will be directing my questions to three resource persons present here and virtually. Number one is Mr. Alejandro Cabading. Number two is the President of the Philhealth, General Morales. Tatanungin ko kayo, although kilala ko kayo dati, estudyante nyo ako sa General Staff College noong araw. I know you have some passion for reforms. Then number three, one question to Attorney Kit. So nahin ko po si Mr. Cabading. Are you still there virtually?
Yes, Senator.
You were appointed, as you mentioned a while ago, you were appointed as member of the board July 2019. Tama po ba?
Positive, yes.
So by August, and if you can recall it, and my memory serves me right, was there a directive coming from the President of the Philippines, President Duterte? Kasi gusto ko ring linawin to na dapat matulungan ng Pangulo na nagbigay ng direktiba sa lahat ng PhilHealth Vice Presidents, or kung hindi ako nagkakamali, pati board members to tender their courtesy resignations. Are you aware of this, Mr. Cabading?
Yes po.
Was there a consequential action coming from the PhilHealth Board, a resolution perhaps requiring all members of the board as well as the vice presidents to tender their resignation? Was it passed? Was there a board resolution to that effect?
Yes, Mr. Senator. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Pumirma ka doon, Mr. Cabading.
Yes po.
May I direct this question to General Morales? Nagkaroon ng board resolution August upon the directive of the President of the Philippines for the officials of PhilHealth to tender their courtesy resignation. And there was a board resolution as per Mr. Cabading. Can you confirm this?
Senator, I think that presidential directive covered only the members of the board and did not extend down to the vice presidents of the corporation. But there was a board resolution asking for the courtesy resignations of all SG 26 level up.
So, General Morales, we're now referring to two resolutions. One is the resolution which emanated from the directive of President Duterte. Two, a board resolution requiring the vice presidents to resign. Alin po dito ang napatupad na? Kung meron.
Yung pangalawa ho, which is supposed to be ako ho magpapatupad, but I was a member of the board already at that time. And I sought to seek a qualification to the board resolution, which would give the President and Chief Executive Officer the option to implement kung sino ho ang ipapa-resign yung courtesy resignation. My reason for asking that is that I wanted to continue operating or running the corporation, and a mass resignation of SG 26 executives.
SG would mean salary grade 26.
Opo, salary grade 26, in my opinion, would be too disruptive to the corporation.
So you exercise a certain degree of discretion not to implement a board resolution because your perception is that the functioning of the entire PhilHealth structure would be paralyzed. Pero siguro po, General Morales, I would like to remind you of the Administrative Code of the Philippines, specifically Section 38. Matters of and I'm quoting, Section B thereof, matters of day-to-day administration pertaining to the internal operations shall be left to your discretion. In terms of conflict, Since you are an attached agency of the Department of Health, pwede kang kumonsulta sa Department of Health. In terms of conflict again, pag hindi pa rin kayo nagkakasundo, dapat po iakyat sa Presidente ng Pilipinas. Kinonsulta niyo po ba si Secretary Duque tungkol dito?
Opo, siya po ang umupo ng chairman ng pinaso yung...
So ang ibig sabihin, hindi pumayag si Secretary Duque na mag-resign. Yung mga tinutukoy niyo salary grade and above.
Opo, pumayag po siya dun sa siningi ko.
Pumayag siya, subalit hindi niyo in-implement. So, sa General Morales, that would mean a clear and flagrant violation of Section 38 of the Administrative Code of the Philippines, which is Executive Order 292, more so because there was a previous directive from the President of the Philippines to tender resignations. Tama po ba yan sa pagkakaintindi ko na hindi niyo sinunod?
Ang alam ko sa directive ng President only covered the board members, hindi ho yung executives ng company.
But General Morales, ito pong mga tinutukoy nyo na salary grade and above, at palagay ko, nakikinig din naman ako minsan sa inyo, meron kayong na-interview kayo minsan sa isang radio program 2 weeks ago, natanong kayo kung in-implement nyo na yung resolution, ang sabi nyo po, and we're referring to 20 officers, ang sabi nyo po, with all due respect, ay na-implement na. Pero ngayon kasasabi nyo na hindi nyo in-implement. At sa aking pagkakaalam, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll be asking Mr. Kabading, nag-issue po ng Memorandum Circular 2020-0037, ang nagkaroon kayo ng isang PhilHealth Corporate Memorandum na yung tinutukoy ko na dapat pag-resignin dahil doon sa board resolution na hindi nyo pinatupad dahil sila po ay may kaso sa ombudsman under NBI investigation, ay na-promote pa. Na-promote pa. Hindi na pinag-resign, hindi na suspend, ipinromote pa. At palagay ko po, General Morales, kailangan pong maipaliwanag natin ito dahil nabigyan pa ho sila ng kung ang sinasabi nyo kanina ay dahil mapaparalyze kayo kung sila ay magre-resign, ay bakit naman ho kailangan i-promote pa? Pwede po ba natin sagutin ito?
I think ho, yung nire-refer ninyong na-promote, wala hong kasong na-file sa kanila. I think this has something to do with the well-made case.
Opo.
Ngayon, nagbigay ho kami ng mga dokumento sa NBI at naghumingi pa sila ng mga statement dito ho sa 20.
General Morales, maging si Secretary Roque, alam ko nag-file ng kaso.
Ay, hindi ho.
Na-file niya ng kaso itong mga taong ito pa yung na-promote. The records will bear me out. Wala lang dito si Secretary Roque. Pero, with that as it may, bakit naman po sa halip na masuspend o sang-ayon sa isang board resolution nyo ay pag-resignin, ay pinromote pa? What is the management rationale for this? Why give a premium to persons who are supposed to be out of the government service to be promoted?
These people, itong 20 na nag-submit ng information sa NBI, we're not facing a case. Wala hong na-file na kaso sa kanila. Wala hong kaso na-file.
You're under oath. You're under oath, and then siguro mamaya we can show documents. Even Senator Lacson can probably provide documents that some of the personalities involved here were even promoted. You're under oath, and alam niyo naman po siguro yung consequences ng perjury. And I'm also warning the other resource persons here. Kanina si Attorney Del Rosario, out of respect to the Senate, never raise your voice, especially in speaking before Senator Lacson o kung sino man nandito. So, wala na promote. So, going to another question, back to Mr. Kabading.
Wait. What did you mean walang na-promote? I thought may na-promote.
Na-promote, wala na suspend, walang in-implement, walang nag-resign.
Meron hong nag-leave na 3. They serve, I think they went on leave, and then natapos na yung leave nila at bumalik na sila. The reason for that is that during the interim, there was no evidence that was discovered to implicate them.
When you say yung na-promote walang kaso, Are you speaking to the best of your knowledge o hindi mo alam na may kaso?
To the best of my knowledge, wala akong administrative na kaso, wala rin akong na-file na kaso sa korte. President, ito
All right, they will confront you with the case filed. Anyway, again, Senator Tolentino, bago ko magtuloy, there is another point na magandang tanungin na rin, samantalahin ko lang. You were being interviewed in a radio interview you had with Arnold Clavio, and he asked you if you know what happened in the so-called bull session in a Zoom meeting, and you said you were not there. You were not present. I was there, nakikinig ako nung sinabi mo yun. Bakit mo sinabing wala kayo doon, nandun kayo?
Hindi sinabi ko na nandun ako. Yun bang sinasabi nilang may shouting match. I confirm na I was in that meeting. Baka iba ho yung na-refer ko na may ibang tao siyang nire-refer na wala doon. Baka yun ho.
Hindi, narinig ko yun. Narinig ko yung tinanong ka. Tinanong ka kung nandun ka nung nagkaroon ng meeting. Sabi mo wala ka doon sa meeting na yun. Yun yung nagkaroon ng bull session na nagkaroon ng shouting match pa. So which is which?
Sorry, I must have been misquoted, but I was in that meeting.
Well, I was listening to you. You're not misquoted. I was listening to you on the radio. As a matter of fact, afterwards, two of the announcers were talking to me on the phone and asking me about it and talking about it. That you said you were not there in that meeting.
Siguro yung definition ng shouting match. Kasi sa hindi naman kami nagsigawan ng shouting match.
But you were present in that meeting.
Yes, I was.
Oh, I'm sure the people of the radio stations are listening to us now, and they will play back your, and they will be having a copy of what you said there. You may continue, Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I jump to another point, General Morales, will there ever be a time when you will implement the said board resolution? We're talking of two board resolutions. Number one is the board resolution complying with the directive of the President of the Philippines. And then the second board resolution is the resolution asking for the courtesy resignation of salary grade 26 and above officials. Ano po ba tong kapangyarihan ng isang Pangulo ng isang Philhealth? Pwede bang hindi na i-implement yun o i-archive na lang yon? So wala po ba tayo nakikita rito na I think you have a legal department here. Wala po tayo nakikita dito na violations na nagpasa ng resolusyon na hindi pinatupad? O tinatanong ko kayo ngayon, balak niyo pa bang ipatupad ito o hindi na?
Yun pong utos ng Presidente tungkol sa resignation, I think it covers only the members of the board. But hindi pa ako member ng board nung lumabas yun. Yun ang board resolution asking for the resignation of the salary grade 26 is still open. It's still available to the whoever sits as president to implement it.
Kung po nabanggit yan kasi naririnig ko lagi sa inyo, bukang bibig nyo yung sindikato, may sindikato rito na kumikilos. Hindi po ba tamang direksyon nyo na ipakita sa mga miyembro ng sindikato, sa mga kawani ng Philhealth na naglilingkod ng matapat at marangal, na ang Pangulo ng Philhealth ay pinatutupad ang isang board resolution na magpapakita na kaya niyong gibain ang sindikato? Kasi lagi niyo sinasabi, gusto niyong ipakita yung reforma, subalit na maraming balakid at kabilang po dito yung sindikato. Siguro nakatingin po ang sambayanan kung kaya niyo pong gawin niya. Kung hindi, patuloy lang po tayo magkakaroon ng ganitong investigasyon. Wala po magiging resulta, General Morales.
Certainly kung meron akong ebidensya of wrongdoing, hindi ako hatubiling implement yung resolution na yan na pagbibitiw.
Before you implement a board resolution, you will still seek for additional evidence, circumstantial or otherwise. Meron na ang board resolution. Hindi naman po mag-i-issue ng resolution ng board ninyo nang wala silang basihan.
I understand these executives are protected by the civil service law. So they cannot be.
But that is another venue. That is another matter for the Civil Service Commission or the Ombudsman to decide. Going to another matter, can I have Mr. Kabading back? Mr. Kabading, are you still there? Nandiyan pa ho kayo? Mr. Kabading?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
So my question is this. Kanina po napag-usapan yung IRM, yung mga gastos ng PhilHealth. Nabanggit din ni Attorney Kit, mamaya tatanungin ko siya, na 15 billion pesos ang nawawala na sa kanyang estimate sa nakaraang corruption, wastage ng funds ng PhilHealth. At nabanggit din kanina na 114 billion na ang nagastos, correct me if I'm wrong, dito po dahil dito sa pandemic. Mr. Kabading,
14 billion, not 114.
14 billion. That's why I asked that I be corrected. So, marami po nakakarating sa akin, Mr. Kabading, and I hope General Morales, Attorney Kit, I forgot your first name, akala ko Amerikano kanina, Thorson, marami po nakakarating sa akin na marami daw pasyente na pag pumupunta sa ospital, kahit hindi po COVID, ay ginagawang COVID para makaklaim. Ang tawag na po dito ay fake COVIDs. Fake COVIDs at sila po ay nakakuha ng claim. Halimbawa po sa Cebu, napakataas po ng naging COVID spike sa Cebu. Meron pong nasaksak meron pong isang stabbing incident sa Carmen, Cebu, na pagkatapos pong masaksak nila sa ospital at pagkatapos dali sa ospital, sinuwab, nagkataong negative pa, kinremate pa. Kaya itong mga magulang ngayon, naghahanap ng hustisya, paano mag-iimbestiga ang pulis, na-cremate na. Meron namang isang insidente rin sa lalawigan ng Cebu, sa Pasil, sa Cebu City, na aksidente sa motorsiklo. Pagdating sa ospital, sinuwab, positive. Lahat ng although totally unrelated yung aksidente, lahat chinarge na rito sa PhilHealth. Meron po ba tayong kayo, Mr. Kabading, ma-isolate niyo po ba bilang board member yung nakikita niyo po ba yung pananaw ko na baka naman maraming mga non-COVID cases, kanina dinidiscuss yan ni Senator Lacson, ang nabayaran ng PhilHealth kahit hindi COVID, chinarge na sa PhilHealth, lumobo tuloy ngayon nga, 106,330 na tayo sa datos ng Department of Health, yung nasawi ay malaki-laki na rin, yung recovered malaki. Hindi kaya nagkagulo-gulo na itong sistema natin sa nasa PhilHealth na yung hindi dapat mabayaran non-COVID related ay nabayaran at lumobo na yung gastusin. Kasi si Presidente, ang hinihiling niya, narinig niyo nung isang araw, magkaroon siya ng 20 billion para pag nagkaroon ng vaccine, maibigay sa mga mahihirap. Eh kung ang sinasabi ni Attorney Kit kanina, 15 billion ang naubos na sa corruption, 5 billion na lang ang kulang. Can you affirm this, Mr. Kabading? O baka meron ka pang ibang instances sa inyong lugar kung nasaan ka ba ngayon? Sambuanga?
Yes, Sambuanga po.
Tungkol sa sinasabi ko.
Yes.
Attorney, Mr. Kabading, I'm sorry, Senator Tolentino, your time is up, but you may answer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Senate President. That is the danger now. What I'm receiving at actual report from the ground, a direct information and about patient died with non-COVID cases and charged to COVID. And this is a COVID case. Ang nag-report naman sa akin is yung COVID case talaga, na namatay talaga yung wife niya kahapon. Pero he was telling me that there was a case in another hospital that hindi makabayad ng kalahating milyon charged to COVID. And so this is the danger of the COVID, the IRM. And anyway, I asked the regional director of Cebu to immediately create such a team of investigators to conduct this. Kasi kung yan po ang trend, hindi po yan natin ma-plug kaagad. I don't think so PhilHealth will last, the money of PhilHealth will last even at the end of the year. That's my projection po. Because we have money, actually may pera, pinagsasabi may pera tayo, pero ang pera na iwan sa PhilHealth ay kulang pa ng pangbayad ng utang, yung regular benefit claim. We're already on the clip, Mr. Your Honor, financially. And that I could say confidently naman, medyo talagang tagilid na. We have to check on this issue of charging COVID to non-COVID debt. Thank you po.
President, my time is up. Hindi ko na natanong si Attorney Kit. I respect the next senator in line.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Yes, you mentioned Attorney Kit. Attorney Kit, before I recognize the next senator, were you in that bull session meeting, Zoom meeting?
Wala po sir, sila lang po yun sir.
Wala ka dun. All right, thank you. Senator Joel Villanueva, you have 10 seconds. Sorry, 10 minutes, I mean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senate President. Magandang umaga po sa atin lahat. I will try to do my best to finish what I prepared here. Mr. President, first of all, I'd like to put on record that I am here because just like many of our kababayans, malaki yung ating ine-expect sa PhilHealth. Umaasa po tayo. Kanina binanggit ni General Morales yung storya ng aking kababayan doon sa San Ildefonso, doon sa Bulacan, sa aming lalawigan. But in all places in the country, mataas yung expectation natin at umaasa sa PhilHealth. Kaya every time makakarinig tayo ng kalokohan, irregularities, at mga mafia sa PhilHealth na tila baga parang untouchables, nalulungkot po tayo. Nalulungkot din po ako dun sa opening statement ni General Morales na sinasabi niya kahit wala na siya, kahit magpalit ng linggo-linggo ang liderato, mananatili. Parang start pa lang, gi-give up na tayo. Parang ang hirap po. No? Sana hindi ganun yung ating pananaw. And that's the main reason why we are all here. Despite the pandemic, nagsasakripisyo tayo. We wanted to know the truth. And that's the bottom line of this investigation. Isa pa, Mr. President, gusto kong banggitin na yung mga tinanong ni Senator Lacson, tila baga walang sumagot ho eh. Nalulungkot po ako dahil klaro yung mga boxes na nandun pa, sabi ng COA, pero o-order ulit. Umorder 3 million ng isa. Hindi ho nasagot. Yung binanggit ni Senator Lacson na paboran, ang dami yung binanggit dito about IRM, pero hindi naman yung issue eh. Ang issue yung pinapaboran. Bakit? Ang bilis ng iba, yung iba ang tagal. Hindi pa rin ho nasagot. Sana masagot natin bago matapos itong investigasyon na ito. Binanggit ni Senator Tol yung mga problema ng mga kawani ng PhilHealth na kinasuhan. Kinasuhan po eh. Nandito sa news kinasuhan po sila ng NBI, sa DOJ, yung iba po na-file na rin po sa Ombudsman. Nasa news i-google nyo lang po, nandun ho lahat. No? Hindi na-promote. Walang natanggal, walang na-suspend, walang nag-resign. Anyway, we're still looking for the truth. We are giving you the benefit of the doubt, yung mga guests po natin na narito. And this is the right time para makapagsalita po kayo. Pupuntahan ko po unang-una yung ICT budget. General Morales, we understand that PhilHealth has a DICT approved ISSP covering the years 2018 to 2020. Pwede mo bang malaman yung internal process ng PhilHealth pag-approve ng budget for capital expenditure on ICT at yung proseso din po for approving the procurement of an ICT capital expenditure?
Senator, may I defer to our Chief Information Officer to answer that?
Sige, please.
Yes po. Yung 2018 to 2020, so sinubmit po namin yung Information System Strategic Plan before that. So nagkaroon po tayo ng approved Information System Strategic Plan ng 2018 to 2020. Of course, throughout the years, hindi lang naman kung ano yung sinilagay mo na plan for that 3 years, it will stay at is, lalo na sa technology. So the DICT allows amendments or revisions to your existing approved Information System Strategic Plan. Kailan nagkakaroon po ng updates? So yung mga updates, for example, one, kapag meron kang bagong projects, Number 2 is i-update mo kung nabago yung price, kung bumaba yung price, o kaya tumaas yung price. Third is, nag-update din po tayo pag nabago yung title ng projects. So sa Philhealth, pagdating ng mga October, mayroon tayong tinatawag na planning, no? Sa planning. So during the planning, nagkakaroon ng mga pagbabago like additional requirements. Noong last year, ng 2019, may mga additional requirements, particularly yung pag-address sa Section 31 ng Universal Healthcare, wherein all health and health-related data ay pupunta sa Philhealth. So, nangyari po nung last year, so nagpasok ang ITMD ng mga projects to address po yung National Health Data Repository. So, nung nagkaroon ng planning, pinasok po namin yon sa tinatawag na corporate operating budget na ipipresent po namin sa board for approval. So when it was presented po yung budget na yon for board, so during that time, hindi pa malinaw kasi hindi ready yung suspects. Although naging kaugalian sa corporation na pagdating sa board, so yung totality na yung pre-present. So I recognize also that during that time, there's a need for the board to see the detailed specs. Kaya the board deferred that also at ibinaba for studies sa RISCOM and finally doon sa audit.
Okay, para lang mabilis tayo, no? Magkano yung in-approve ng board as ICT budget at magkano rin po yung in-approve for release or as payment sa procured ICT resources itong 2020?
Actually, yung 2.1, wala pong na-approve doon. Ang na-approve lang namin is yung tinatawag na supplemental budget na yun po yung mga items noong 2019 na natamaan ng cash-based accounting, no? So, yun lang po yung working po namin na budget right now. At hindi na po kami nagpa-approve pa ng ibang budget because there's now the different direction to have that digital transformation.
Ma'am, excuse me, meron Feb 15, in-approve yung 25 million for IT budget to sustain yung isinatawag na expired subscription. March 15, nag-approve ulit ng 302 million IT supplemental budget. So, gusto ko malaman, para lang malinaw po tayo, ano yung in-approve? Ito ba ay kasama dun sa ISSP o hindi?
Yung doon po sa supplemental budget, 2019 pa yun. So may kasama na po doon sa DICT na approved na Information System Strategic Plan po natin, yung sa supplemental. Kasi yun yung 2019 pa na may approved tayo. Ang wala po yung sa 734 million na sinasabi nila, ito yung ipapa-approve pa lang namin sa board at once approved, yun ay dadalhin sa DICT.
Dahil wala yan sa ISSP.
Yes po, dahil
At yan hindi pa po na-approve.
Additional po yun na hindi
pa po yan na-approve.
Ang
That's my
proseso
question.
po, sir, ang proseso po kasi, kung magpapa-update ka ng ISSP sa DICT, so they need approval also from the board. So humihingi sila ng board resolution as part of the endorsement.
You know, I'm asking this question just to find out kasi kung baka meron tayong systematic lapses eh. Kaya ako tinatanong ito, kaya gusto kong tulungan nyo din kami para sa paglikha ng batas, baka may problema ho doon. Bakit i-approve na ng board tapos kanina binabanggit natin hindi kayo pwede mag-approve pagka wala sa ISSP. Ngayon i-approve nyo bago i-approve ng ISSP. Anyway, because of lack of time, no? Gusto kong tanungin si board member Kabading, you're still there. Why was the
Yes, Your Honor.
gusto kong malaman bakit ho nag-conduct ng ICT audit in the first place. It was ordered to be conducted following the January 28 audit committee meeting. Bakit po, ito ba ay common understanding ng board that ICT audit will act para sa ganon? May basis po kayo sa inyong mga desisyon? At may timeline po ba ito?
When the budget was presented, I'm not an IT expert. what struck me most though is the figure. 2.1 billion, it looks like walang software or hardware ang entire Philippines with that kind of amount. That's why I started to look at it. But then where December 15 po yan, pagkatapos sabi ko, pag-usapan muna natin ito nung January 8 sa RISCOM. And then I told them, tinuruan ko pa nga sana kung paano i-present para magmamadali. Ang problema, yung hiningi kong explanation, for example, sabi ko, kailangan itong mayroong, kung bibilin nyo to, kung subscription yan, kailangan mayroong kontrata ipakita. Kailan yan na contract, kailan mag-expire. With respect to hardware, kailan binili para so that I could look at yung kailangan na bang i-replace yung mga hardware na yan. Ang ginawa, binigay sa akin yung mga little short explanation of the item. Nasa prayer na po kami ng audit ng RISCOM. That's why I said
Kailangan yung ICT audit para matulungan kayong magdesisyon as board members. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the point. That's the point. Correct. Positive.
Nangyari?
Yes po.
Hindi po ito nangyari sapagkat binabanggit nyo kanina parang wala pa yung ICT audit report gusto ng aprubahan o may mga inaprubahan na.
That's the series of proposal dated April 23, 750 pero sa record 776 million yan. And then simple lang, pinatay natin ang gawa ng pinag-usapan na nga na there's no consideration of any IT in the agenda pag wala pang audit report. So sabi ko, that's the argument na pinatay natin yan. Pagkatapos, dumating na yung audit report, sinet aside muna. Tapos naghingi naman ng 216. Yan po yung series of event.
And yung binabanggit nyo po, may mga doubling items, kagaya, this is in addition dun sa mga in-expose kanina ni Senator Lacson, may mga doubled items, yung overpriced products, and yung, again, nalilito pa rin ho kami, wala sa ISSP.
That's correct po.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Senator Villanueva, before you proceed with your indulgence. Attorney Kabading, or Mr. Kabading, we do not have a video of you. There are people who are monitoring the proceedings, and their request is that there is an audience of the Senate audience, and they're requesting that they see who is speaking and that they be placed on the screen instead of just documents. We will ask for the documents when we want to see it, but we were hoping that we could see your video. Please press your video icon so that you will be flashed on the screen.
Okay, hang on. I don't know how to do this though, but my assistant can do this. Okay. Will that work? Mr. Senator, Mr. Chair? I could see myself though in the screen, and I could see you.
There is a start video below your screen. Please click that. Start video.
Ikaw.
May drawing ng camera.
What? I already have, right? I already have. I could see myself in the screen, and I could also see you, Mr. Chair.
All right, we'll have the WebEx people check it out. You can continue, Senator Villanueva.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to continue lang, Mr. President, perhaps we could ask, the committee would ask Philhealth to give us the copy of the minutes of the February and March meeting, Mr. President. To be part of our records.
Yes, will you please submit that?
Also, Mr. President, I'll ask siguro si Miss Aragona yung tungkol dun sa ISSP, no, para siguro bigyan lang tayo ng malinaw na picture. Bakit ganun? Wala sa ISSP. Sabi kanina, kailangan nasa ISSP bibilin, pero kailangan dumaan ulit sa board. Baka may kailangan tayong ayusin ho doon. Sana bigyan niyo kami. Ang observation ko lang before I leave this issue lang ng ICT, walang kaduda-duda na questionable itong mga budget na aaprubahan sana ng board, kaya nagkaroon ng audit. And yet some board members asked the board for approval of ICT purchases even prior to seeing the results of the said audit. And again, this results in the purchase of unnecessary items that are not part of the ISSP, waste of money, may overprice, doble, etc. I go to the next topic, Mr. President, tungkol po dun sa COVID natin, responses ng Philhealth. As of August 3, ang total cases is 106,000, active cases 38,000. But let me talk about recovered cases, 65,821, deaths 2,104. Among these recovered cases and deaths, ilan po dito yung natulungan na individuals ng Philhealth? Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Senator Villanueva. As of July 31, sir, Philhealth has received a total of 6,384 COVID-19 related cases or claims. And for COVID-19 inpatient claims, this is before April 15 because, Mr. Senator, we have two policies with regard to the COVID inpatient. One is admissions from admissions until April 14, wherein we pay full financial protection. And after that, admissions after April 15, wherein we pay case rates. So for inpatient, for admissions before April 15, we have received a total of 2,900 claims. And in process are 2,687. We have paid a total of 213, amounting to around 54,164,980. For those inpatient claims after April 15 or admitted April 15 thereafter, we have received a total claims of 3,484. We have in process of 3,237 and paid a total of 247, amounting to 41,791. For COVID-19 testing center claims, we have received a total of 12,180. We have in process of 9,999. We have paid a total of 2,181, a total of 11,813,610. That is on before June 25. After June 25, we have received a total of 38 and in process are 38. For COVID-19 claims, so far, sir, yes, sir. For the breakdown, sir, we can provide you especially on the types or severity or category.
Sige po. Sir, ito lang, no? Kasi tatlong, I think, correct me if I'm wrong. Yung una, yung suspect. Pangalawa, yung probable. Pangatlo, yung confirmed. Am I correct? Pero dun lang po tayo doon sa probable and confirmed. Tama po ba? Yun lang yung pinagagastosan natin.
Yes, sir.
So,
and including the testing, sir.
Including the testing.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Tanggalin natin yung testing. Doon lang tayo dito sa recovered cases. As of August 3, 65,000 and deaths 2,100. So that's roughly about 67,000, 68,000. Ang tanong ko ho, mula dun sa 67,000, 68,000, Ilan po dun sa mga patients na yun ang natulungan natin? Lahat po ba?
Sir, for the as part of the special privileges under fortuitous events, facilities or hospitals are actually given 120 days to file their claims. So from the start of the pandemic, after discharge, they are provided again with 120 days to file the claim. So sa ngayon po, ito pa lang po yung mga claims na pumapasok.
Kaya ako po tinatanong yan kasi we have been talking about figures, etc.
Yes.
Billions and billions. And siguro maganda kasi banggain natin yung ilan yung naka-recover, ilan yung namatay, at ilan yung natulungan from that denominator. Siguro yun ang magandang makita natin kung talagang natulungan po natin sila. No? So other than coverage, gusto kong puntahan natin yung support value. No? Although we don't have much time, gusto ko sana rin tanungin yung binanggit ni Senator Tol, yung mga false tagging of probable cases. No? But anyway, itong last na issue na gusto kong tanungin, on the average, what percentage of COVID-19 hospital charges does Philhealth shoulder? Example, what is the support value of COVID-19 benefit packages? How much ba on the average a COVID patient pay in excess of the case rates determined by PhilHealth? Kasi I have a data here, even before the pandemic, if you look at the chart, may stats and charts, no? From 2014 to 2019, I don't know if we have, we can show it, no? Support value, 2014, 59%. 2015, galing po sa PhilHealth, 56%. 2016, 50%. 2017, 55%. 2018, 42%. 2019, 41%. Ito ho yung support value. Out of pocket, yung natitira. No? In fact, in 2019, yung out of pocket is 59%. So gusto natin makita ano yung support value, ano yung value talaga ng PhilHealth na makatulong ating mga kababayan. That's why I'm asking this question. Sir, please.
Mr. President, Senator Villanueva, sir, for the COVID, we don't have yet the computation with regard to the support value. However, sir, for those admitted from the start until April 14, we were actually providing full financial protection, meaning we pay all for those.
100% po.
Yes, sir.
If you are a COVID patient.
For COVID, sir. But after that, sir, April 15, thereafter, we are already paying case-based payments. The case packages are computed technically, sir, from the inputs coming from the itemized billing charges of the hospitals who have the COVID patients. And so we have costed it together with a third party. And we came out with 4 different packages for the mild, the moderate, the severe, and the critical. And including, sir, we also have a package for community isolation, especially for those who are not admitted in hospitals, but are admitted in the isolation unit. Sir, we can compute for the current support value.
Sige,
and
perhaps
provide
you give us what is the average hospital bill of a COVID patient?
Sir, what I can give you is sorry, sir, but what I can give you right now are the packages that we pay, especially for those cases, but not right now the average of all the cases that have been filed to us.
So yeah, we're asking this question to find out no kung efficient ba yung pag-compute natin at malaman din ho natin kung may mga ilang ospital na nag-overcharge, bakit natin sila papatulan. Now, let's go to that 30 billion COVID-19 interim reimbursement mechanism. No? Kanina pa pinag-uusapan. Ano yung status ngayon nitong 30 billion fund for initial release to hospitals to help our kababayans with the COVID-19 response? How much has been released to hospitals, and what is the perhaps the main factor for not being able to release it in full sa mga hospital ho?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, may I? Relative to the IRM fund released by Philhealth, as I mentioned earlier. As of July 31, we have already released 14.97 billion to
Sorry,
14.97 billion.
14.97. So from the 30 billion released March, nasa 14 billion. So nasa kalahati pa lang po tayo.
Yes po, Your Honor. Ito po ay 50% released already. And ito po ay...
What do you mean 50% released already? Hindi pa na-release lahat yung 30 billion?
Hindi pa ho. Hindi pa ho. Dahil po ang maybe si President magsasalita nito, pero ang sabi sa atin ng ating Presidente po ay i-preparar ang pera para po sa COVID testing po na pangangailangan ng ating mga constituent, ng ating mga miyembro po.
Wait, I am a little confused. Yung IRM is for COVID testing? Hindi naman para doon yun eh. Yes, General Morales.
Yes, Senator. The figure approved by the board was 27 billion. And what was released is only 14.9 billion. And we are anticipating a second tranche because there is a surge. But we are trying to husband our funds because meron hong dumarating na testing requirement, and we are also coordinating with the Philippine Red Cross to be able to respond to the testing that they are conducted. So, nire-remdahan ho namin yung release para mayroon pa kaming reserba sa darating na gasto.
Okay, so right now, how many hospitals submitted a letter of intent to avail of the IRM and access the funds? Kasi kanina, binabanggit natin, I think it's important to really talk about it. Kasi binanggit kanina ni Senator Lacson, it appears may mga ospital na paborito eh. At hindi natin po pwedeng sabihin na mabilis lang sila. Kasi ako aaminin ko lang, sasabihin ko sa inyo, napakadaming sumusulat sa akin ng mga hospitals. Pero never akong nag-endorse ng particular hospital. Pagka binabanggit ko to sa bayanihan na comments ko, at I'm sure si General Morales knew about this. I've been talking about the releases, etc. I never asked for any hospital. Laging regions, I wanted to ask for breakdown ng hospitals. And ito yung importante, magkaroon tayong transparency para hindi tayo masabihan na may pinapaboran.
Mr. President, with the permission of very quick interjection lang.
Go ahead.
Before it sketch my mind. Kasi sabi kanina, nabayaran na yung ospital ng Manila as of when? Mr.
23 June po.
When?
23 June.
23 June.
Opo.
Ito, dated 9 July. No? Naka-address to kay Attorney Recto Panti, Branch Manager. Ito nakakasakop ng Hospital ng Manila. May the undersigned request for a status update on the interim reimbursement mechanism application that we applied for last March 2020. Nagpapalo pa sila as of July 9.
Ito yung records na binigay sa akin. I-check ko namin kung...
Okay, thank you, Senator Villanueva.
Senator Villanueva, 700 hospitals ang nakatanggap ng IRM. Around 700.
Nakatanggap po, but how many hospitals submitted letter of intent? I'm asking this question, sir, because we wanted to make sure na bigyan natin ng peace of mind yung mga hospitals na hindi kailangan ng palakasan para mapagbigyan. No? Kung hindi ko kasi klaro yung basis natin para tignan sila at bigyan ng ayuda at tulong, kung mamarapatin natin, yun ang banggitin natin na word, para po hindi tayo maging suspect na may pinapaboran. Do we have that? How many hospitals submitted letter of
check ko. Pero meron ho mga hospital na hindi ho humingi ng IRM, hindi nag-take advantage. There are at least 2 hospitals I know of. Yung Regional Research Institute for Tropical Medicine, RITM, ay hindi humingi ng IRM ho. At I think another hospital sa Region 6.
But that's the problem no? General Morales and si SP signing na tapos na ho yung time ko. Importante po na mapakita natin dito, wala tayong pinapaboran. Importante ho dito na
na alam natin ano yung priorities natin, may basis yung mga decision making natin. Bakit natin? Yung kaninang pinakita ni Senator Lacson, ilang araw pa lang, biglang maririlisan na. Eh yung mga sumusulat ho sa amin dito, talagang buwan-buwan na ho, taon na sumusulat ho sa inyo. So I think it is important na tignan po natin at importante din na malinaw yung ating mga patakaran. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Thank you sa ating mga resource persons. Salamat po sa
Thank you.
inyong patience.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Before we start with our colleagues who are virtually present, we just found out that Dr. Jimenez, the president of the Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines, has logged in, and he is one of the invited resource persons and would like to make a presentation. If you're there, Dr. Jimenez, please make it brief. We are allowing you to make the presentation now.
Senate President and the available source persons po sa Senadong hearing. We want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to explain our side. Narinig ko na po yung mga sinabi kanina, so that we will not repeat it anymore. We will just give to the Senate committee all the data that we have. So far, our uncollectables from Philhealth is amounting to 3.6 billion. At doon po sa ating mga IRM na nabigyan po, we have a copy of the data. We will give it to you. And I think I have already sent you the data regarding the IRM together with Senator Lacson. Earlier, we sent you already about through the secretariat ng aming mga data po. So later on, you can ask me the other questions that you want. And I agree with, huwag pong paboran yung mga hospital na wala namang COVID patients, bibigyan po ng malaking IRM. Ang very specific po dito yung isang hospital sa Iloilo, St. Paul Hospital. Napakarami na pong COVID doon pero up to now wala mo pong na-release na IRM sa hospital na po ito. So to save time po, yun na muna and later on I can be asked questions regarding the matter po. Marami pong salamat.
All right. By the way, may we ask the Secretary to administer the oath to Mr. Jimenez so that we can ask questions later?
Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. So we have, it's good that you mentioned that hospital in Iloilo because shortly we will be recognizing the gentleman from Iloilo. Firstly on the list is Senator Juan Vigos, the majority leader. Senator
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd just like to ask Mr. Jimenez to mute his microphone.
Yes, Senator. Thank you po.
No, please mute the mic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, first of all, I know that the minority floor leader is prepared to ask several questions, and therefore, after I make my statement, opening statement, I'm willing to give up my time to our dear minority floor leader, Mr. President. However, on the onset, I'd just like to put on record, Mr. President, that I'm deeply saddened and frustrated, like so many people, on the supposed corruption that goes on in our government health insurance system. Ang mahihirap natin mga kababayan ay hindi minsan nakakaramdam ng inyong benepisyo ng Philhealth. Dahil kakonti lang ang nababayaran ng Philhealth at nagkakaroon pa ng malaking balanse sa kanilang billing at utang sa ospital. Ito po yung nangyayari hindi lamang sa Maynila kundi sa mga bukid dito sa Mindanao at Visayas. Tapos naririnig pa namin dito na meron iilang sindikato na sa Philhealth na kumikita ng bilyong-bilyong piso sa mga irregular at illegal schemes na ito. Ang masasabi ko lang, Mr. President, at masasabi ko lang ito, there is a special place in hell for people who take advantage over the misery of others. That's why, Mr. President, I fully support this investigation to reform Philhealth and to prosecute those who are corrupt in the system and stealing the money of the poor. With that, Mr. President, I would like to, for the record, with the permission of my colleagues, give my time, my remaining minutes, to our dear Minority Floor Leader so that he may expound his line of questioning to Philhealth. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator Subiri. We are touched by the statement that you made, and I hope the people who are hit by that statement will realize and come up with the truth. We now recognize the Minority Leader. You have 10 minutes, and you have an additional 8 minutes from your company. No, I'm sorry, from your from the Majority Leader. So you may use it up if you want. Senator Dillon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And let me thank our good Majority Leader for allowing us a little more time to raise questions. For the past almost 3 hours, the questions revolve around specific anomalies, specific malpractices in the field health, which undoubtedly exist. But I would like to relate that to the macro, to the overall aspect of field health's existence. What I would like to know is, and anybody can answer this question, field health is basically an insurance system. And in an insurance system, you determine the actuarial life. May I ask the resource persons, anyone, what is the actuarial life of PhilHealth for fiscal year 2020, 2021, 2022? In other words, when can we be confident that we will have PhilHealth continuing to exist 10 years from now? We want to know what is the actuarial life of PhilHealth. And this worries us because the president of PhilHealth admitted that the PhilHealth will be running a fund deficit by the end of 2020 and will continue to have a shortfall until 2024. Now, is this correct, Dr. Morales? And given this, what is the actuarial life of PhilHealth? As this is an insurance scheme, and it is not helped by what we have heard so far. You know, from the financial statements of the agency, it would appear that it suffered a net operating loss of almost 3.5 billion pesos last year. And for the first quarter alone of this year, the net operating loss is almost 2 billion for the first quarter alone. So I think it is a legitimate concern to ask, how long can we sustain this kind of operations without PhilHealth itself collapsing? Can anybody answer that?
Let's first listen to General Morales respond, and then
I was
we
going
will
to
follow
endorse
Ms.
our
Santiago.
actuary, SVP Neri Santiago, who is technically qualified to answer this question.
All right, so Ms. Nerissa Santiago, please.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Senator Drilon. On the question on the actuarial life, before the pandemic occurred, the actuarial life is more than 10 years. However, because of the pandemic, there is a double impact on the program because of the decreased collections as well as the expected increase in benefit payouts because of the COVID the pandemic. So basically, with our projections on the COVID payouts, the incoming contributions, both from the direct contributors, which are the employed sector and those who are able to pay, and the subsidy coming from the government for the indirect contributors, which remained the same compared to the previous years, without any additional contribution to address the COVID. We are expecting by 2021 we will be on the red already. So it's only 1 year because of the pandemic in terms of actuarial life.
Yes, you have told us the history of the clock, but the question that I asked was, how long can we still, what is the actuarial life of Philhealth? Which is an insurance scheme, and it is given that in any insurance system, you plot out how long the system can last, given its present state of financial condition. Because my studies indicate that our President Morales admitted that Philhealth will be running a fund deficit in 2020. Is that correct? No, and how much would this be?
It will be in 2021 that we will run into deficit, sir. The reserve fund will be there will be no more reserve fund by 2021. So deficit na po tayo in terms of collections and benefit payouts in 2020 because of the expected higher benefit payouts and the decreased collections. Deficit na po tayo kung compare natin yung contribution. Yes, sir. Kung compare natin contribution versus the benefit payouts, mas malaki na po yung benefit payouts natin this year. So,
excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Can you just give me a simple answer?
Yes,
What
sir.
is the actuarial life of Philhealth? This is an insurance scheme. And up to now, you have already said so many things, except the answer to my question. Given the present state of things, when do you expect, how long do you expect Philhealth to stay afloat? Okay, the reason I'm asking that is, my studies indicate that in 2019, you will incur a net operating loss of almost 3.5 billion. And in the first quarter of this year, you already incurred a net operating loss of almost 2 billion. Now, so that's why I am concerned how long we can sustain Philhealth's operations as an insurance scheme, given the losses that you have incurred.
By next year po, wala na po tayong reserve fund. So, 1 year lang po ang ating actuarial life.
So you're saying that the actuarial life of Philhealth is only 1 year?
Yes, sir.
Are you saying that in 2022, there will be no more Philhealth?
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, that proves me worrisome. If Philhealth official says by 2022, Philhealth will go out of existence? No.
Yes, sir. The contribution coming from the indirect, which is the government subsidy, is still at 71 billion.
Yes.
Even this year and next year, considering that there is additional COVID payouts. So yun lang po yung aming matatanggap from the government. And of course, the direct contributors, we are limited by the law in terms of contribution rate. And we expect decrease in terms of payers sa direct po.
So I'm extremely concerned, ma'am, that your statement that the actuarial life of Philhealth is only up to 2022. May we know what you have in mind, you have in mind in order to save PhilHealth from collapsing in 2022?
What we can only, in terms of keeping it afloat, the government has the responsibility to keep it afloat. So we can only survive with additional contributions coming from the government.
Yes, you mean subsidy, not contribution, subsidy.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Contribution for the indirect, sir. Yes, sir. Subsidy.
My goodness gracious, contribution comes from the members. When you're asking for government assistance through the budget, you call that subsidy or assistance to GOCCs under the budget.
Okay.
Huh?
Yes,
So
sir.
how much contribution, how much assistance would be needed from the national government in terms of subsidy?
For 2020, we will be incurring a net operating loss of about 90 billion. And for 2020,
Again, can you please, if you don't mind, can you speak without your, yeah? Extremely difficult for us to understand.
okay, sir. For 2020, we expect a net operating loss of about 90 billion. Then, yes, sir.
Okay.
And
So for 2020, okay.
And for 2021, if the COVID pandemic persists until 2021 and no vaccine is discovered by 2021, we will incur about 147 billion in terms of operating loss. Yes, sir.
This is very serious. We would like really to hear what steps you are going to undertake, assuming that your projections are true. This is really a cause of concern for the entire country when you're saying that in 2021, unless additional subsidies are given in the national budget, the PhilHealth system will in effect collapse. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. I'm dumbfounded. I don't know what question to ask next because of what I hear. In any case, I would like one of the issues that cropped up recently is the interim reimbursement mechanism. All right, because this has really created a lot of concern. How much was allotted? Is it 30 billion, President Morales?
The board approved 27 billion.
To 27 billion.
Opo.
And how much was disbursed?
We have disbursed about 14.9 billion to 711 healthcare hospitals, institutes so far.
Okay. This IRM is an advance, not really an advance payment, because there are, these are advances subject to adjustment and liquidation. Is that how I understand it? Is that correct, sir?
That's correct, po.
Now, you said that you have already disbursed 14.9 billion under the IRM system. Were there liquidations?
Meron na ba? Meron na? Liquidation.
Mr.
Our SVP for Finance will answer that, Senator Dillon, please.
Mr. Senator, mayong hapon, sir. As to the, yes sir, we have already from our system generated the extracted report ay meron na pong liquidation na pumapasok. More than 1 billion pesos po sir ang pumapasok na liquidation po.
I'm sorry, how, ano? 1 billion.
Yes sir.
Okay. Out of almost 15 billion, 1 billion has been submitted as liquidation. Is that correct?
Yes sir.
Now, question. Can you spread into the record and can you tell us what are the rules on releases where the recipient hospital has unliquidated advances made? Because this is an advance. And as far as I recall, under the COA rules, if there is an advance, you cannot make further advances unless there is a liquidation. Has this rule been followed?
Sir, as of this time po, wala pa ho tayong replenishment of the IRM for the COVID, sir. Initial release pa lang po ang nagawa po ng Philhealth po.
I'm sorry, what?
Initial release pa lang po ang naipalabas ng Philhealth po, sir, on the COVID. Thank you po.
All right.
Senator Dillon, from
Yes.
the AFI chair.
Yes,
Can
yes.
you educate us or give us an explanation on memorandum or circular 2020-032? You're authorizing the deferment of liquidation and even you made liquidation optional. Is this being implemented? So wala na tayong liquidation. Please answer. Yes.
Mr. President, Senator, good senators. Ang pag-i-implement po sa mga regions ng pag-liquidate pertaining to on a per hospital arrangement ay kombinasyon po ng pagbayad ng claims or pag-liquidate po ng kanilang mga dati nang na-subject to the IRM. So dalawa po ang paraan na pwedeng gawin ng region. Pero with respect po dun sa IRM, meron po tayong rules ng dapat ay i-liquidate. Having said that, meron pong IRM at meron pong current claims na pwede naman po ring hindi i-withhold ang payment, pwede rin po silang bayaran.
No, I'll
Pero
read to you,
meron po, ay
Excuse me.
pasensya po.
I'll read to you. Ito yung dated June 16, 2020. All area vice presidents, etc. Deferment of interim reimbursement mechanism liquidation activities. In view of the EXICOM agreements and to further support the operations of healthcare institutions, pinapayagan nyo na wag na mag-liquidate. Is this true?
Hindi po yan ang intention yan.
Ito yung nakasulat eh. Anong intention pa hinahanap natin?
Meron po kaming rules around the liquidation. Yan po ay pag-provide
But why issue this memorandum circular?
Yan po ay pagbibigay ng flexibility sa regions doon po sa pagbibigay ng pera sa mga ospital na covered ng area nila.
Thank you, Senator Dillon. You did not answer my question for the record.
But what is the stated reason? What is the reason for this deferment of liquidation, which is, as far as I know, contrary to the rules of the commission, to COA rules? In other words, you must first liquidate before further advances are made. Now, in this particular case, as cited by Senator Lacson, there is a circular which the liquidation, the date of liquidation is deferred to a later date without stating when that date will be. Bakit ganon?
Tama po yung sinasabi ninyo. Wala pong parang open-endedness yan. Ang liquidation po ay dapat ma-fulfill up to 80%. Yan po ang nasa circular namin. Ang ibig po naming sabihin diyan ay ang mga regions ay dapat hindi lamang po mag-process para mag-liquidate kasi kailangan po ng mga ospital ang current payments of their claims din. So kumbaga, mag-liquidate at magbayad. Hindi po pwedeng porket remember po, meron pong 100 mahigit na araw na advance yan bago po makarating sa amin yung mga claims. Ngayon po, halimbawa mo ang hiniram po ay ang in advance ay 5 million. Pagdating po sa amin ng mga claims na yan, kung pipilitin po naming mag-liquidate muna ang mga regions, kung puro liquidation lamang po yun sa 5 million, wala pong cash matatanggap na ang mga ospital. At this time,
Sir, remember you are handling public funds, if you understand what that means. And precisely to protect public funds, while advances are allowed, no further advances can be made unless there is a liquidation. So apparently you are admitting that you are disregarding this rule, unfortunately, and that is why we're in this mess. Because simple COA rules like do not grant another advance unless you liquidate the previous one is disregarded, and under your circular you have deferred the IRM fund liquidation. And let me quote it. The memorandum dated June 16 to 2020 says the reckoning date for IRM fund liquidation shall be moved from March 16, 2020 to a later date. It doesn't even mention when the later date is, sir. So that is why we have all these problems, because you disregard all the rules designed to protect public funds. Now, is it not a fact, sir, that there was also a similar program in the past, in the late 1990s, or the debit credit system as called?
I'm not familiar with that, sir.
Nobody is familiar with this because our research indicate that there was also a system before and it collapsed because of non-liquidation of the recipient hospitals. Many have gone bankrupt. And that is why we must have learned from this lesson, and yet we are repeating the whole system. Now, while we are on that, may we know what is the legal basis for advancing 15 billion or allocate 14.9 billion or allocating 29 billion as advances? Being a lawyer, I would like to know these are public funds, and may we know what is the legal basis for this?
If I may, Mr. President.
Yes,
thank you, sir. Senator Dillon, mayong hapon, sir. The management relies on the approval of the Philhealth Board on the allocation of 27 billion. But the rationale of the Philhealth Board in approving such payment mechanism is anchored on the provisions of the charter of Philhealth, which is the Republic Act 7875 as amended, that authorizes the Philhealth Board or the corporation to implement or craft policies in connection with provider payment mechanisms. So this is the basis, and with the declaration of public health emergency and with the provisions of the Bayanihan Act to Heal as One, the board has decided that PhilHealth has to devise a financing mechanism that will help the health sector to combat the pandemic crisis, Your Honor.
Yes. So the basis of the management to undertake the IRM is the authority of the board.
That's correct, Senator Drilon. Yes.
And just
Senator, to clarify the issue on the deferment, may I?
no, later.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any opinion rendered by counsel that this advance payment scheme is feasible under our COA rules? Meron bang legal opinion na, did you ask legal counsel whether this is valid? Because this is not 30,000, this is 30 billion.
You mean, sir, the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, Mr. President?
Or even your own legal counsel, even your internal counsel, was an opinion rendered that this could be done?
The interim reimbursement mechanism was in existence for quite some time already, Your Honor. It has precedence, no, doon sa Taal, sa Undoy, sa Lindol, na Marawi, no. So
Simple po ang tanong ko. Mayroon mo bang opinion ang abogado ninyo na ito'y pwedeng gawin? Ngayon man o noong mga nakaraan? May basehan ba ito?
I'm not aware of any formal legal opinion submitted. There was no request for any legal opinion, but this particular policy underwent extensive deliberation at the level of the executive committee, which is composed of the corporate counsel and the chief legal counsel of PhilHealth, Mr. President, Your Honor. And when it went to the PhilHealth board, we also have lawyers that are members of the PhilHealth board. But to answer your question, there is no legal opinion that I'm aware of, a formal legal opinion.
Yeah, all right. Now, did PhilHealth grant or extend the IRM to non-accredited facilities, or were the facilities pending cases of fraudulent practice with the PhilHealth? Earlier, Senator Lacson pointed to dialysis centers, maternity centers, as being given an advance. Are they accredited establishments for purposes of COVID?
Based on our records, Your Honor, there is no healthcare provider institution that was provided with IRM funds that is not accredited. So all of the recipients are accredited by PhilHealth.
Why are dialysis centers included as among the recipients of the IRM? Explain to us. As far as we know, we're not physicians, but I cannot understand how a dialysis center can be a COVID accredited health unit.
There was an extensive discussion on this, Mr. President, Your Honor, whether to include non-hospitals in the disbursement of the IRM funds. And as explained lengthily by one of our board members, General Padua, earlier, the board agreed that to effectively respond to this pandemic, the financing scheme, that is the IRM, should be available to all healthcare provider institutions and not only to hospitals that are capable of handling COVID. If you, if I may mention, Your Honor, that the dialysis clinics, the dialysis patients are one of the most vulnerable sectors of the population during this pandemic because of the comorbidity. No? At even those that are pregnant, no, that are being catered to by the
maternity lying in clinics are also vulnerable. So we are taking this as a whole solution, Your Honor, and that it should not be limited to those that are catering directly to COVID patients, since the pandemic affects everyone, especially the vulnerable sectors of the population. Thank you,
Sir,
Mr. President.
sir,
Sir.
the IRM was designed because of the pandemic, meaning COVID patients. And now we are trying to justify why we are extending this to health centers which had nothing to do with COVID cases. And on the other hand, there are hospitals who are crying for reimbursement due to COVID, to claims arising from COVID treatments. So it's all shot. The original good intention that this is to provide emergency assistance because of the pandemic has been forgotten. So even those health centers which would have nothing to do with COVID are beneficiaries. So let's leave it at that. It's a matter for the committee now to assess whether this is correct.
Sir, may I speak, sir?
Please.
Yes, sir. It was mentioned, sir, that it was applied in the past. But actually, in the past, sir, Yolanda, Marawi, there were claims, sir. In here, sir, there were no claims yet. There were no claims yet, sir. But in the past, sir, there were claims already. So that is
In other words, the system in the past was reimbursement of pending claims.
Sir. Yes, sir. Reimbursement, sir. But yes, sir.
Yes, in this particular case, it is advances without any claim pending.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Opo, sir. That's correct, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. President, Senator Dillon, may I add to the explanation?
Yes, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Some of the dialysis clinics and lying-in clinics are located in high COVID incidence areas like NCR, Region 3, 4, and Region 7. That's why they have been included in the IRM. They receive IRM because they are located in high COVID areas. That's one reason po.
Okay, but they are not involved in COVID treatment and cases. No.
If I may, Mr. President, sir, we are not justifying the pagbibigay po doon sa mga non-hospitals. Ano po? Kasi at the very beginning, it was the policy that they will be given. So hindi po siya afterthought that dina-justify na lang pagkatapos na bigyan ay hindi naman kasama in the first place. The policy states that the response will have to be holistic, and the IRM funds will be available to all facilities, Your Honor.
It is holistic, but it is unfortunate that hospitals with pending claims because of the pandemic has been waiting for some time. In Iloilo City and in Bacolod City, there are claims for COVID-related packages, and up to now they have not been reimbursed. That is why you cannot avoid the perception that favoritism is prevalent in this particular instance. Now, may we know if there is a second tranche of this IRM from the previous testimony? There is an allocation of 27 billion for this program. 14.9 billion has been disbursed. 1 billion has been liquidated. May we know if there will be a second tranche of the IRM?
Yes, Senator Dillon, we are considering a second tranche, but again, we have to already start liquidating the initial releases because according to our guidelines, they have to liquidate 80% of the initial release before they can be entitled to the second tranche. So we are working on that po. Yes.
But your circular does not impose a deadline when this liquidation should be made.
That is correct po. The reason for that is that we want the hospitals and their staff, who we understand are hard pressed, to be able to concentrate on treating their patients rather than to focus on the administrative side of the pandemic. That's why the reason for that deferment, there's no such thing as deferment of liquidation. It's only the deferment of the deadline, which we extended somewhat. Yun po.
Unfortunately, the administrative side involves public funds. In any case, let us leave that on the record. I will not debate with you on that. Let us just rule on that in the committee report. Now, in relation to this, I recall that I was the one who called your attention, Mr. Morales, to the fact that your initial package for COVID cases was something like 8,150, if I recall correctly. 8,150. When I called your attention to this, and particularly I pointed out that why is it 8,150 when in fact you agreed to 3,500 in the Red Cross? You change it, and now I think it's something like 4,000. How much is it today? How much?
409, Mr. President.
How much?
3,409, Mr. President.
3,409. All right. Were there reimbursements made on the basis of your previous package of 8,150? Mr. President, can somebody respond?
We're checking our figures po, Senator Dillon.
I'm sorry, okay.
To clarify the legal basis of the IRM, SBP Del Rosario has...
I just want to correct myself earlier, Mr. President, Senator Dillon, that based on our records, there was indeed a legal opinion issued by the Internal Legal Office pertaining to the legal basis of the IRM approved by the legal sector, Your Honor.
Can we have a copy of that, Mr. President?
Yes, we will submit a copy, Mr. President.
Yeah. Okay, so I go back to my previous question. We initially, the COVID test package was indicated at 8,150. When I started raising the issue of overpricing this test package, you came out with 3,409 per my records. In other words, you were able to reduce this. And if we did not create noise here, if we did call your attention on the basis of 2 million projected tests that will be done, that's roughly 9 billion in funds of Philhealth, which would have been wasted. But having said that, may we know if there were hospitals who availed of the interim reimbursement mechanism using the old rate of 1,150?
8,150.
Mr. President, Senator Dillon, so far as of for dashboard report as of July 31, for the 8,150 package, there were around 2,189 claims which are already paid.
2,389 claims.
81 claims.
81 claims.
For testing po. That is divided to For the 8,150, paid cases are 40. For those 5,450 wherein the test kits are actually donated to the laboratory, it is 2,075. And for those that the kits are actually donated, including the cost of the running of the laboratories, are actually included in the facility budget, 66 claims. So that's in total of 2,181. But for the 8,150, 40 claims.
May I explain, Senator Dillon, regarding that which was put together in March?
Before that, how did you arrive at 8,150? As far as I know, the true cost, if you looked at it from the start, would not have gone anywhere near that amount. And in fact, that's validated by the fact that you were able to reduce it to 3,409. So the first question, sir, sorry, before anything, how did you arrive at 8,150 when when in the case of Red Cross, you agreed to, or Red Cross agreed to 3,005? Isn't this an indication of the true cost with already some margin of this Philhealth, of this COVID test package?
Mr. President, Senator Drilon, for the testing package, especially the first one, the 8,150, we were able to get the initial cost estimates generated on the week of March 16 and was finalized on March 20. During then, there were only few testing kits, and also there were only several accredited laboratories or licensed laboratories to do that. Now, the package includes not only the testing kits, but rather it also includes the clinical assessment, the the clinical diagnosis then that time, the specimen collection, including the specimen transport, because the laboratories and the swabbing can be done outside the laboratory but has to be transported to the accredited laboratory, and of course the PCR testing kit meant.
Okay. I will not waste time of the committee, but I am prepared to submit to the committee the true cost. To start with, the Sunsure, which is the supplier of this, can do the test kits at something like $15, and then you have the laboratory cost, etc., etc., etc. Your 8,150 is out of this world, and that is why when we started to question this, there was no dispute. You did not dispute it, and we immediately lowered it to 3,400. Now, you said that, okay, it is your program is called interim reimbursement mechanism. But let me point out to you that it is not reimbursement. It is a misnomer, because you're not reimbursing anything. You're advancing public funds in significant amounts in order and granted it to the hospitals and hope that they will liquidate it, but you have not set a period when it will be liquidated, and apparently there will be a second tranche. Now, question, on the second tranche, will you again make available to the health centers who have not liquidated?
Senator, our policy po is they must liquidate 80% of the initial IRM before they can be entitled to the second tranche.
Apparently, there is no 80% at this point because you have said you have advanced almost 15 billion. The liquidation is 1 billion. So I do not see what the 80% is. So the question is, there is a second tranche. So you are making of record a commitment that in compliance with the COA rules, there will be no second tranche unless at least 80% is liquidated, although that 80% is questionable to me, but nevertheless we'll accept it that. So we are saying that unless 80% is liquidated, you will not allow participation in this program for those health centers. Is that correct?
That's correct, but it will be by hospital, not for the entire amount per hospital.
I'm sorry?
Liquidation of, so the 1 billion so far, there might be some hospitals who have already liquidated some of that because they have received only a small IRM and it's easy to liquidate. But it will be per hospital who liquidation, 80%.
Well, the point is, you said only 1 billion has been liquidated out of the 14.9 billion. 80% of roughly 15 billion is about 12 billion. So just on rough figures, we would like to, you were saying that yes, we will not allow them to avail of the IRM unless they have liquidated 80%. And we will be, that's on record, and we will be watching that and see if that is, if you look up, if the COA rules designed to protect public funds have been followed. That is all for the moment now, Mr. President. I'd like to give my colleagues also the chance to ask questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are you done, Senator Drilon?
Yes. If there's second round, I may or may not available.
Senator Pangilinan is foregoing his 10 minutes and giving it up if you need it. But anyway, we'll leave it at that. You can come in anytime, Jessica, later on. Thank you, Senator Drilon, the Minority Leader. Next is the President Pro Tem, Senator Ralph Recto. You're recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senate President. Let me take off from the earlier questions made by our Minority Leader, Senator Drilon, with regard to the finances of PhilHealth. Well, number one, I am looking at the financial statements of PhilHealth. Unfortunately, what they submitted to my office was until March only of year 2020. So going back to the financial statements, just for the record, Mr. President, so that we all understand each other, total premium contributions in 2019 was 146 billion. Total benefit claims, 36 billion, roughly. Gross margin from operations, 9.4. Operating expenses, 12.9. Net operating income, negative 3.4 billion. Then other income, interest income of 8 billion, and therefore you have the net income of 4.6 billion. Okay? So kumikita naman ng PhilHealth dahil meron din silang reserve fund na nagbibigay ng interest income yan dahil sa kanilang investment at dividendo. Now, having said that, if we take a look at the assets of PhilHealth, ang total assets ng PhilHealth for March of this year is roughly 230 billion. Ang liability nito ay 119 billion lang. And having said that, ang retained earning, na tawag natin dito ay equity, ay 110 billion. Okay? The reason why meron retained earning o reserve fund ang PhilHealth ay para sa mga ganitong sitwasyon na may pandemic halimbawa, no? So sa makatuwid, meron tayong tinabi na 110 billion sa ganitong pagkakataon. Okay? Now, alam natin na ang Philhealth ay national government yan. In fact, monopoly yan at wala silang kahirap-hirap na mag-raise ng revenue dahil mandated ng batas. Mandato ang tao, ang employee-employer na mag-contribute sa Philhealth. Yan ang pinakamalaking kinikita ng Philhealth, number one. Pangalawa, yung sin taxes, kasama na yung asukal or sweetened beverages na linagay natin sa mga batas, ay subsidy rin na napupunta sa Philhealth. Kaya walang kahirap-hirap yan. Monopoly yan to begin with. No? Kung hindi ka magbayad, na you have a empleyado ka o employer ka, may kulong nga. Okay? Yan ang ginagawa ng gobyerno. Okay, now having said that, pinakinggan ko kanina yung sinabi ng actuarial. Now, hindi ho ba tama na we've set the premise na yung 110 billion na yan ay gagamitin yan for situations like this, etong pandemic. Okay? Now, in a situation like this, hindi ho ba ang gobyerno through Philhealth ang magbabayad ng lahat ng testing? Can we ask the president of Philhealth, Morales? Tama po ba yun?
Ang binabayaran namin ngayon, yung through the Red Cross po. Wala ko kami ibang binabayaran na
Okay. So assuming sino ang nagbabayad ng iba? DOH ba?
DOH po.
Okay. So dalawa ngayon yun. Iba yung Philhealth, iba yung DOH, pero national government pa rin yan. Okay? Now, pangalawa, remember mahalaga tong tanong na to. Dahil hindi natin masusugpo yung problema ng COVID kung hindi tayo magte-test. At alam natin na karamihan ng mga kababayan natin walang pambayad ng test. Kaya gobyerno ang sasagot niyan para hindi lalong lumala yung infection ng COVID. Okay? Now, gusto ko malaman ilang porsyentong babayaran ng DOH at ilang porsyentong babayaran ng Philhealth. Masasagot ba ninyo po yun? Hindi ba pinag-uusapan sa board yan? Kaya nga natin linigay ang chairman ng board ninyo, si Secretary Duque, para mapag-usapan yung mga bagay na yan, para malaman din natin kung tama yung actuarial ninyo. Ganon din, linagay din natin sa board dahil principal author din ako ng Universal Healthcare Law. Linagay natin sa board ang Secretary ng Department of Finance, Secretary ng DBM. Bakit natin linagay yung mga taong yan? Ang Secretary ng Finance, ang trabaho niya, siguraduhin na maayos ang financial condition ng Philhealth. Ang DBM naman, para makita yung gastos ng operational expenses ninyo. May overpriced ba yung IT system ninyo? Yan, babantayan ang ginagawa ng DBM yan sa operations. O may kulang ba sa subsidiya ninyo sa gobyerno? Halimbawa. So, yan ba pinag-uusapan sa board? Ano ang hati ng DOH at ng Philhealth sa pagbayad ng testing?
Mr. Sus would like to respond.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. President at Senator Ralph Recto. Tama po yung mga na-mention ninyo na mga members po namin ng board na ex officio are key departments that influence ang aming operations, no, at aming, more specifically sa panahon ngayon ay ang aming finances. Doon pong sa projection na banggit ng aming actuary, ayan po ay kumuha.
No, I'm just asking on the testing. I have limited time, please answer directly.
Okay. Yung pong sa testing, indeed pinag-uusapan po yan sa board. And yan po ay up to the IATF level. Kami po ay nakalinya sa protocol na dinidefine ng DOH. At kung ano po ang napag-desisyonan ng as long as the
Teka. Tapusin muna natin dyan. Ang maliwanag, hindi nyo pinag-uusapan sa board. Okay? Yun ang tanong ko, no? On the testing. Hindi ho ba may plano tayo to test 10 million?
Kasama po yan, Mr.
Correct.
Senator. Yan po ay pinag-uusapan dahil
Correct.
importante po yan na makakaapekto sa financial condition po namin.
Yes, at 3,500, that is 35 billion. Okay? So, magkano hatian dyan kung may hatian man yan between DOH and PhilHealth? Because how can you project your actuarial kung hindi nyo alam? Okay? Now, let me go to the second point. Okay. So, 10 milyon ang itetest natin between now until next year. Baka madagdagan pa yon. Okay? Pangalawa, kung 10 milyon ang itetest, ilan naman sa tansya ninyo, yan, kasama dapat sa actuarial ninyo. 10 milyon ang itetest. Ilan doon sa tansya ninyo ang magkakasakit? Ang magiging positive? Could you answer that?
Kasama po yan sa pag-aaral ng aming actuary. Mayroon pong, kung gusto nyo pong malaman sa ngayon, ang mga narito po ang aming actuary for that.
Okay, kung pwede, pabilis na sagot sana. Yes.
Opo. Pero duktong ko lang po. Tatapusin ko lang po yung pagsagot dun sa question ninyo about the sharing of the cost doon sa testing. Lahat po kaya ko po nabanggit yung DOH protocol ay kapag ka po yan ay sumunod sa DOH protocol, ang proseso ng pagtitest, yan po ay magiging automatically kasama sa payment mechanism po ng PhilHealth. So which means
dalawang fund. I'm sorry dalawang fund yan Meron pondo rin ang PhilHealth at may pondo ang DOH. Di ba? Okay? Unless you're telling me lahat sasagutin ng PhilHealth. Okay? Ang sabi mo, sasagutin lang, Red Cross lang.
Hindi po, correction lang po. Kaya ko po nabanggit yung DOH protocol kasi po lahat po ng mag-in-accredit ng DOH as testing laboratories and facilities, yan po ay pwedeng bayaran ng PhilHealth under our payment mechanism.
So sa makatuwid, yun nga sinasabi ko kanina, we are testing roughly 25,000 a day. Kayo ba nagbabayad lahat niyan?
Kung theoretically po, kung yan po ay magsasubmit sa amin, yan po ay dapat naming bayaran kung yan po ay
Okay, so
sumusunod.
theoretically, pero nagsasabit ba sa inyo sila?
Meron na pong nagsasubmit, nabanggit na po ng aming, pero kung gusto niyo po,
Okay, so 1.3 million ang na-test natin simula nung umpisa. Ilan yung binayaran ninyo doon?
So
po
far,
kay
sir,
Dr. Vargas po.
Mr. President, Senator
Yes,
Recto.
Mr. Vargas.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
So far, we have received, for the testing, we have received a total of 12,180
Okay.
claims per
Sige,
day.
tigil muna natin, mabilis lang tayo. 1.3 million, 12,000 pa lang nagpa-file sa inyo.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Pero hindi nangangahulugan na babayaran niyo yung 1.3 million.
Yes.
Kasi marami din dyan local government nagbabayad na
Yes,
I-reimburse ba din niyo yung local government?
No, sir. Currently, sir, what we are actually paying or what we will be paying are those written in the DOH protocol with regard to the testing. So they have subgroups, letter A, to right now it's already letter J, and so we are paying for those which actually belong to those subgroups.
Okay. But the point is, dapat yan gobyerno nagbabayad yan Di ba? Okay? Konti lang yung mayaman Okay? Na kaya magbayad Okay? So tandaan ninyo, 10 milyon yan. Okay? Now, doon sa magkakasakit naman, anong projection ninyo? Kung 10 milyon ang itetest natin between now and next year, ilan sa tingin ninyo ang nasa isolation facility at magkano ang gastos sa kada isa at magkano naman sa ilan yung mga hospital at magkano babayaran ninyo? Kasi yun yung actuarial
Yeah. Mr. President, Senator Recta.
Yes, please.
Ms. Santiago, go ahead.
Okay. Our projections, yung projections po namin for this year na cases distributed among the severity of cases is 208,000. About 209,000 for this year.
So tingin ninyo, this year, by the end of this year, ilan? 209,000
ang confirmed cases po na across mild and up to the severe critical cases po.
Today, we are already at what? 106,000.
Correct, sir.
And there are still 5 months.
Yes, sir.
And exponential yung growth niyan, di ba?
Opo.
Unless we improve what we're doing, right? Okay? So you expect it to double yet?
Yes, sir.
Okay? Now, magkano ang gagastusin nyo for the 200,000 na magkakasakit?
We expect about 28 billion, sir.
28 billion lang.
28 billion.
Okay. Now, having said that, hindi ko makita paano, so let's get to the revenue side after this, na mauubos yung 110 billion nyo this year na reserve fund. Kung 28 billion lang yan.
Yes, sir. Bali, including the COVID testing, we are expecting to pay about 22.5 billion.
Assuming those figures to be correct, ha?
Yes,
28
yes.
plus 22, okay.
About 50 billion for the COVID additional payouts. We are projecting about 184 for the UHC for 2020.
Ano, let's get to that. Sandali lang.
Yes, sir.
Sandali lang. Okay? Okay. Ang payout ninyo, so, this year, ang magiging iba lang, may COVID tayo. Okay? So for COVID, based on your analysis, himayin na lang natin yan at a future time. Please submit to the committee. Okay? For testing, 22 billion, then 28 billion for patients. Okay? So 50 billion yan. Okay? Yung benefit packages ninyo last year, magkano ginastos nyo? Mga 130. Di ba?
Correct, sir.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So assuming, and today, sa totoo lang, maraming hindi pumupunta sa hospital dahil takot sila magka-COVID. Mababawasan yung ibang benefit package na binabayaran ninyo. Hindi ba nakikita ninyong trend ngayon yan sa Philhealth?
Because of the 120 days na palugit po doon sa pagbabayad, hindi pa po pumapasok talaga yung mga claims.
Okay. So magkano projection nyo sa mga ordinary claims? Baka hindi pumalo ng 130, baka mas mababa yan. Maraming hindi nagpapa-hospital ngayon eh. Di ba?
Yes, sir. But for the UHC po kasi meron po tayong immediate eligibility doon na provision for which maski po yung mga hindi nagbabayad ng premium, mababayaran po sila.
Yeah, we know that already. We already know ilan ang magkakasakit this year eh. Di ba? You know, frankly speaking, 14 million last year ang nagkasakit. More or less this year, halos ganun din yan. Ang binabayaran natin sa kada nagkasakit, 10,000, roughly. 140 billion a year. Diba? Oh, maliwanag yun eh. Okay, so, okay, balik tayo. Ha? Para hindi magulo. Ang revenue ninyo last year, magkano? 140 plus billion, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? At ito, matagal ko na sinabi sa inyo, himayin ninyo, iba yung contribution of the 140, magkano yung contribution ng manggagawa at mga employer. Lahat-lahat na. Yung nagbabayad, magkano? Direct contributors. Kalahati, 60%, what is the amount? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I'm just looking into my...
Yung mga ganyan, dapat top of mind yan.
It's roughly 60-40 po.
So 60% is what? Direct contributor.
Opo,
Sir, yung sa 2019 and 77 billion po out of the 146.
Is direct?
Direct contributors po.
Okay, 77 billion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ang balance
Extension, give me an extension of 2 minutes, Senator Recto.
Thank you. I'll try to wrap up, Mr. President. Saan yung nawawalan ng trabaho ngayon?
Yes, sir.
Di ba? Yun ang hindi makaka-contribute, yung direct contributor. Yun ang mababawasan sa income ninyo. Now, of the 77 billion, magkano tansya ninyo dahil sa tama sa ekonomiya natin, magkano ang babagsak na koleksyon?
About 150 po ang in-expect namin.
Mali ka na naman dyan. Ulitin ko lang ha.
71.
77 billion yung direct contributors mo eh. Hindi lahat yan mawawala. Ilan ang mawawala dyan?
Ang direct po namin for 2020 would be about 78.
Okay.
In-expect
So
po namin for
you
2020.
expect to collect 78.
Correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Eh di flat lang kayo.
Yes, sir.
O di hindi masamang problema yon.
Well, considering
Ang
na...
tansya ko dyan, 50 billion in effect. Kung gano'n ang numero ninyo, 50 billion lang ang mababawasan. Ang madadagdag na gastos this year. So hindi madideplete yung 110 billion na reserve fund.
Yes, sir. For this year, hindi po.
Sabi mo kanina madideplete. Sasagot mo kay Senator Drilon.
Sa 2021 po, madideplete.
No, sabi mo kanina 90 this year eh. Okay, 50 lang. Okay? May matitira pa next year. 110 minus 50 may 60 billion pa. Okay? Now, okay. So we can do the same exercise for next year, but please submit it to the office. Kasi mahalaga yan, ngayon na sinabi na rin na ang budget for next year 4.5 trillion. Tinaasan ng 9%. Okay? Titignan natin kung magkano ang kailangan talaga ng totoong numero ng Philhealth kung kinakailangan dagdagan ng ayuda o subsidy. At yan hindi naman nakakapagtaka dahil lahat ng publicly run na masama ang strategiya tungkol sa COVID, talagang tinamaan yung healthcare system nila. Okay? Na kailangan dagdagan ng pondo ng national government, lalo na if it's nationally run. Okay? So, kaya mahalaga tong hearing na to because input din to pagdating sa usapan ng budget din. Okay? So, that's what I wanted to point out. Now, one last item. I know my time is up, no? So I'll take my second round later. But let me put on the record why we put all those people as principal author of the Universal Healthcare Law. Number one, tinaasan natin yung penalties. Doon sa mga magnanakaw dyan, may kulong kayo para malaman ninyo, basahin ninyo. May kulong din kayo dyan. Okay? Number one, mas mataas pa ang kulong ng tao sa gobyerno. Okay? Pangalawa, kaya linagay dyan ex officio members din and we tried to professionalize the board. We tried to professionalize the board if you read the law. Okay? Linagay din natin dyan, Secretary of Finance, para nga tignan na mabuti yung actuarial finances niyan. Linagay natin dyan, Secretary of the DBM. Okay? Para mabantayan yung paggastos ng pera at siguraduhin yung nakalagay sa batas na dapat ibigay sa Philhealth, ibibigay sa Philhealth. Linagay natin dyan ang Department of Labor and Employment para ang karamihan nagbabayad dyan, manggagawa at employer, kaya siya ang kinatawan dyan. Okay? Linagay din natin dyan ang DSWD. Okay? Linagay din natin dyan kinatawan ng mga private hospitals para mabayaran on time yung mga claims nila. Okay? Linagay din natin dyan kinatawan ng local government. Dahil marami dito sa mga hospital na nagpapatakbo, local government. Lahat ng stakeholders nilagay natin dyan. At may training yan. Kailangan dumaan ng training yan. In fact, tinignan ko rin yung operational expenses ninyo, hindi sang-ayon sa batas. Dahil sabi ng batas, 7% lang ng premium contribution ang pwede niyong gastusin. Last year, you spent 12 billion over and above what was mandated by law. Diba? Okay? So, let me end there, Senate President, and thank you for the opportunity. I will take my second round later on, and I thank also our resource persons for answering the questions. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Senator Recto. Next is Senator Amy Marcos.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and apologies to all those who are missing lunch. Pwede pong magtanong kay SVP Jovita Aragona. At yung kasama po ninyo si Alex Gabuya. Opo. Nandiyan na po siya. Pasensya, virtual lang po ako. Ready na po si Vice President Aragona.
Yes, Ms. Aragona is ready.
Okay. Sige. Ms. Aragona, mukhang matagal-tagal na rin kayo sa DOH at Philhealth at napakarami pa ninyong awards, pati na rin yung Lingkod Bayan. Ano po ang problema talaga sa IT ng Philhealth? Bakit ba pagkatagal-tagal hindi naman yata nagkulang ang Kongreso sa pagbibigay ng budget, hindi rin naman nagkulang ang Executive Board ninyo, bakit hindi mabuo-buo yung IT na yan?
Actually po, meron naman po tayong pondo na nilalagay po budget na. Past years, nando po yung mga critical systems natin. Isa na po doon yung tinatawag nating Enterprise Resource Management System at saka yung Customer Relation o yung Integrated Health Insurance System.
Katulad po ni Senator Recto, diretsuhin ko na lang, di ba? 2018, 2 billion. Ang laki-laki ng mga IT budget allocations, 2019, 1.8. Tapos ngayon, 2020, 1 billion. Bakit hindi pa rin mabuo-buo? Ano talaga ang problema sa pakiwari ninyo bilang IT specialist at yung tanging nakatutok dyan sa IT system?
Ang problema po natin, ma'am, yung procurement. Kasi nagtatagal po tayo sa procurement stage, katulad po isang system.
Ang sinasabi po ba ninyo, yung 2018 na 2 billion, natenga sa procurement, di kayo nakabili ng anumang equipment, hardware man, software man, VMware man. Kung procurement yung problema, noon pa yan, hindi na kayo nakakabili ng gamit?
Ang gamit po ma'am meron. Pero kung sinatawag natin yung mga systems natin, so yun po yung nagiging problema natin, yung information system. Pero in terms of the internet, in terms of equipment, in terms of the computer, meron po tayong nabibili. Way back 2018 din. So meron po tayong noong 2018.
Kasi doon sa COA report po ninyo, parang hindi naman na ibibigay yung mga detalye nung nabili ninyo at yung mga items na sinasabi ninyo nagkakaproblema kayo.
Ma'am, ano yung COA report, ma'am? Pakiulit po.
Yes. Kasi hindi nga nila madetalye dahil nga sa kakulangan ng impormasyon galing sa opisina ninyo. Ang nasasagap lang po namin dito sa Senate, katakot-takot na problema sa IT na no real-time reporting, walang IT staff na dedicated, cannot cope up with the ever-changing rules and policies, hindi ma-monitor yung claims at higit sa lahat, hindi na malaman kung dead or alive yung mga member na nag-claim. Totoo po ba to? At bakit ito nangyayari?
Actually ma'am, meron po naman tayo sa mga legacy systems natin na nagagambanan po naman yung mga ibang mga critical no, na mga kailangan natin. Katulad yung mga electronic claim submission and then yung pag-detect natin ng ibang fraud sa level. So yung tinatawag ngayon po namin na isang digital solution complete, yun po yung integrated. Kasi ang katotohanan po sa ngayon, medyo fragmented pa rin doon ang ating system. So kailangan po natin i-strengthen po yung mga information system. Pero
matapos po ang release ng 6 billion sa nakaraang 3 taon, fragmented pa rin. Sino bang nagde-design? Sino nagde-develop ng inyong sistema? Dahil sabi nga ninyo, wala naman ISSP kanina, wala naman in-approve yung DICT. Ikaw lang ang sumasagot sa lahat ng IT, SVP Aragona.
Hindi
Design po ninyo yan o may private contractor na nag-develop, halimbawa, ng mga apps?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, i-correct ko lang kasi yung utilization, although yung sinasabi natin budget na nilalagay po natin halimbawa sa ISSP, hindi natin yung lahat na bibili. In fact, sa 2018, we have only 23% utilization. And then, ng 2019, 21%.
Ano nangyari sa pera? Ano nangyari sa natirang 77%?
Ang nangyayari po, ma'am, pag hindi nabibili ang isang item, so another budgeting naman po yon for the next year. So hindi po...
Kung maaari, hingi kami ng flashback ng 2018, 2019. Kasi nalilito po ako, laki-laki ng mga halaga, hindi matapos-tapos. Hindi ba kayo nag-outsource sa pagdi-develop ng sistema at napakaraming datos na pinoprocess? Sabi nga ni Chair Dick Morales kanina, milyon-milyon ang pumapasok sa isang araw, 110 million ang miyembro, etc. Anong masasabi po ninyo?
Nag-outsource po tayo, ma'am. If in fact, way back 2018, meron na tayong outsourcing.
Sino yun? Sino yung private contractor or software company?
Ganito, ma'am. When I say nag-attempt na tayo mag-outsource noon, sumalang po tayo sa proseso ng mga procurement pero wala po tayo nakuwang mga developer during that time.
So sino ang gumawa ng sistema at nag-submit nitong napakalaking halaga para sa ating IT?
Submit po, meron po tayong proposal, ano yung pangalan ng proyekto, and then...
Yes, I understand. But who actually did it? Did it come from your office? Ilan po ba kayo sa opisina ninyo? Dahil malaking sistemang to.
Yes po, meron po yung tinatawag na IT Planning Standards Division. So may in charge po ng pag-planning.
But this is all in-house po?
When you say in-house, ma'am, yung nagde-decide ng system, ganun po ba?
Yes, that's right. Saan nagmula itong mga sistemang to, kung anong bibiliin, hardware man, VMware, software, lahat yan, di ba? Siyempre, may overall design muna yan.
Ganito, ma'am, yung internal staff po natin na tinatawag natin, sila po yung ngayon, yung mga internal na tao namin, sila yung mga nag-design.
Ilan po ba yan?
Meron po kami around 100 total lahat, pero mga 50 different IT positions. Merong programmer, merong SA.
Pwedeng hingin yung listahan?
Yes, ma'am.
At saka yung qualification nila?
Yes, ma'am. Bibigay ko po sa inyo. So, yung po,
pero hindi kayo nag-outsource ng development and design?
Hindi po, internal lang. Sana nakapackage doon pero hindi po natutuloy-tuloy sa procurement kasi may mga problema po like nagkakaroon ng bid fail at yung mga iba po ay hindi tumutuloy sa bidding. So yun po yung nagiging problema doon sa outsourcing namin for external.
Yung nakuha po namin na listahan, napakalaki ng mga halaga. Very, very general yung headings. Pwede bang hingin kung sino-sino yung mga suppliers, lalo na yung hardware ninyo, VMware. Sa pakimari ko mukhang Oracle system to, binabasa ko lang. Ano ba talaga? Kasi yung per unit cost niyan, alam ng publiko, posted yan sa Singapore and internationally kung saan tayo bibili. Pwede po bang malaman kung sino yung mga suppliers, especially nga nitong breakdown na nasubmit pero very general naman?
Yung mga price post, ma'am, pwede namin bigay po sa inyo kasi pinagkukuhaan din po nila yung mga dating mga nag-bid at saka kumukuha rin po sila ng canvas. Yung problem po natin, ma'am, sa halimbawa sa internet, kung kukunin niyo yung price comparison, So sa internet, wala doon yung mga tinatawag nilang warranty, licenses, and other factors po na kasama.
Hindi, kompleto naman ang binibigay ng ating mga reseller, yung ating local distributor. Madaling-madaling makita yung overpriced na sinasabi ni Senator Ping. Kaya kung maaari, bigay naman ninyo sa amin, medyo mas matinding breakdown. Alam po ninyo, sa tingin ko, ang ugat ng problema ngayon dito sa Philhealth, yung IT contracts at yung tuloy-tuloy na paghingi ninyo sa subscription collocation lang, 300 million na nakasintak talaga. Pero sinasabi ko lang na wala talagang mangyayari sa corruption sa PhilHealth kapag hindi nabuo yung IT system. Kasi dyan nagmumula. May nagsasabing na sadya daw tinatago at ginugulo yan. Totoo ba yun?
Ano, pakiulit po, ma'am?
May nagsasabi na maraming ayaw na maging transparent at malinaw ang IT system ng PhilHealth kapag dyan nagmumula ang corruption. Totoo po ba yun?
Ma'am, kasi kung hindi talaga natin automate fully, yan ang mangyayari, yung ating corruption na tinatawag.
Pero may plano po ba kayo? Kailan matatapos yung pag-automate yan? Kasi umabot na kayo ng 7-8 billion in the last 3 years. Wala pa rin tayong kahihinatnan. Wala pa rin nakikitang improvement sa ating IT system.
Improvement internally meron, pero the totality of the whole, yung po yung tinitignan namin. Gaya na sabi ko po, ma'am, for the last...
Meron ba kayong sinusundan na 5-year plan or 3-year plan kung saan makikita namin sa Senate kung kailan matatapos to at magiginhawa ang lahat, hindi na magtuturoan sa corruption at talagang matitrace na natin lahat ng reklamo?
Yes po, ma'am. Yung po yung tinatawag na Information System Strategic Plan. Every 3 years po yun.
Yes.
Ginagawa po.
When was the last one submitted, please?
Yung last natin po ito, 2018 to 2020. We started 2015 to 2017. Every 3 years, 2018 to 2020.
Okay.
And the other one, one po.
That's right. So, Vice President Aragona, if I may, kasi may iba pa akong katanungan, pakisubmit na lang po nitong 3-year plan na nagmula ng 2018, yung listahan po ng mga reseller and local distributor nitong iba't ibang mga nakalista sa plano ninyo. At malaman rin namin kahit indicative lamang yung hardware and VMware, pati na rin yung listahan ng inyong mga IT personnel. Salamat po.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
If I may, yes, thank you. Abalang-abala po kami, katulad ni Senator Recto, Senator Drilon, na bangkarote na pala ang PhilHealth sa 2021, sabi po ni Ms. Neri. So, nagugulat po kami dyan. Gusto kong malaman kasi isang issue pa rin yung alleged manipulation of the financial statement ni SVP Lim Siaco. Siguro maitatanong ko kay Senior VP Lim Siaco, totoo ba na talagang nagkaroon ng manipulasyon sa financial statement?
Opa, ang isyong ito ay sa aming kaalaman po ay hindi tama po. Una sa lahat po, ang ating financial report po ay ginagawa hindi lamang ng fund management sector po, kasama po dito ang ating lahat ng mga regional offices, 17 po sila. And ito po ay kinoconsolidate dito po sa ating controllership department. And then magawa po na.
Pero if I may po, pero maliwanag sa papeles, nung umpisa yung net income ng 2018 sa 21 billion, na-restate at from 11.6 billion, biglang naging 21 na, lumobo na. Ano nangyari yun? Ano ba yung nahiwagang prior year adjustment? Para nakakasindak naman yata.
Ay, sorry po. Yun po yung adjustment na nangyayari po doon sa 2018 po. Ang by December 2018 po, nag-estimate po tayo kasama sa benefit expense po yung estimate ng claims na nandoon po sa hospital na hindi pa nila
So what you're saying is that the lower number was a mere estimate, and the actual collection at the end of the day, at the end of the year, was much larger than that, almost double. Is that correct?
yung estimated expense po ay mas mataas compare sa actual na pumasok ng 2019 po.
Taon-taon ba yan nangyayari na lagi na lang may prior year adjustment? Kasi ayon sa aking record na nakuha sa inyo, talagang taon-taon pa iba-iba yung figures. Parang hinahabol na hindi mababangkarote kunwari ang PhilHealth. Totoo ba yun?
Hindi naman po ma'am yung ang motibo po dito. Ang motibo lang po natin dito ay mapapakita sa financial report po kung magkano yung actual pumasok na expenses sa taong yan po. Kaya po ay nakikita po natin sa 24.8 billion po na estimates ng claims na nandoon sa hospital, ang pumasok po ng claims ng January, February or 2019 po ay nasa 15 billion lang po siya.
Kung maaari, kung meron pa kayong mga datos, kung maaari bigay sa chairman po namin, sa aming Senate President, pagkat kailangan pa rin namin yung mga numerong yan. Kasi ang tingin ko pa, iba-iba itong mga numbers dito sa ating reserve fund at kinatatakutan namin, talagang pagkarote na ang PhilHealth. At 2021, 6 na buwan na lang, hanggang doon lang pala ang ikakaraos natin.
Sir, with the permission of Senator Amy.
Yes, please.
Are you not concerned na yung COA lagi may disclaimer dahil doon sa mga restated nyo na sa inyong financial statement? There's always a disclaimer.
Yes, sir. That was
And
year
you're not
2018, sir, na report po natin. And
Year
this
in and year out, meron kayong adjustments na ginagawa. Ang ginagawa nyo, binobloat nyo yung income, yung benefit
Tapos babagsak.
Nag-adjust kayo just to make it appear na sound yung fiscal situation nyo, status. Now, my question is, kung lagi kayong sabihin natin in the blue, no? Bakit naniningil pa kayo sa OFW? Ba't nakaisip pa kayo, nag-attempt pa kayo kung hindi pinigilan ng Pangulong Duterte? How much were you projecting to collect from departing OFWs? Something like 12 billion?
Mr. Senator, sir, on the part po, sir, ng ating 2019 po na financial report po, wala pa ho audit report ng ating Commission on Audit dahil ongoing pa rin po yung kanilang pag-review ng ating financial report po, sir. On the part ng estimates sa OFW, I think our actuary can address that one, sir. Thank you.
Ito, financial statement 2019. Nakalagay dito, restated, nagkaroon kayo ng positive na 237 million from the audited 4.7 billion. No? And then, yung effect on equity, 4.987. Ang remarks dito, disclaimer of opinion. Anyway, sige, thank you, Senator Marcos.
Thank you po.
We don't seem to get answers that we expect, Mr. President.
Senator Marcos, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Senator Lacson. Thank you very much. Indeed, this is only the financial statement for 2019. We've seen this consistently over the past 10 years. Perhaps not as blatant, but very clear cut. VP Lim Siaco po, waray-waray ka mo?
Ma'am, taga Negrense po ako pero my family is...
Hindi mo misis ko, no? Taga-Tacloban na amon?
Opo, taga-Tacloban po hiya at taga-Tanawan po hiya.
Tanawan, okay, neighborhood. Tinuod nga ang imo sister-in-law at iya husband, incorporator nitong nakadaktak na Katarman Doctors.
At tinuod po, at taga ano po era, taga pa-practice ng profession po nila sa Katarman Doctors po.
So your family members, your close family members are incorporators of the beneficiaries of this windfall sa Katarman Doctors, regardless of the fact that they had no accreditation which had lapsed, that they were in fact in the violators list of Philhealth, at higit sa lahat, wala namang COVID-19, pero nakatanggap naman sila ng COVID windfall ng 9.6 million. At kayo ang nag-decision nun? Totoo ba yan?
Siyahan na senadora, hindi po ako ang may authority to approve or disapprove yung IRM po. Nasabi na po sa atin ng ating presidente. Pangalawa po ay
Ang sabi, akala ko ikaw sabi mo kanina earlier, sabi mo ikaw yung head ng fund management. So pag mag-a-approve ng pondo, kailangan nandun ka, di ba?
sa punto po, ada ako, pero pag approve ng IRM mismo po, agreement, sinabi na wala po sa aking authority ang pag-approve po niyaan. Nasa ano po?
Sino ang nag-a-approve niyan? Kasi di ba dati Region 8 ka, nga Philhealth?
Yes po. Of course, nasa office of the President and CEO po yan po.
So hindi na ikaw ang nag-a-approve kahit hawak mo yung pondo kasi kanina ka pa nagde-depend ng pondo natin eh.
Ang pag-approve po ng ating IRM sa Memorandum Agreement, 2 tracks po to. Ang mga siyahan, ikadua po ang pag-approve na ng pag-release ng pondo po. Ang nag-release po nito ay nasa regional office po. So kumbaga ako po ay adiha central office Mayora na didi ako ha central office.
Pero may na pa signature nimo?
Sa pag-release po ay nasa regional office po, wala sa akin po.
Okay, pero bakit sa palagay mo yung Tatarman doctors nakakuha ng ganito? They're not even accredited. They're even clear violators of many Philhealth rules. Wala naman pasyenteng COVID. Natanga kami sa Tacloban kasi wala naman na-infect. Biglang katakot-takot ang nalista.
Oo. Senadora, si Katarman Doctors po ay po sila on the...
Hindi, nag-lapse na yung accreditation nila, nag-lapse kasi nga nagkaroon ng administrative cases for violations. Nasabot kami at Tacloban nito.
Mayroon, pwede ko i-refer sa ating kay Dr. Pargas ang pakyana as to the accreditation and as to the status ng hospital under po sa kanyang sector po. Kung po pwede lang po si Dr. Pargas magbaton po. Hi mo. Salamat po.
Thank you. Yes.
Marcos, your time is up, but you can wrap up.
Okay, I'd just like to ask the Philhealth through Mr. Lim Shaco regarding that. I have just one last question, and that would be to Vice President Rodolfo Del Rosario. And if he is here, the Internal Legal Senior Manager Rogelio Pocalyan.
Good afternoon.
Kung narito po kayo. Oo, gusto ko lang itanong yung limpak-limpak na kaso dyan sa Region 1, baka naman kaya kaya lahat sa totoo lang batong-bato na kami. Hindi si Senator Bato ha. Pag napagod na kami sa kaiimbestiga ng Philhealth, wala naman nangyayari. Ayan, may kaso na may ombudsman na, yung Pamela Del Rosario case, Sarate case, katakot-takot na case. Ang ending, only one Philhealth employee was indicted, administratively charged. Yung iba, flew the coop. Wala naman nangyayari. Yung Corpus Clinic sa Sinai, Ilocos Sur, 220 cases of fraud and fraudulent hospitals. Ano po ang ginagawa ninyo, VP Del Rosario, sa mga kasong to? Bakit nawawala na lang parang bula sa Region 1? At sigurado ako, alam ko, sa ibang region, ganyan din. Ililipat lang sa Central, tapos yung mga kaso biglang naglalaps kahit may ombudsman. Ano po ang paliwanag ninyo?
Magandang hapon po, Senator. Yung Pamela Del Rosario case, wala pa po ako niyan sa legal during that time. I was actually reassigned to Philhealth Region 1 because of the was referred to the ombudsman. The ombudsman conducted its investigation and it resulted to the dismissal of one employee of Philhealth Region 1.
Yun na nga, pero administrative lang. Yung mga criminal cases na pagkarami-rami, nakita naman natin, wala nangyari. At saka nagkakaroon ng matinding culture of impunity kasi nga itong fraudulent hospitals, wala rin, deadma lang.
We have decided a number of several cases against hospitals and doctors, Mr. President, and we are ready to furnish you a list of all red flag providers, including those that you have stated. And if I may just explain doon sa Pamela Del Rosario case, kasi kapelyedo ko po yun, but
Yun na nga, ang pagkaalala ko, 13 people were criminally charged. 13. None of whom were ever convicted or punished. Sorry.
Before the Department of Justice and the Regional Trial Court of Dagupan, Your Honor, but you must be referring to the administrative case filed against employees.
No, these were criminal cases. These were criminal convictions from the ombudsman. Gandun din sa hospital. I don't want to take up too much time, but I would be grateful for a final briefer or at least a covering report kung sa nangyayari. Kasi lahat ganyan eh. Palipat-lipat lang yung mga Philhealth officials pag nakaso. Higit sa lahat, iuuwi sa central office. Kaya medyo suko na kami. Nagugulat na ako kay Dick Morales. Ang tapang-tapang yan. Matagal ko nang nakilala. Biglang malamya at napakabait sumagot. Nakakahina naman ng tuhod talaga.
Mr. President, Madam Senator, if there are convictions on this 30, then it has carried out. But I'm concerned there has been no conviction in the regional trial court yet. I think the case is still ongoing, Madam Chair. Mr. President.
I would appreciate a closure report because it appears that Sarate, Ver, et al. Are no longer with Philhealth, and that seems to be already a closed file, when in fact they continue to have many of these scams ongoing in Region 1 and elsewhere, as well as the fraudulent hospitals. At kung maaari, SP po, si Legal Rogelio Pocallan, sana patawag rin po natin kasi alam din niya yung mga detalye ng iba't ibang kaso kung saan nakikita natin anuman tumbling ang ginagawa ng Kongreso at Senate na maimbestigahan, hindi matapos-tapos ang kaguluhan at korupsyon sa PhilHealth. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. Before we recognize Senator Po, total na magit ni Senator Marcos yung tungkol sa mga kaso with General Morales. And I told you we will confront you with the cases you mentioned that were mentioned earlier. There are cases against PhilHealth officials, PhilHealth personnel involved in the WellMed dialysis controversy, and they have been docketed as NPS number EU1 and NB 119H and 00303. These PhilHealth officers involved are Dr. Risa Herrera, Dr. Bernadette Lico, Cheryl Peña, and Attorney Recto Panti. And these are the officials that you promoted.
So I'm not aware that they were facing cases in the DOA. This is the first time I heard of that.
Don't you think that is included in due diligence when you promote officers? Well, anyway, it's in the news. You, as CEO and President, you're not aware of the cases being filed against these people, and then they are promoted. They should be answerable first to the cases before you promote them. Di po ba?
Opo, but hindi ko nasabihan na sila may mga kaso. Ang nasabi ko sa akin, wala akong na-file na kaso.
Sino nagsabi sa inyo wala na-file na kaso? Sino sa mga tauhan ninyo nagsinungaling sa inyo?
Opo. I-check ko po kung sino nagsabi sa akin.
No, wait. Before you answer. Then might as well confront you also with the, with your interview that you are disclaiming. The announcer just sent me a copy of the transcript. I also have the video itself. Is to well, I can be authorized to put it out, but susulat pa eh. So ito na lang yung transcript. General Morales, si Igan po ito. Good morning sa inyo. General Morales. Igan, good morning. Magandang umaga sa inyong at sa inyong tagapakinig. Igan, kausap ko po kanina si Secretary Roque. Pinagsimulan daw nito yung Zoom ng mga opisyal ng Philhealth na napag-usapan yung isasagawang na bate. Nagkabulyawan po sa Zoom na yan at nagkasagutan ho daw. Tama ho ba? Pakikwento nga po, General Morales. Well, hindi ako nag-participate sa Zoom na yon. Ngayon ko lang narinig yan, so hindi ako makakakwento. What can you say to this, General Morales? It is recorded.
I think it was the description of the Zoom meeting na nagkasigawan po. Because in my my recollection, hindi ho kami nagkaroon ng sigawan. Hindi nagkaroon ng sigawan.
Yeah. Attorney Cabaring, you're raising your hand? Who was in the meeting? Al Cabaring?
Opo, siya po ang aking nakasagutan.
O akala ko po ba hindi kayo kasama sa nagkasagutan o nagkabulyawan?
Yun ang shouting. It's not ho, hindi ho description po yung sigawan. Hindi ho yun ang aking description noon.
Mr.
Attorney Cabaring, yes, go ahead.
To be honest, I raised my voice because out of frustration. In that meeting, I said that Mr. Morales, you are lawyering these people because of the series of events that you try to submit. Yung IT budget, dumaan sa inyo, dapat kasi tiningnan nyo yun bago isubmit sa amin. Otherwise, yung mabibitay doon. At saka you are consistently endorse it. And then you wrote us a letter that we are the one embarrassing like Jovita Aragona. But it was not our intention to embarrass. We were just saying, why are you keep on doing this? Where in fact, it's not even in the approved IOSP yung mga figure na pinapa-approve nyo sa amin. That's the truth, Mr. Chair.
Sa IT pinag-aawayan nyo.
Yes po.
Who were you pertaining to when you said na the General Morales was lawyering for these people? Who are these people?
Si Aragona, Jovita Aragona, Calix to Gabuya. These are the people who are actually presented this IT proposal that they sought to be approved in the board.
All right. Anyway, General Morales, you were not truthful to the announcer, no? When you were talking to him.
Ano po?
You said wala ka doon sa Zoom meeting na yun. Pero ikaw yung kasagutan eh, di ba? Masasabi mo lang.
Yung Zoom meeting na to, if I had ang naka-Zoom ito, yung nasa Premier Guest House, si Mr. Cabadinho ang nasa Zoom. Ako, I was physically present. So, I think there is another meeting na sinasabi nilang but I think the meeting referred to is this meeting sa Premier na nagkaroon kami ng medyo heated exchange ni Mr. Cabading. But dininay ko ho na nagkasigawan. That was my denial.
You said you were not there. Anyway, the media personalities are listening, so they know next time who to believe. Again, just one more thing before the Senator Poe. During the budget deliberations of 2018, if you will recall, with anomaly involving a neurologist in South Cotabato in cahoots with the 3 hospitals. And then in your January 28, 2019 letter to us, you said that an internal investigation is being conducted against the Philhealth officials who dismissed the complaints against this doctor despite the presence of prima facie evidence. Ano, yung Philhealth officials na dinismiss nila kasi although may ebidensya. So ano nangyari sa investigation?
May I respond, Mr.
Mr.
President?
Rosario, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So we proceeded with the investigation, and the concerned head of the legal services resigned. So we did not push through the case against him, but we filed cases against the persons that you were referring to, Mr. Senate President. And the numerous counts of administrative cases are now pending against that particular person, against a particular doctor, including the hospitals.
Will you submit to the committee copies of those administrative cases that you filed?
Copy, sir. And we also instructed the new head of the legal services in that area to file the appropriate criminal complaints.
All right, thank you. Senator Grace Poe is recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Magandang hapon po. Tanong, ito po ay para kay General Morales. Kailan po kayo na-appoint sa Philhealth ulit? Anong taon? General Morales?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm sorry po, I was distracted.
When were you appointed to the Philhealth?
July 2019 po. End of June 2019.
Okay. What was the directive of the President when you were appointed? Anong direktiba po sa inyo bilang isang presidente ng Philhealth? Ano po?
To clean up Philhealth po.
Okay, to clean up Philhealth, meaning to clean it up corruption-wise, di ba? Kung ano yung mga nagiging mga anomalya. Ano na po mga nagawa ninyo sa bagay na yon? Anong mga corruption efforts, anti-corruption efforts ang nagawa na ninyo?
Well, we have conducted a review of all the cases. May I refer to our Senior Vice President for Legal Sector to elucidate on this matter, Senator?
No, I'm sorry, General. I would like you to answer it because these are not just all legal cases. I would like to know your particular efforts that you're familiar with.
Well, I reviewed the cases that were being filed within the other committees. I looked at the cases and I followed them up. Some of the cases have been going on for many years. And then I investigated the reports of discrepancies inside the organization. By the way, ma'am, earlier I manifested that I would be requesting for a executive session so that I would be able to discuss the anti-fraud efforts that I tried to initiate as president of this corporation.
Okay, sir. Can you give me names of individuals that you have let go or fired because of corruption?
No, ma'am.
So wala pa rin. Sa
Wala
isang
po.
taon na tinagal ninyo dyan, wala pa rin kayo nakikita doon sa mga na-review na ninyo.
Wala po.
At sinasabi nga ninyo na hindi ninyo narinig yung mga na-promote ninyo ay kasangkot pala sa kaso.
Hindi po.
Okay. Ano bang sinasabi ninyo ngayon na kanina nabanggit ninyo ito na meron kayong less than 15 IT individuals na nagmaman ng inyong mga IT needs. Tama ba ako doon?
Tama po, sa central office po. Dito sa central office.
And is it true that you receive, as you have mentioned, more than 300 calls per minute? with regards to claims and questions?
Opo, 370 hits per second po.
Per second, 370?
Opo.
And you
data
only
is
have
for
15
PhilHealth.
you only have 15 IT personnel. Ang ibig sabihin nun, kung bibigyan mo ng tigo 1 minute ang mga yan, parang mga 5% lang siguro yung magagawa ninyo if ever you're lucky to process anything.
Ma'am, kaya ang refer to the IT person to explain yung 370 hits yung database per second.
Well, it doesn't matter. The point is, it's common sense. You don't have enough people in this department. And you were saying that you want to strengthen your IT system. Before you can even do that, you have to look at your personnel. Kung ano na ng mga pinapurchase ninyo, meron kayong overpriced na Adobe software, pero hindi ninyo iniisip yung inyong resource. Paano nga kayo magbibigay ng customer service? Kulang na kulang kayo. So that's one thing that I noticed. Now, since you were already referring to your SVP for Legal Affairs, Attorney Del Rosario. Nandiyan ba si Attorney Del Rosario?
Good afternoon, ma'am, Mr. President.
Hi, good afternoon. Attorney Del Rosario, when were you
Yes.
appointed as legal head
I
of
was appointed April 1 of 2019. That was also last year. But I transferred from regional vice president office as OIC SBP when the SBP for legal went on sick leave. So, but my appointment as SBP legal came on April 1, 2019. Then there was a controversy involving WellMed, and there was an issue of confidence on my person. So I was asked to take a leave of absence. I went back after 4 to 5 months, Madam Chair. Mr.
Okay, so
President.
Attorney Del Rosario, you were appointed to Philhealth in 2019.
As SBP legal po, Madam Chair.
Pero
Madam.
before that,
I was as regional vice president of Philhealth Davao City.
what
Prior
year?
to that, I was regional vice president of Region 1 Dagupan City.
Okay, no, yung pinakaunang designation ninyo sa Philhealth, it doesn't matter what position. As a lawyer, what year was that?
I think I was in Region 1 regional vice president when I became a lawyer, Madam Chair, Madam Senator.
You don't remember what year?
That's 2016, 2015.
2015. When did you
I passed the bar in 2015, Your Honor.
and you were appointed in 20?
I was appointed SBP legal in 2019.
So that's less than 5 years, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Senator.
So isn't the requirement a minimum of 5 years legal experience?
If I may explain, Madam Chair, Mr. President, the Senior Vice President position at PhilHealth is a generic position. The Senior Vice President position requires several years of management experience, training, I think 120 hours of management training, but it does not require years of experience as a lawyer. Since the SBP position, hindi po siya katulad ng ibang agencies na Chief Legal Counsel or General Counsel.
Okay, I got your point. So you're saying
generic po yung
that
position
you
sa
have-
PhilHealth, Mr. President.
When you say
Attorney-
several years, you mean 10 years?
Yung ano sir, yung managerial experience.
Yes.
I think that's for SBP, I think it's 5 years, Mr. President.
So you
Sa
you
legal.
had managerial experience of 5 years elsewhere.
Yes, ma'am. Kasi I was head of corporate communications, head of NCR operations, NCR branch, regional vice
Okay,
president.
so
of
Attorney
Region
Del
1.
Rosario, are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
in charge of advising General Montes when it comes to legal matters?
General Morales, you mean?
General Morales.
Yes, I'm the SVP for legal, but I report to the executive vice president under the hierarchy. But from time to time, the president inquires about legal matters from
Okay,
me,
okay.
Madam
Because it came to
Senator.
my attention that in 2019, when uh, I guess when there was that investigation on the uh, WellMed issue, that at the time, Harry Roque requested for documents from the office of General Morales. Pero hindi ito inirelease. And apparently, it was because of your advice. Can you please clarify that?
Regarding that particular incident, I think I was already on leave during that time, but there was also discussions. The acting SBP discussed it with me, but I think the reason why PhilHealth did not provide the documents requested is because the PhilHealth wanted to ascertain it is those documents, Your Honor. And I think PhilHealth wrote the National Data Privacy, National Privacy Commission about that, Madam Chair. But I don't remember all the details since I was asked to take a leave of absence.
Okay, then I will direct my question to General Morales. General Morales, merong executive order si Presidente na nagsasabi, at least within the executive, you should have the freedom of information. At saka dun sa Data Privacy Commission, I guess yung namumuno si Mr. Liboro, ay sinasabi dapat ni-release ninyo ang documents kung merong nag-iimbestiga o gustong malaman kung anong mga nangyari sa inyong departamento. Why didn't you release it? If you're really serious about cleaning up PhilHealth, you need all the collaborations you can get from people who might be able to help you find out the root cause of the corruption who are involved. Please clarify that.
Yes, ma'am. At that time, I think the requesting party was a private counsel. But we sought opinion from the National Privacy Commission. Unfortunately, we received the reply, I think, more than 6 months after the request. We received the confirmation from the National Privacy Commission more than 6 months. So when we received it, the requesting party, I think, already lost interest in the documents requested.
General Morales, it doesn't matter if it's a private individual who requested. You should be able to provide those documents unless there's a specific instruction from somebody that this might be of national security issue. You should be able to release that. So obviously, you're trying to find a way to conceal whatever's going on in there. If you have been really transparent, you would be the first one to show, these are our records. Go have that and look at it. Di ba dapat ganun?
Yung records ko kasi ng PhilHealth, may mga pangalan doon saka mga sakit ng pasyente. That is also part of the file. So I was just being cautious that we would not be violating the privacy. That's why we sought to.
Pwede naman kasi ninyong i-redact yung mga pangalan tsaka yung mga sakit. And then if they find something that is a little bit more relevant, then they can request that be released. And then you can go to the Data Privacy Commission. Pero you did a general denial of that request. Ngayon, pagdating naman dito, there's a really strong allegation that apparently you're the coddler of smugglers there. So kayo nagpapalayaw, kayong pumoprotekta sa mga corrupt pala, sa mga fraudulent at mga corrupt na mga opisyal diyan. So anong masasabi ninyo doon? Pag nakikita natin na 1 taon ka na, mukhang hindi klaro sa'yo kung ano ba talaga yung mga anti-corruption efforts mo, paano kami maniniwala na seryoso kayo na linisin talaga ang sistema sa PhilHealth? Kayo na nga nagsabi, di ba? The World Index is about 10 to 20% corruption in every health institution, health institution. But we shouldn't be using that as a standard. We should have our own. We should try to strive for something better, not lower the bar, but actually increase it. So wala eh. Parang pag kanina, nung kausap kita, na tinatanong kita, nire-refer mo ako kagad sa legal. Kung talagang seryoso ka, sasabihin mo, this is step number 1, this is step number 2. But it seems like it's not at the top of your head. General Morales.
I deny that I am the coddler of the wrongdoers in PhilHealth. And I manifested earlier that if I could have an executive session to be able to explain my side.
All right. But do you know that apparently, because of overpayment and fraud since 2013, I'm not saying this is just during your time, but since 2013, ang overpayment ng PhilHealth ay 102 billion, di umano. At ang loss to fraud in combination with overpayment is about 154 billion. Alam ba ninyo na ang Bayanihan 2, para mabigyan ng ayuda ang ating mga kababayan na nangangailangan ngayon sa COVID, para mabigyan ng tulong ang mga maliliit na negosyo at ang mga nalulugi ngayon, ay 140 billion. So kung yan, na pera na yan ay nagagamit ng tama, napakaraming pwede pa sanang tulungan. Kaya seryoso itong bagay na ito. Hindi lang to parang pag nakita mo, numero lang. Hindi. Numero ito na nakakaapekto sa buhay ng ating mga kababayan. So para lang ipaalala sa'yo ang mga bagay na ganyan. Ngayon, gusto kong tanungin si Mr. Kabading. Kayo po yung nagbanggit kanina tungkol sa debt to equity ratio, di ba?
Yes po.
Ano pakiulit kasi accountant kayo, no? 117 is to 1? Anong ibig sabihin
Okay.
niyan?
As Madam, Mr. President, Madam Senator, that one refers to my projection for June 30, 2020. All right. Even on the first quarter of 2020, ending March, I already made a projection that the debt to equity ratio for PhilHealth on June 30, 2020 is 1:60. No, ditong projection na yan, lumagpas pa tayo. Ngayon officially, let me just be in the proper perspective. Let me tell you, si Renet Lim Siaco nag-present ng debt to equity ratio noong June 30, 2020 ng 147:100. Meaning yung utang natin ay 147. Yung available na pangbayad natin 100. In other words, short tayo ng 47 pesos. Alright. Yung projection niya, ako naman yung nireported niya 147:1. Ako naman, gumawa na ako ng sarili kong projection 160:1. Pero ang sa totoo lang 169 o in-round up ko yun ng 170:1. Bakit? Kasi nag-release siya ng 14.7 billion na IRM. Pagkatapos, it was not yet treated as an expense as of June 30, 2020. That 14.9 billion was still treated as other receivable in the balance sheet. But the nature of that release is gastos. Gastos. You can already expect that it's going to be really. Totoo namang mawawala na yung pera na yun eh. In advance na nga eh. Kaya, yan ang sinasabi ko na yung debt to equity natin is 170:1. Yan, ganyan po that's the outlook, the financial condition of PhilHealth as of June 30.
My gosh. So ibig sabihin nito, by next year, mukhang kukulangin tayo. Yun ba yung projection ninyo kanina?
That's for sure. Yeah, it is. And about now, in the simple term, you're bankrupt eh. Kung ako lang, as an accountant, in accounting parlance, ano yan eh, bankrupt ka na eh. Tumatakbo ka, so marami pa yung utang mo kaysa kapital mo. So, that's it.
Opo.
Yan.
Yun po yung nakakatakot kasi ganito yan. Merong mga tumatawag sa opisina namin, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, Mr. Kabadi. mga
Yeah.
mga nagpapatakbo ng hospital at sinasabi na ang dami ng utang sa kanila ng PhilHealth. May isang hospital, nasa 40 plus million ang utang sa kanila ng PhilHealth, 27 million of which is COVID related. So they're a little bit worried now that if they're not reimbursed within this year, that there's a possibility without the intervening government infusion, baka wala nga talagang ibayad sa mga hospital. Maaari bang mangyari nga ito?
Looking at the right direction, when you treat your liability as first in, first out, dapat mo bayaran yung old muna. Okay. Yung sinasabi mong prospective, wala nang mangyayari. Pero alam mo ba ang trend ngayon dyan sa loob? Lumulubo yung pinapalabas ni Renet na may pera. Bakit may pera? Dahil hindi binabayaran yung utang eh.
Oh, yun na. Yun kaya pala yun.
Kaya nga, ang resulta niya yan, yung debt to equity. Tumaas yung utang mo. Because, yun nga, may pera ka nga. Pero sinususpend mo yung payment eh. Sinacharge mo lang sa accounts payable eh. Kasi kung babayaran mo yan, wala ka na talagang pera.
Okay. So, yun yung medyo nakakatakot para sa atin na yung mismong ahensya na dapat nagpapatupad ng universal healthcare, mukhang mawawalan pa ng pera. Pero, hindi bali sana kung nagastos sa tamang paraan, mukhang maraming butas at talagang tumutulo at nagsasayang lang. So, paano, siguro kay General Morales, dahil dun sa IRM ninyo, nandun na tayo, may mga lugar talaga sa Pilipinas na mahirap, lalo-lalo na sa mga probinsya, kailangan magbigay ng pera. Pero ako, ang pagkakaintindi ko pag sinabing fortuitous event, ito ay parang unusual events, almost like natural events na wala tayong control. Kaya nga Ondoy at saka Marawi ang naging dalawang example. Pero nag-release nga kayo, marami ng beses itong tinalakay sa Region 5 ng 247 million na meron lang silang isang COVID case. Ngayon, sabi ninyo, kasi you're anticipating na pagka dumobo, at least may pera sila. Ito ngayon ang tanong ko. With the proper accounting, assuming that they will actually account for what they've spent, if this is returned, if this accounting shows that they cannot justify spending 247 million, mababawi pa ba ninyo yan? Yung pera na yan, General Morales?
Opo ma'am, kasi it's benefit payment.
Okay, so have you started auditing that?
Second ma'am?
Nag-audit na ba kayo? Nag-umpisa na ba kayong suriin?
Hindi pa ho. Kasi wala pa akong, I think 1 billion pa lang worth yung pumapasok na claims.
Ano po?
Doon sa 14 billion na nirelease, worth 1 billion pa lang ho ang pumapasok na claims.
Okay. So, ibig sabihin nito, sinasabi ninyo na kung sakasakali nga at makikitang hindi nagastos yung pera, ay dapat ibalik pa ito sa PhilHealth.
Hindi ho, ang i-liquidate ho nila dyan yung ibang benefit payments. Kasi yung IRM ho is based on the historical claim of the hospital worth 90 days. So yun ho ang nagde-determine kung magkano ang due sa hospital.
Teka muna, so you're telling me?
Kung kanilang COVID claims at natapos na ho yung pandemic, ay hindi na nila magagamit sa COVID yon, doon na nila ho kukunin yung mga ibang regular benefit claims. Doon na nila i-liquidate. Yun po ang aming...
Pero sir, you cannot say that it is based on historical precedents. Kasi fortuitous nga to eh. Wala naman yatang naging, sabihin na natin, okay, hindi Region 5 o Region 8, 196 million. Ano bang naging precedent dyan para sabihin na based on the last 90 days, ganyan yung kanilang claim?
Yung historical ho nila, 1 year, yung daily claims nila times 90, yun ho ang magiging entitlement nila sa IRM, yung pag-determine ho kung magkano ang due them, kung sila ay magte-take advantage ng IRM.
So kung 196 million, i-compute nga ninyo, ano yung sinasabi mong 90 days nila? ang sinasabi mong monthly nila. So 196 divided by 3, ganun ba yon? Kung 90 days?
Yung amount ho ng IRM, kunwari ho, in a single year, itong hospital ho, sabihin natin, tumanggap ng, to make it easier, 365 million na claims. So, ang mangyayari ho, every day ho, 1 million ang kiniklaim niya. So, ang entitlement ho niya sa IRM is 1 million times 90 days. So, yung pwede ho niyang i-claim is 90 million. Yun ho ang ibig sabihin nung pag-determine ng IRM entitlement ng hospital.
So ganun kalaki yung mga claims dun sa Region 8 hospital na yon?
Yes,
Nabibigyan niya
sir.
sila ng
3
196?
billion ho ang binabayad ng PhilHealth.
Ano po?
Every week ho, sa regular claims, 2 to 3 billion ho ang binabayad ng PhilHealth. Malaki
Every week?
Volume ng transaction ng PhilHealth.
I'm sorry, every week or every day?
Every week ho, 2 to 3 billion.
Pero kahit na, ito isang hospital pa lamang ito di ba? Ngayon, sabihin na natin, yung PGH, magkano yung nire-release ninyo dyan?
If I remember right, about 263 million.
263 million sa PGH, yung IRM na binigay ninyo.
Opo.
So, sa San Lazaro Hospital, magkano yung na-release ninyo?
I don't have the exact figures, but our biggest hospital ho kasi is yung nasa Davao, yung SPMC, which is what 1,500 beds. And I think their IRM was about 325 million. But meron ho kaming data rito na bibigay ko sa inyo para makita nyo ho magkano ang natanggap ng mga hospital.
Sige po, pakibigay na lang. Mabalik na lang tayo, just to wrap it up, mabalik tayo kay Attorney Del Rosario. Sinabi mo that you were put on leave sapagkat yung handling ng WellMed case ay hindi masyadong magandang pag-handle nun. Hindi masyadong competent. Tama ba?
It was a controversy involving that particular issue, Madam Chair, Madam Senator. So I was, I took a study leave. No? Nag-aaral po ako.
Okay. Ano ang controversy? Ano ang pinaparatang sa inyo?
Ang paratang po sa amin ay nung nag-imbestiga po kami, hindi namin sinama yung Philhealth employees. At sinasabi na it is obvious that there was connivance in the processing and payment of claims to WellMed. But our investigators ay ang sinasabi doon na the crime or the fraud can actually be perpetrated even without participation on the part of PhilHealth. No? Kasi tuloy-tuloy lang naman yung processing ng claims ng PhilHealth. Another complaint ay dapat kami ang sinisisi na dinismiss yung case sa Regional Trial Court dahil dapat ang pagpa-file nung case na yon ay dapat sa NPC. No, but it was not actually us who filed that case dahil ang amin po, we collaborated with the National Bureau of Investigation. We filed a complaint and the NBI and PhilHealth jointly filed a complaint with the Department of Justice. It was the DOJ who decided where to file the particular information, Your Honor.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Before you
Sino
continue,
nagsabi?
Senator Po, I'll give you another 2 minutes extension, but just on that point, you were not the one, and it was dismissed because of a defective complaint.
Mr. President, the issue was jurisdiction. No? So the complainant, kami po yung complainant. We filed the complaint with the Department of, with the National Bureau of Investigation. The National Bureau of Investigation and the PhilHealth filed the complaint with the Department of Justice with the prosecutor.
What case? What did you file? What was the complaint?
The complaint was against WellMed.
What was the complaint?
The estafa, Your Honor.
Why not graft and corruption or plunder?
The graft and corrupt plunder, the amount involved, Your Honor, is less than 1 million, no? Contrary to the narrative that is 154 billion losses due to dialysis scam, no? So ang na-establish po doon ay mga nasa 788,000, Your Honor, yung involved.
Oh, why
claims.
not graft and corruption?
Graft and corruption, pwede po kasi yun kung meron ng kasama ng mga empleyado na napailan ng case. But the investigation kasi doon, sir, the president, si President Duterte na mismo, nag-utos na sa NBI to file, to investigate.
But the way, no, I'm sorry, Attorney Del Rosario.
Yes, sir.
The way you answer, I thought I was expecting that you will be indignant that it was not approved or it was that they were not indicted. The way you sound like you're lawyering for them.
No, sir. We conducted our own internal investigation sa aming mga empleyado. We already submitted that to it's now for the consideration of the Philhealth Board. So I already presented that results of our investigation. So wala po kaming tinatago or pinagtatakpan po sa mga empleyado. Nabanggit niyo po kanina against doon sa mga na-promote na tao, ano po? It was a complaint filed by the NBI before the DOJ. So technically speaking, kasi when they applied, no, kasi hindi nagkaroon ng opportunity si SBP Mat of our chair personal selection board, no. So pagdating po doon sa application, kasi pendency of administrative case ang issue po doon or pendency of any case. Yung complaint ng NBI, Mr. President, ay wala pa pong kaso, yun hindi pa po na-resolve ng Department of Justice.
Pero may complaint na di ba?
May complaint lang po.
So mas maganda para tayo sa gobyerno, para hindi tayo napapagbintangan ng mga kababayan natin.
Opo.
We must be as clean as Caesar's wife. Hindi ba? May complaint May complaint pala.
Yes, sir.
Dapat yun, di mo na promote.
Yung selection board, yung ano po dito, sir, yung ating pong appointing authority, Philhealth Board mismo, kasi third level officers po ito executive officers. So it's not really fair to the president dahil members of the board who appointed in fairness to these people for the position, Mr. President.
I will pursue the grace po.
Okay, hello. Hi. Senate President, thank you. Again, to Attorney Del Rosario, kayo po ba ang pumirma ng lease agreement, contract of lease of Secretary Duque's property dun sa Lingayen?
Sa Dagupan po, Madam Senator.
Sa Dagupan.
Thank you for asking that question kasi I've been waiting to just opening Senator and I was not authorized. Facing that, it was me na meron akin tungkol dyan. I signed that particular document when I was no longer Regional Vice President of Region 1. But sir, they are referring to the date of notarization. That I signed that document when I was still Regional Vice President. Hindi lang po siya na-notarize during that day that I signed that. No? So, dumaan po yan sa proseso. Meron po tayong Bids and Awards Committee.
Teka muna.
Ito na po yung thing na yan.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me just cut you off kasi masama yung internet connection
I'm sorry.
Ikaw ay pumirma, regardless of your position, kayong pumirma, ano na ang, di ba si Secretary Duque ay secretary na nun ng DOH?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So it doesn't matter what your position is, you signed it knowing that there's a possibility of conflict. Tama ba? I mean, abogado kayo, di ba? Yung secretary mismo, nagkakanegosyo siya dahil nga doon sa lease. Hindi ba yan pumasok sa isip nyo? Kahit na it went through a vetting process, you yourself are supposed to be legally uh, competent, if ever you've had that appointment, wouldn't you say that that's actually quite dubious?
If I may respond, Madam Chair, the
Sure.
signatory, the co-signatory, the other party signatory, I think during that time was not the secretary. No, it was yes, sir, Attorney Gonzalo Duque. And I presume that the secretary, being the chair of the Civil Service Commission and has been with the government for the longest time, knows that he cannot have interest on that property. So
And then you
I have
shouldn't,
no
I'm sorry, let me cut you off. You shouldn't be legal counsel in any capacity because you're just relying on other people when you know for yourself that there's something irregular about it. Di ba kaya nga nandyan kayo for your legal expertise eh? Why would you rely on another person's experience when you have your own? So
Madam Chair,
anyway, so that's beside the point. You already answered it. That you signed it or you approved it, at least in your level, even knowing that there might be conflict of interest. So, Mr. President, gusto ko lang pong i-cite yung ating mga summary na nakuha ngayon. Ano? Unang-una, pagdating dun sa IRM natin, doon talaga lahat tayo nagkakasundo. Parang hindi nabibigyan ng tamang atensyon yung mga hospital na dapat at yung mga iba naman ay mas nabibigyan ng preferential treatment. Pagdating naman dun sa alam na natin yung overprice ng mga procurement. Tapos ito yung pinaka sa akin really bothersome eh. Nilagay siya dyan, si General Morales, clearly to clean up Philhealth. So that there won't be corruption, hopefully, or lessen it. But when asked about it, he can't even answer it at the top of his head. Ano bang mga plano mo laban sa korupsyon? Kailangan pa i-refer kay Attorney Del Rosario na nakita naman natin ang kanyang mga contribution. Pinirmahan niya ang isang dokumento knowing that there could be conflict of interest with the Secretary of Health. So why rely on somebody like him for PhilHealth unless tama yung mga aligasyon na sinasabi, meron ng sindikato dyan, at paano ang namumuno na hindi magiging may responsibilidad sa mga nangyayari doon. So, yun lamang, Mr. President. Thank you to our resource persons.
All right, thank you, Senator Po. I'm glad you mentioned that because I was my eyebrows were raised by Attorney Kabading earlier when he said that there was a mafia in the PhilHealth. Hindi ko natanong kung sino-sino. Sabi lang niya, ex-com. Attorney Kit, is that true? Is there a mafia in the PhilHealth?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you were answering to me or yes, sir, to my question? I'll repeat.
Yes, sir. There is a mafia and syndicate in PhilHealth, sir.
Sino-sino yung mga mafia na yan?
Sir, sa paniniwala ko po, sir, yung Execom po. Executive Committee, sir.
Execom.
Lahat po sila, sir. Lahat ng Execom.
You can submit the names of the members of the Execom, or we can ask General Morales to submit the names of the members of the Execom. And then earlier you said, General Morales, that you wanted to ask for an executive session. If you're going to name names, then we are going to allow you I will entertain a motion for an executive session. But if you're merely going to explain your side, you can explain your side here openly, and that will be better for you. So the next in line is Senator Risa Ontiveros. Senator Ontiveros, you have 10 minutes.
Salamat, Mr. President. Same time last year, PhilHealth was subject to almost the same inquiry on corruption and mafia or syndicated operations intended to defraud the agency. Almost same time last year, we saw the resignation of a PCEO and the appointment of a new PCEO, General Morales, whose assigned mandate was to fix the organization and eliminate corruption. A year after, almost same time, the Senate has constituted the Committee of the Whole to hear allegations of corruption within Philhealth. Wag naman sana, next year na naman, wag naman pwedeng taon-taon may puputok na kontrobersya, magkakaroon ng hearing, hanggang mapilitan kami dito na maging annual tradition na namin ito. We recognize that PhilHealth is not a perfect organization. The reforms we introduce through legislations will take time to materialize, and wherever there is money, yes, there is opportunity for corruption and fraud. But kaugnay nito, ang mandato nga ni President CEO Morales ay to fix the organization and eliminate corruption. Kaya ilang housekeeping questions. Una, President Morales, what are the policies and mechanisms put in place in PhilHealth in the first place which could have addressed these allegations internally?
We adopted a whistleblower policy that hopefully would encourage whistleblowing. But again, for an organization with transacts 32,000 claims a day, medyo weak ho, tsaka inadequate yung whistleblowing. And as I said, day one, the information system would have provided a net that would significantly reduce fraud in PhilHealth. Ang problema sa information system, maliit ho ang budget. That is the main reason it is failing. Pangatlo na ho itong information system program na tinatayo ng in-execute ng PhilHealth always fails ho kasi kulang ng budget at saka kulang ho ng tao. For example ho, ang size of PhilHealth, ang na budget namin for information technology a year is about 5 million a year. Yan ho ang industry standard for something like PhilHealth. Ngunit ang ginagastos natin dito sa 2.1% over 3 years, 700 million lang ho ang budget. Kaya ho, yung mga bidding natin, yung mga public bidding, nagfe-fail ho kasi walang kumakagat. At saka kulang din ho ang tao. Dahil sila na rin ho ang nagpapatakbo ng IT system natin, sila pa rin ho ang nagpe-prepare ng mga dokumento at prepare ng mga, lahat ng requirements para sa proposed IT budget. Yan ho ang reason kung bakit hindi ho nagtatagumpay yung ating IT development project. Yung IT system, pinaka-pupo dito, hindi ho niya maiwasan na dapat ayusin yung information system kung gustong mabawasan significantly yung fraud at saka inefficiency sa PhilHealth ho. I think that is where I focused my efforts, and unfortunately mahirap po, hindi po ma-accomplish easily.
Morales, I'll also get to a question on your information system later. And na-appreciate namin yung mga paghihirap, but that's precisely why the Senate even took the extraordinary step of constituting ourselves into a committee of the whole. Dahil gusto naming suportahan, gusto naming itulak ang PhilHealth na once and for all, in a definitive fashion, i-address yung ganitong mga problema. Dahil paulit-ulit na lang, halos taon-taon nangyayari na hinaharap namin at natin ito. But noting that internal controls, bukod dun sa sinabi niyong whistleblower policy, yung information system, idagdag po natin yung inyong internal audit manual and group, at yung mismong board of directors, and even plus the external controls, yung COA halimbawa, at ngayon kami, yung buong Senado, paano pa nakalulusot yung ganitong mga aligasyon? Ano po yung diagnosis nyo dyan? President Morales. Mr. Chair, naririnig po ba ako dyan?
Sorry.
Right, sir.
Marami fraud na nangyayari sa PhilHealth. Ang estimate nga ho is about 7.5% ng total benefit payments yun ang nawawala sa fraud. So, marami ho yan, pero inadequate ho yung anti-fraud measures natin. Can you imagine, mag-rewrite tayo sa mga whistleblowers? Eh kung 32,000 claims a day, paano naman tayo makakakalap ng fraud kung, for example, ang ating anti-fraud infrastructure and procedure is inadequate. Pati na ho yung mga tao. Kaya last year, additional 128 positions for special investigators. Kasama na nga ho dito si Atty. Kit to help in the anti-fraud effort. But still, it's still a drop in the bucket. So inadequate ho ang anti-fraud mechanism ng PhilHealth for the size of its operation.
Morales, sa mga naunang pagdinig ng Senado tungkol sa PhilHealth ay sinimula nating pag-aralan yung ibang mga katulad na health insurance, health financing institutions sa ibang mga bansa. At sinubukan nating matutunan yung mga leksyon mula sa kanila kung paano naging epektibo yung kanilang mga anti-fraud measures. Dahil hindi naman tayo pwedeng maiwan na lang sa lamenting yung mga problema ng ating anti-fraud measures dito sa loob ng PhilHealth. We have to strive for that same much lower level of fraud hanggat kung kakayanin ma-eliminate natin through effective internal plus external controls. And syempre po, speaking of personnel, siguro wala nang mas mahalagang grupo ng mga tao sa loob ng PhilHealth in terms also of eliminating corruption. Kundi kasama dapat doon yung board of directors mismo. Now, was the board during the time period na lumabas itong mga allegation, was the board fully constituted? Tinatanong ko po ito, President Morales, kasi kung hindi fully constituted, dahil halimbawa sa issue ng courtesy resignation na hinihingi ni Presidente, that would put into question the legitimacy and the authority of the board to fully exercise its powers. So full board po ba, President Morales, ang na-constitute na at the time these allegations were emerging?
Ma'am, may I defer to the corporate secretary? May he give us an update of the composition of the board during that time?
Right, a quick update please from the CORSEC.
Senator Antiveros, good afternoon po. When the board approved the resolution to require senior officers of PhilHealth holding SG-27 above to submit the resignation, there were 8 members of the board considered as quorum out of the 13 total members of the board under the UHC law. And all, except for one board member, 7 board members signed that resolution, Madam Senator. So at that time, there were only 8 board members sitting in the board on July 18, 2019. Right now, there are only 10 board members sitting in the board because there are no appointments made yet by the president for the employer sector, for the elected local chief executive and another expert panel member replacing Dr. Mercado. Madam Senator.
Thank you, Corsec, pati sa pansamantalang pagtanggal ng mask nyo. Kasi kanina, hindi ko nahuhuli lahat yung sagot ninyo. No? Maybe also some problems with our audio. Pero would you say na kahit may majority na mga pumirma sa resolution at that time, na hindi pa full strength yung board, especially at that critical time na lumalabas itong mga seryosong alegasyon? Without excusing yung accountability ng mga existing board members at that time, ha? But the board as a body, would you say, Corsec, na hindi pa siya full strength para harapin at lutasin itong mga aligasyon? Corsec.
I would agree with your observation na wala pang full strength yung board at that time on July 18 because at that time we were also having difficulty constituting a quorum. In fact, on July 18, there was no quorum during that meeting, and so the board agreed instead to route via ad referendum that particular resolution requiring all senior officers holding SG 26 and above to submit their courtesy resignation and allow the president to have the free hand to choose who to retain, who to replace, and who to reassign. Madam Senator.
Corsec. Thank you, Corsec. Again, to restate, no, may accountability pa rin yung mga existing board members at that time. Pero I think ang importanteng ipinakita ninyo sa inyong sagot ay lalo na sa ganitong kaimportanteng institusyon tulad ng Philhealth, susi sa implementasyon ng Universal Healthcare Act. At maya't maya ay humaharap sa mga problema at mga aligasyon ng korupsyon, ay kailangan all hands on deck. So kailangan full strength ang board para with full accountability and with all the wisdom na dapat iniipon ng isang board with all the capacities ay maharap yung ganitong mga importanteng problema. Ngayon, Mr. Chair, gusto ko pong tanungin si Board Member Cabading. Yung susunod kong tanong kasi ay particular sa kanila. Board Member Cabading, yung audit observation po ba ninyo ay ibinahagi sa board at saka sa management?
Mr. Chair, Senadora, this is one of my frustration. Which I tried to tell Renette Limsiaco. The financial statement audited by COA are actually addressed to the board. When I started on July 18, 2019, yun ang sinabi ko sa kanya that ibigay mo yung financial statement tapos sabayan mo ng analysis. But these things are not given to us unless you ask for it. Ang binibigay niya like the approval of the financial statement, ilang pages, 3 pages lang. Wala yung mga notes to financial statement. But I started to warn him about it. Eventually binibigay na niya. So, yung mga as a board kasi, importante naman yung ang financial statement. Ang pinaka-importante doon, yung analysis mo so that we could actually measure our movement in the subsequent year on the status of the financial statement. But one of the worst thing hindi here though is yung 2018 financial statement addressed to the board, always yan, hindi niya pinakita yung copy na yon. At saka ang dami ng audit report findings na hindi kalendar for part of the agenda in the board. Not unless like what I did telling corporate secretary to put it in the agenda because I believe napaka-importante yung financial statement including yung mga IT including yung audit query memorandum ng COA on IT purchase. Sinasabi ko itong mga to pumapasok sa board discussion only if I will request the corporate secretary to put it there. Those are things that hindi ko nagustuhan ng style ng management dyan Why is it that we don't have this transparency? Yan po ang observation ko.
And Board Member Cabading, nung pinalagay ninyo sa agenda ng board meetings at nung pinag-usapan na ito sa board meetings, yung audit observation nyo, yung sinasabi nyong adverse findings ng COA, pati yung mga detalye nung IT, did management act on these observations?
Well, that is one thing that part of my frustration na like I said, hindi nga yan kinakalendar dyan kung hindi mo sasabihin. Tapos ang normal answer doon, noted lang. So just like yung internal audit report ng IT, when it was presented on June 2, 2020 during the regular board meeting, the management also presented a rejoinder, meaning after presentation ng audit report, nag-present din sila ng answer noong findings ng internal audit. At until now, ni-remind ko nga sila nung previous board meeting, where are your answer to the audit report? Kung hindi mo siya yung ano ang tawag dyan, guguluhin yung kaya mo sakalin mo bago naiinis ako dyan. Bakit ganon? You have this incumbent upon you. Nag-promise ka sa board na ganito yung answer mo. Yet naglalaps na yung sila mismo naglagay ng mga date doon. When are they going to answer the internal audit group findings? Naglalaps na. They don't have this initiative to present it to the board. Not unless I'll ask them to do so. Even if I ask, so ikakalendar yan next time. Worse yung official, yung audit report ng COA. Tinago naman yan At least in my part, tinago yan Dahil bakit? Ang dami kasing finding doon. Until now, ang daming findings ng 2018 financial statement not yet answered by Renet Limsiaco. That's why, totoo yung sinabi na publish noong July 31 ng Inquirer. Totoo yung sinabi na, alam mo ba ang answer lang ni Renet Limsiaco dyan sa financial statement? Motherhood, which is what the COA is saying. Motherhood statement that the prior period adjustment of the financial statement are in accordance with Philippine auditing standard. But I would like to challenge Renet. Dapat responsive ka doon sa mga audit report na yon because this is part of trying to cleanse Philhealth. Bakit hindi nyo ba maintindihan yan? Na kayo ang tagal nyo na dyan, hindi kayo magpipresent ng hindi nyo pinipresent yung COA audit kung hindi kayo, if you are not being asked to. Tapos, hindi kayo nagbibigay ng financial analysis. Pagkatapos nagbigay na ako ng financial analysis, sasabihin ako daw nagpapasikat lang at tinamaan ng lintik. Ano ba yan?
Alright, salamat board member Kabading. I'll give you a little time to cool down pero na-appreciate ko yung inputs nyo. Bago ko itanong din kay President Morales yung parehong tanong, maitanong ko muna kay VP Limsiaco. VP, lampas pa, bukod pa dun sa noted, ano po yung naging aksyon ng management dun sa audit observation, dun sa sinasabing adverse findings ng COA, at pati sa internal audit findings tungkol dun sa IT project?
Okay lang yung answer ko. Bahala kayo.
Salamat po, Your Honor.
Yes, VP.
Mayong hapon, Senator.
Mayong hapon.
As to the audit report in the year 2018, of course, it is addressed to the board and of course on the part of the management, the president. And this one po ay mayroon din agency action plan and status of implementation na sinasubmit ang ating opisina. Ang management po, kung ano na ang status ng ating obserbasyon ng COA to the findings ng year 2018. Halos lahat po dito na nakasaad sa findings ng COA po ay na-address na po ng management. Sa katunayan po ay ito po ay na pinag-usapan namin ng ating auditor and sinasabi niya ay kumbaga may mga kunti na lang yung mga hindi na implemented po dito. So halos po ay implemented na po and we can submit this report po sa August Bari po the staff
Please,
taken to report.
please do submit that report, VP, dahil gusto kong dumakong naman ulit ngayon, bumalik kay President Morales. President, CEO, to ask you the same question na una kong tinanong kay Board Member Kabading at para ma-flesh out nyo yung naunang sagot ni VP Limsiaco. So, President Morales, beyond yung noted lamang sa mga board meetings, ano po ang mga naging aksyon ng management dun sa sinasabing adverse COA findings, dun po sa audit observation ni Board Member Kabading, dun sa internal audit findings tungkol sa IT project. Ito ba ay saklaw lang nung sinabi ni VP Limsiaco na agency action plan? And if so, alin doon yung sabi ni VP Limsiaco na halos lahat address na daw? Ano pa yung mga konti na lang daw na hindi pa nagagawa? Please bring the Senate Committee of the Whole up to date on ano yung mga naging aksyon ng management at ng board na rin dito sa mga findings na ito.
President, with the permission of Senator Ontiveros, before
Of course,
commenting,
Senator Ping.
response. Si Rene Limsiaco, you mentioned that substantially complied kayo do sa audit report, ano? I have here a copy of the audit observation memorandum, July 9, 2019. So ito yung nagpe-pertain sa calendar year 2018. All right, I just want to be clarified. There's an observation here, page 6, ano? Non-disclosure of key management personnel compensation as required by yung Philippine Accounting Standard, PAS. Have you complied with this? Have you clarified this with COA?
Mr. Senator, anong date po ng yan, sir?
July 19. This is Audit Observation Memorandum, AOM. And I suppose this pertains to the calendar year 2018 because July 2019 ito eh. Ito yung AOM. Marami ritong nakalagay dito, item number 5 on page 6. Non-disclosure of key management personnel compensation. Ano yung key management personnel compensation? What is it referring to?
Mr. Senator, sorry po, can I have a copy po? Ang dala ko po ay July 9, 2019
I was about
po.
to ask, ang follow-up question is, meron bang CIF ang President, CEO?
CIF, sir?
CIF, Confidential Intelligence Fund.
Confidential Intelligence Fund,
Yes.
wala po.
Wala?
Wala po.
Saan nagpe-pertain itong key management personnel compensation?
Yun po, sir, ang...
Because I heard meron siyang 40 million na CIF.
Wala po, sir. Hindi pa siya po approved ng board and then wala pa ho approval ng GCD on that matter, sir.
Okay.
Yung ang sinasabi po diyan ay that is I think part ng ating July 2020 po na AOM 2020-007.
No, July 9, 2019 ang date.
2019 po?
Yeah.
Uh,
So nagpe-pertain ito sa previous year,
yes, sir.
2018. Yung pag-usapan natin kanina, sabi mo, substantially complied na kayo. Na-address nyo na lahat ito.
Opo.
So I want to know kung yung item number 5 na clarify niyo ito with COA.
Mayroon naman po, hindi ko lang matandaan ngayon, sir,
Anyway,
yung
sige,
sinasabi
later on
po
na lang,
natin.
submit
Sorry
na
po,
lang.
sir.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros.
Go ahead, General Morales, please answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Ping. And dagdag po sa tanong ko, President Morales, kasama na nga ba dun sa sinabi ni VP Limsiaco na address na dun sa agency action plan yung katatanong ni Senator Ping na non-disclosure of key management personnel compensation. So overall po, ano na ang naging aksyon ng management at ng board sa ganitong mga issues in general at tapos yung mga specific na nabanggit ko at ni Senator Ping just now?
Ma'am, I'm not a technical person when it comes to complying with the auditing requirements of COA, but can I defer to our Executive Vice President who is conversant with this matter.
I will allow that, Mr. President, if Mr. Chair allows it, but hopefully just a brief response from your colleague. Pero importante pong bumalik sa inyo kasi kayo naman po talaga ang pinaka, in terms of the management in charge, at kumbaga, even symbolically, pinaka-importanteng makita ng publiko na ina-address talaga para ma-resolve itong mga issue ng transparency and accountability. So yes, please, if we could have a quick response dun sa refer ni Mr. President Morales.
Yes po. Whenever I get these documents from the Commission on Audit, I course them to the proper segments on the address. And we keep track of the compliance so that we will know if there's a target there for compliance, and then so that we will meet the deadlines, if any. But I pass this on to the cognizant staff to comply with. Yun po ang action ko.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, Senator Ontiveros. Yung pong aming mga data on the audit findings, whether they are coming from COA or from the internal audit group, meron na po kaming prosesong inilagay para i-compile at i-monitor. Kung nais po nila ay isasubmit na lang po namin lahat po ng findings mula 2018 ng COA at isasubmit na lang po namin pati yung aming mga kasagutan.
Salamat, VP De Jesus. So President Morales, overall, are you concurring with the statement of VP Lim Siaco na halos lahat na sa lumabas o nakalagay sa agency action plan ay address na at kakaunti na lamang ang hindi pa na-address? And would you say you are satisfied so far with the action of management and the board on these issues?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I have no reason to doubt what SVP Lim Siaco says.
Well, Mr. President, I'll accept that for now. At the same time, i-affirm ko po na I believe that after all, any board member can remind the board that audit recommendations need to be discussed and then given closure, na hindi forever or seasonally nagre-resurrect, no? Mahirap namang halimbawa i-hostage ninumang mga VP, for example, yung buong board by saying na they need to approve this or that proposed program or else yung buong system ay magko-collapse. At ito po bang mga audit memo, both from yung internal audit group nyo at saka sa Commission on Audit, kaugnay ng isyung pinag-uusapan ay natalakay na sa board at dinesisyonan at tinaksyonan ng management? Oh, I'm sorry, we have already discussed this a few minutes ago, President Morales. So yes, dako na ako dun sa pinag-uusapan natin kaninang IT, no? IT system sa Philhealth. With regards to the ICT equipment, may standard at proseso bang inilatag yung DICT para dito?
Ma'am, may I defer to SVP Aragona, who is more conversant to the process.
All right, President. SVP Aragona, please.
Meron pong standard process yung paggawa po ng Information System Strategic Plan.
Okay, SVP. And yung proposals po ba ng Philhealth, were they compliant with those standards and processes?
So yung compliance po, so standard siya in terms of halimbawa po, ito yung rationale, ito yung time frame, ito yung content. Ang nagiging problema po namin ngayon kasi parang nagiging chicken and egg thing. Kung merong bago amendment, endorse namin sa DICT. Pero it should have certain approval sa loob, and the DICT lately told us that board resolution, to provide them with the board resolution to facilitate po yung endorsement. So, treatment plan, pag may updates po, nagsasubmit. But it has to be endorsed din po by the board. Kasi yung dati ISSP namin was approved by the board of directors.
At meron na nga po bang nabuo at na-approve na board resolution per yung payo ng DICT?
Ito po yung naging issue dun sa 743 million
Nga po.
pinapa-approve namin sana. Of course, sinanapan kami ng board ng approval ng DICT. So, ang endorsement kasi should be approved by the board. So, ni-confirm uli namin sa DICT yon, and the DICT told us that to facilitate, to provide them with a copy of the board resolution. So, parang yun po yung pinaka-endorsement to them para ma-facilitate po yung kanilang approval of amendments.
So, assuming po, yes, Mr. Chair?
Wrap up shortly, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Although I also was in communication earlier, Mr. Chair, with Senator Pangilinan, and he mentioned that he would donate his minutes to me. I wonder, Mr. Chair, kung na-signify na po niya ito sa inyo or through the minority leader.
We used some of it for Senator Drilon, but if you want an
Yes.
extension of, let's say, about 3 minutes, we give it to you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. So, SVP Aragona, so presuming po na aprubahan na nga po ng board yung resolution na iyon na ibigay po sa DICT. But of course, moving forward, hindi naman natin gusto na forever dependent na lang kayo sa DICT. Importante na magkaroon ng in-house capacity na sustainable ang Philhealth. I remember in previous Senate hearings, sinasabi rin po dati ni President Morales, kinikwento po nila yung binubuo niyong Philhealth dashboard, no, para i-facilitate yung information system, hindi lang sa loob ng korporasyon pero para sa lahat naming mga miyembro. Bakit hindi na lang puro nag-hire ng technical experts ang Philhealth, no, to do the job and to get it done?
Actually, ang strategy naman po ng PhilHealth talaga is outsourcing, especially expert. So may individual consultant, meron din po tayong tinatawag na firm. Kaya po na nasabi ko kanina, ang naging problema for the past years, kahit na merong pong budget and then merong terms of reference, nagkakaroon po kami ng problema sa procurement. So yung procurement, like for example, na bid fail siya, and then matagal siya hanggang sa halimbawa po 2018 nagplano na the terms of reference na tayo, ipo-procure na natin siya, and then throughout the process, no, so nagkakaroon ng delay, tapos napupunta na naman siya next year, and then another kind of replanning, and then another process uli for canvassing. So ganun po yung nangyayari sa procurement. But there are other projects which in a way is kind of successful also. Gaya na po ng yung business intelligence natin. We know that there's fragmentation po dun sa system, but at the back end po, nag-build natin siya in a way. So yun po yung outsourcing, no, ng third party. But then after that, supposedly continuing siya because managed services po, we want outside. Nagkaroon na naman po tayo ng problema sa procurement, tumagal po, so hindi na-renew. So we are faced with certain challenges, especially pag nagkaka-approve. Hanggang ngayon talaga, magto 2 years na yata, hindi pa namin napoprocure yung continuity or continuation ng business intelligence. Pero we agree po, ma'am, that the approach really is expert, external, and outsourcing.
Thank you, SVP Aragona. Mukhang bukod sa urong-sulong sa technical matters, lumalabas may urong-sulong din in terms of the decision-making process. So at this point, gusto ko lang ulit i-affirm, no, na any board member is enabled to move to open up the discussion if he or she has second thoughts or new information that may cast doubt on the prudence of previous decisions. So habang nung nagkaroon po ng ganitong mga in a way urong-sulong sa decision-making on this IT program, did the board conduct a review of their previous decisions pertaining to these matters na dinidiscuss natin sa ngayon?
Yeah, actually po, nung present ng 2.1 budget, so it is holistic po yung presentation. ang naging kaugilaan po sa loob pag nagpe-present ng COB, yung isa na as a whole. So, wala yung, for example, o si IT, and then ito yung kabilang office. Kasi ang nangyari before po sa board, based on our experiences, meron talagang isang IT board committee na doon nagpe-present ang IT, and doon na nagkakaroon ng decision making kung ito ay okay o hindi. Kaya pagdating sa board, presentation na lang siya ng corporate operating budget. Ang nangyari kasi po nung huli, may kakulangan kasi nung nag-present sa board, syempre yung mga details hindi masyadong alam ng mga board members, and we recognize that also. Kaya sabi ng mga board members, sige, ano yan kasi walang specific details, so dalhin sa RISCOM. So we presented naman sa RISCOM. So inayos namin yung mga description, nilagay namin sa isang PowerPoint. So we complied naman po with the different required presentation. But as we go along, since si board member Kabading required an IT expert para tignan po no, yung mga ibang mga procurement, nagkataon naman po meron kaming expert na IT roadmap. So we requested the person to assist us in the review. So yun po yung nangyari na tumulong din sa pag-review. Kaya yung question na binababa daw namin yung price ay hindi po totoo yun. Kasi yung sa 2.1, kasama na po doon yung requirements sa universal healthcare nung time na nag-conceptualize kami nung 2019. Ngayon, sa bilis ng technology, dumating na si IT roadmap, so effective solution. So hindi na natin to because we are now going to full cloud because of the many issues natin sa operation. We might as well have that technology for the full cloud. So when it was assessed by the IT expert doing the roadmap, we sit down with them. So because that will be taken up dun sa kanyang roadmap, so tinanggal na namin yun doon sa initial na 2.1. So ganun po yung yung nangyari. And it was presented, nagkaroon ng mga internal audit findings along the way to the extent na ang tinitignan ng internal audit ay magkaibang mga dokumento, and then also kino-compare ang isang old ISSP with the one with the new updated na may 2.1. So basically talagang magkakaroon siya ng mga discrepancies. Kasi ang tinitignan na 2.1, yun na yung bago vis-a-vis doon sa luma. So yung lumabas na flagrantly inserted daw, hindi naman po yung totoo. And then hindi approved ng DICT. Yung proseso nga is ipapa-approve namin, but we're seeking the approval of the board. So whatever really happens here would be certain to proseso rin. So some improvement in the process, and then ilang beses kami na gano'n sa DICT kasi parang nangyayari nga chicken and egg eh. So the board wants na pa-approve mo muna sa DICT. And then pagdating sa DICT, the DICT will require you to submit something as the endorsement, and that will be the approval of the board po.
Mr. President, again, with the permission of Senator Rivera.
Yes, Senator Ping.
Educated on this, procedure. Ano ba dapat mauna? Approval ng board bago approval ng DICT, o mag-consult kayo sa DICT bago pa-approve sa board?
Hindi kasi,
I'm quite confused.
Yes po. Yung naging practice na namin for how many years with the DICT, pag nag-endorse ka ng something na re-reviewin nila, it must have the approval of our board.
Of the board.
Opo. Kasi nakalagay po sa review nila, based on our review.
Can you confirm that? I'd like to ask Attorney Labe. You're the legal counsel, di ba? Ano bang procedure na dapat yan?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, President. Good afternoon, Sir Ping. SVP of Aragona is correct that before DDICT will review, it should be approved by the board, sir.
Okay. So nag-chicken and egg because the board did not want to approve something na mayroong deviation from what was approved earlier by the DICT. Di ba meron ng DICT guidelines yung that we present to the board, nag-deviate siya doon sa specs sa gusto ng DICT. Tama ba?
Bali po yung pre-present namin, Sir, amendment na po yun na pinapa-approve namin sa board. Para yung amended
Who amended?
na yun. Apo, amended po yun.
Sino
Kasi,
nag-amend?
kami po, yung sa
Yung
team,
IT.
kasi guided by the standard template and the requirements po ng DICT.
So what you're saying now is the board should have approved it first before you present it to the ICT.
Yes po.
Can we get the comment of the board members present? Yeah, Doctora Lucy.
From what I recall, what the ICT approves is a 3-year, like a medium-term plan. And like all medium-term plans in government, at the end of the year, you're supposed to submit whether or not you accomplished it, so that the next iteration of the ISSP or the strategic plan is updated. They didn't do that, or they couldn't answer it when the issue of ISSP came up. And kaya nagkaroon ng chicken or egg, kasi at the end of December, dapat kung ano man yung bagong gagawin nila, sinabi na nila sa DICT yon para merong updated plan. But they gave us a budget that was not scrutinized. And that's why we really could not, in conscience, give it a go signal.
So how do we resolve this now? Or how do you resolve it now?
Mr. President.
Matatapos tayo rito, hindi nyo pa rin mariresolve yan because sabi mo chicken and egg.
So, Mr. President, kailangan po kasi ayusin at sagutin ng mabuti yung nandun sa audit. Pagka satisfying na po yung yung satisfactorily responded to yung audit, pwede sigurong ma-approve na yung budget. Pero ang nangyari po dyan, dahil po dinidelay, humingi po kami ng fact-finding committee.
Yeah.
And when we created the fact-finding committee, doon na nagkaroon ng mga, nag-decline ng mga member, na-question na yung isang member, tapos pinalitan na naman yung mga ibang member. And then I wasn't there anymore. So maybe BM Padua could
Because I
follow
agree
up on
with
that.
President Morales and Senator Amy na parang ito yung magsosolve ng a lot of problems, yung IT system. Kasi kung laging behind, nating kopong-kopong tayo. Maraming lapses talaga, maraming hindi kayang gawin. So I hope you can resolve this. Of course, wala na po kayo sa board, pero I hope the present board can resolve this issue with IT.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator Tiveros.
Yes. Mr. Chair, thank you, Senator Ping. Thank you, SVP Aragona. Of course, itong aming Senate Committee of the Whole will come up with their own findings about the rightness or so nung mga naging proseso, naging desisyon. But moving forward, yung isang binanggit nyo kanina, yung tungkol sa pag-reconstitute nung isang IT body within Philhealth na maggagabay or mag-i-input sa board could be part of the overall package of continuing reforms para talagang masagot yung mga alegasyon ng korupsyon at maisulong yung proseso ng accountability, transparency and accountability sa loob ng Philhealth. Mr. Chair, I know I have about just a little more than a minute left, so I'll reserve my couple of last questions para sa second round kung magkakaroon tayo. But initially, at this point, some initial thoughts. Yung at this point of the hearing, yung nababanggit na excesses, it seems, could have been prevented and addressed proactively with the full enforcement of the existing internal and external control mechanisms within Philhealth. Mula po sa internal audit group hanggang sa COA at maging ang board of directors bilang oversight body should be empowered to exact accountability from management. Wag naman nating gawing taunang tradisyon ng Senado. Wag naman sanang kailanganin na mag-imbestiga sa Philhealth tuwing buwan ng Agosto. Yung issue po ng overpricing, ang Philhealth bilang health agency, dahil mayroon namang probisyon sa Universal Healthcare Law, hindi ba makatwira na for one, maglagay ng price negotiation board kung isang malaking proyekto ang isang robust, integrated, harmonized data management system ng PhilHealth. At bilang isa sa mga author ng UHC Law, kinikilala ko po ang papel ng PhilHealth para sa tagumpay ng universal healthcare. Bahagi ng pagkilalang iyan ay malaking expectation na gawin ng PhilHealth ang kanyang responsibilidad at protektahan ng pondo para sa kalusugang pangkalahatan. So, salamat po kina President Morales at yung mga colleagues nila sa PhilHealth. And at this point, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Senator Deveros. Just to add a little levity to the discussion, I somehow have already realized which came first, the chicken or the egg. The answer is it depends if you're having breakfast or dinner. All right, next is Senator Bongo, but he is not online, so we will recognize Senator Cynthia Villar first. Senator Villar. Senator Villar, we cannot hear you. Are you muted?
Okay. Do you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
And then next would be Senator Bongo. He's already, but we already recognized you. Go ahead.
Mr. President, so many questions have been asked, but as a PhilHealth member, as well as in behalf of our employees in the Senate and employees of our company outside, I want to take this opportunity to know about the operations of PhilHealth para alam din ng mga membro paano nag-ooperate ang PhilHealth in a layman's term, di ba? And so gusto ko pong malaman kung ano ba ang source of your receipt or income ng PhilHealth. I guess I have to talk to the finance manager or the head of finance of PhilHealth. Ano-ano ba ho yung source of income?
General Morales, go ahead.
Opo. Thank you po, Senator Villar, President. Ang income ho ng PhilHealth na galing ho sa dalawang premium sources. Yung direct ho at indirect. Yun ho ang nakasaad sa batas. Yung direct ho, yung mga nagbabayad mismo ng kanilang premiums. This constitutes ho about 40%. 60% of our premium income comes from direct
Premium of members, 60%, or you said about 77 billion, di ba?
Opo, that's the estimate po. The balance from subsidy from government. Doon ako pumasok yung galing sa sin taxes at ibang sources pa ho.
So that's 40%.
Opo.
Or about 63 billion?
That's correct po. Compared to 77. Ngayon sa pagkastos naman ho, merong cross-subsidy. Mas malaki yung napupunta dun sa mga indigent members. For example, the indirect market, mas malaki ho napupunta sa kanilang benefits kesa yung mga direct ho nagbabayad. So this is the design of the system.
Yung indirect, ito yung product of universal healthcare na hindi sila nagbabayad pero member sila, di ba? Because that is the provision of the universal healthcare.
Mas malaki ho ang napupunta sa mga indigent na members. There are membership segments katulad doon ng OFW. Ang napunta po namin sa kanila na premium is 1.2 billion last year. Ngunit ang nabayad ho namin sa kanila na benefits is about 1.8 billion. So mas malaki ho yung kanilang nakukuha. Meron din ho yung mga senior. Yung mas mataas din ho ang
Do you consider OFW direct member or indirect?
Direct po.
Direct, okay. Paying member. Ang senior, are they paying member or indirect?
Subsidized na yan.
Senior. Hindi sila nagbabayad.
May I defer to Dr. Pargas, who is more familiar with the
Okay.
subsegments, the collection and the membership.
Okay.
Mr. President, Senator Villar, for the senior citizens, one, for those who are actually employed, but still, senior citizens who are still employed, they belong to the direct contributors.
So mix.
Or not. But for those who are not employed, at any rate, or was not in any way self-employed, they are being subsidized by the government.
Employed senior citizen. Okay. So, magkano ang binibigay nyo sa indirect member, ang claims na nabibigay sa kanila? Indirect members. Baligtad. 60% ang sa indirect, tapos 40% yung paying. Ganun ba? Tama ba yun? Sabi nyo baligtad eh.
Madam, Mr. President, Madam Senator, we're just checking the numbers po.
So, kasi sa dito, sa premium, nagko-contribute ng 60%, di ba? Yung paying member. Tapos ang subsidy ng government, 40%, di ba? Pero sa payment of claims or expenses, sabi nyo yung direct member, mas maliit. Yung paying member, mas maliit ang claim kesa dun sa mga non-paying members, di ba? So, ano ngayon ang figure?
Mr. President, Senator Villar, for 2019, we paid 51% of our benefit expenses to the indirect.
Okay.
Yes.
And
then 10% to the lifetime members who are not paying contributions anymore.
O edi ganun din yun, indirect yun. Hindi paying. O di 61 na yun, di ba?
Apo. And the rest po, direct.
O so baliktad.
Apo, tama po.
So yung nagbabayad na mga members, they get only 40% when they pay 60%, and then yung subsidy ng government na 40% kulang para doon sa hindi nagbabayad by 20%.
Tama
That's it, di ba? Oo. So magkano ang expenses nyo sa claims last year? In pesos,
For 2019 po, we paid 137 billion.
Oh, 137 billion. Oh, ang collection nyo lang parang 140, tama ba 'yon?
146 po.
146. O ngayon, may overhead kayo di ba? Magkano overhead nyo?
For 2019 po, our overhead was there is an operating expense of 13 minus about 8 billion po.
And then
meron po kasi kaming ni write off nilagay sa expenses na 5 billion.
Ano 'yon? Ano 'yon? Ano 'yon?
Yung pong ano po ito, sa non-operating expense
Ano nga 'yon? Hindi ba non-operating but 5 billion? Ano 'yon?
Papakonfirm lang po ni si Mr. President, Senator Villar, sa recollection ko po, yun po ay pag-write-off ng receivable from government na hindi na po makokolekta.
Receivable from government, what is that?
Yun po ay billings ng mga nakaraang taon sa DBM na kailangan na pong tanggalin sa libro dahil kinonfirm na po.
Bakit kayo nagbibiling sa DBM?
Ay, yan po yung subsidy supposedly ng mga nakaraang taon.
Na hindi na ibigay sa inyo?
Na hindi po naibigay.
Naibigay. Kaya nirecognize nyo pero hindi na ibigay sa inyo. Di ba dapat hindi nire-recognize yung hindi na ibibigay? But anyway, so 137 billion at saka 13 billion, 150 billion, ang inyong ano 146, di lugi na kayo. Lugi kayo last year.
Senator Villar, last year po mayroon din po tayong interest in other income po.
Magkano yon?
Investment of 0.1 billion po.
0.1 billion, 100 million, ganon?
8.1 billion po.
8.1. So,
yun.
barely nag-break even kayo. 146 versus 150 minus mga 142 ang ano nyo. Ang inyong expenses 146 ang income, meron lang kayong 4 billion na income, di ba? Tama ba 'yon?
Tama po.
Ba ako? 4 billion. So tight, parang break even, di ba? O ngayon, di ba next year? Oh, yes.
With your permission. Lang ako doon sa sagot ni CEO De Jesus. You were referring to unreleased appropriations in the form of subsidy from the DBM? Yun yung ni-write off ninyo? Bakit nyo i-write off yun? Hindi nyo naman natanggap.
Ay, kaya nga po namin...
So, kung unreleased, that's unreleased.
Pero naka-approve po kasi sa libro namin as receivable. Kasi pagka po binibill na, nilalagay na po sa receivable at nilalagay na subsidy for premiums. Kaya po yung mga nakaraang taon, medyo nag-build up po siya na umabot ng 5 billion. So we thought it best na dapat i-recognize na yung hindi masisingil o hindi na makokolekta from out of those billings.
Kasi sinasubsidize ng national government ang GOCCs. And Philhealth is one of the GOCCs.
Opo, specifically on
so
premiums.
So kung hindi na-release, hindi ko lang maintindihan.
Ang sistema po kasi, and maybe can be elaborated later on, pero ang sistema po kasi, mayroon pong mga subclassifications ng mga sektor ng miyembro na mayroon pong allocation sa budget.
Yeah, pero bakit yung ililibro yung hindi naman na-release sa inyo? You cannot obligate something that is not released by the DBM.
Kung rin po, ang basihan po niyan ay GAA.
Anyway, can you provide the committee a written explanation or report in that regard?
Opo, kasama po yan sa mga adjustments.
Sige, thank you, Senator Villar.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. But anyway, if you go about it, parang break even lang kayo, no? Manipis na manipis yung inyong kita, 'di ba? Relative to your receipts versus your expenses. Ngayon, how do you see yourself in the coming months? Kasi hindi ba 25% na ng ang prediction 24% will become unemployed, 'di ba? Sa ating because of this COVID problem. And then so yung magbabayad sa inyo ng premium would go down by 20%, 24% ang prediction eh. Ngayon parang nasa 20 na 'di ba? 44 million employed, 8 million na ang 44 million to be na employed before, ngayon nabawasan na ng 8 million. 8 million of 40 is around 40%, 20%. So bababa yan. Di malulugi kayo sa following months. Tama ba 'yon?
If I may, Neri, before you. Mr. President at Senator Villar, yung tama po kayo. Kanina po ay mayroon po kaming pinangako kay Senator Recto na ibibigay na mga dokumento at projection ng aming financial statements over the next coming months, taking into account po yung
pagbaba ng inyong Philhealth contribution.
Opo. Kasama po yan sa isasubmit po namin.
Pero bago mangyari yon, dapat nagpaplano na kayo. Ano gagawin nyo para hindi kayo may pera kayo? What are you going to do?
Well, kaya nga po kami ay nakikipag-ugnayan sa sa mga aming financial managers, sa ating economic managers, especially those who, as mentioned earlier, who are close to our board at represented sa board ng Philhealth po, as well as those who are estimating or having a grasp of the paano po magkakaroon ng incidents ng COVID at paano po ang plano para po ma-consider lahat ng ito sa financials po dahil hindi po makakapag-survive kung wala pong kakibat na support of the national government. Yun lang po ang importante sa amin ay maibahagi sa mga legislators after po consulting with our principals, mainly our board of directors.
So you will be relying on government subsidy.
Gano'n na nga po kung hindi po sapat ang premiums dahil nga po bagsak ang ekonomiya. Kaya po sinusundan namin ang mga gabay ng ating economic managers, no, and mainly ang aming finance department at saka NEDA.
Sabi po ni Senator Recto, meron daw provision sa law na you can only spend 7% for your overhead. Tapos hindi nyo sinusunod kasi parang hindi kayo 7%, di ba? What is your comment on that?
Mr. President, Senator Villar, yung last year lang po, yung nag-over na 7.5% because of the write-off na 5 billion. Pero if you will not include the 5 billion write-off, hindi po kami
Ano ba yung
lalagpas
7%? 7% o pati yung government subsidy, lahat ng income, 7% o yung lang premium on paying members?
7.5. Bali, nung pong sa 2019, ang effective pa po nun is the 4% of the premium plus 4% of the benefits plus 4% of the investment income. It is only in 2020 na magiging 7.5 po of the previous year's contribution.
So you are aware of that, of changes you have to make because of this limitation?
Yes,
diba?
ma'am. We are compliant naman po doon sa ceiling na yon.
O ngayon, being a Philhealth member, I would like to know my rights, di ba? As a member, pag ako pumasok ng ospital, babayaran nyo yung a certain portion of my bill, di ba? Oo. Usually, ilang portion ng bill ang kinikerry nyo? On multiples of 10,000, ilan ang binabayaran ng Philhealth, ilan ang babayaran ng member? Para may idea din yung mga member what they are entitled to, di ba? Halimbawa, 10,000 bill, example, ilan ang babayaran ng Philhealth, ilan ang babayaran ng member na may member ng Philhealth?
Mr. President, Senator Villar, right now po, ang paraan ng pagbabayad ng Philhealth or ang pagbibigay ng benepisyo is through case packages. So nakapackage po siya depende sa ating pagkakasakit.
But you have an average, di ba? May sinasabi kayo kanina na average claim per claimant, di ba? Meron kayo sinasabi na percentage, di ba?
Yun pong nababanggit po kanina is the average value per claim na naibabayad namin.
Yun. Ano magkano yun?
Which is around 10,000 po. However, Madam...
10,000 kung ano ang bill. Kasi you were talking of percent eh. Sabi nyo sa kanina parang 51%. Ano ba yun? Yung claim, you pay 51%. Ganun ba yun?
No, Mr. President, Madam Senator, yung pong sinasabi po kanina na 51%, yun pong binayad, yung pong kabuuan ng benefit payment namin 51% po doon ay napabayad namin sa mga na-ospital belonging to the indirect contributors. Yun ang
So,
40%
pero wala kayong idea na pag ako pumasok sa ospital, PhilHealth member ako, ilang percent ang babayaran ko, ilan ang percent ang babayaran ng PhilHealth? Dapat may idea tayo ng ganun, di ba? Para kaming mga member, pag pumasok kami ng ospital, alam namin kung ano ang babayaran namin para makapag-prepare kami, di ba? Wala kayong idea? Wala.
Kasi po, Mr. President, Madam Senator, kasi po yung paraan nga po ng pagbabayad natin ngayon, So kung halimbawa po ang pagkakasakit natin halimbawa ay pulmonya at ito po ay yung ating moderate type of pneumonia, ang ating pong pakete doon is 15,000. Kung halimbawa it's a cesarean section, ang ating pong pakete para doon is 19,000.
Can you give us that of all your pakete? Can you give us a list of this pakete para yung mga PhilHealth member alam nila kung ano yung makiklaim nila sa PhilHealth, di ba? Pwede ba? Padala mo sa amin para alam namin, di ba? Ma-share namin sa population, di ba?
Opo, Madam Senator. And actually po, Madam, meron din po tayong easier way because we have an application for that, the all case rate application. Pwede po i-check sa mga mobile po natin. But we will send you po the...
Yeah, you just send us where to look for it. Ano yon, ha?
Yes, ma'am.
Mo yon. And then, marami sa atin, we go to government hospital. Marami sa atin, we go to private hospital. Mas mura bang pumunta sa government hospital for a PhilHealth member? Kesa magpunta sa private para for the information of mga kababayan nating nagtitipid.
Mr. President, Madam Senator, well, siguro po relatively, may mga cases na mas mura in a government facility rather than the private. Pero kung atin pong pakete is pareho lang whether you're in a private...
pakete. Pero from your experience, is it cheaper to go to a government hospital than in a private hospital? I guess government, di ba?
Yeah, I think naman po, Madam Senator.
Mura sa government, di ba? Kasi we want to inform our members, o lalo na yung nagtitipid. Ngayon, if you are if you are a member and you want a COVID PCR test, are we supposed to pay? Pag pumunta tayo sa isang hospital or any lab, or if we are a PhilHealth member, babayaran nyo?
Mr. President, Madam Senator, una po, babayaran natin kung ito po ay one licensed and accredited by Philhealth na laboratory, COVID testing laboratory. Second, we follow po kung ano po yung nasusulat sa Department DOH.
Like yung mga empleyado namin, hindi ako okay lang sa akin magbayad. Yung empleyado namin, PhilHealth members sila, nagpunta sila sa government hospital, wala silang lab, sarado daw ang RITM. Di-refer kami sa isa ring hospital na government hospital din. Tapos, pinagbayad kami ng 4,000. Sabi ko, hindi ba pag PhilHealth member, libre? Bakit kami magbabayad? Sabi niya, kailangan mo mag-advance kayo, tapos i-reimburse na lang kayo pag binayaran ng PhilHealth. Tama ba yun? Di ba ang PhilHealth, pag pumunta ka at PhilHealth member ka, sila mag-a-advance nun, tapos sisingilin sa inyo? Ano ba tamang procedure? I'm just clarifying.
Mr. President, Madam Senator, tama po kayo. Dapat po, dahil ito po nga yung ating role or mandato sa insurance, dapat po automatic na kinakaltas. Yun pong benepisyo natin at ang mga ospital po, ang siya or ang facility, ang siyang mag-claim po sa atin.
Mag-advance sila, hindi tayo pagbabayarin, tapos maniningil sa inyo, di ba?
Dapat po talaga, ma'am.
Ang nagsabi pa sa akin na kailangan ako mag-advance, government hospital pwede ba i-clarify niyo yan sa DOH? Kasi ako na nagtanong, senador ng Pilipinas, ganyan pa rin ang sagot sa akin. Paano na yung mahihirap nating kababayan? Ganyan din na isasagot nila. Hindi na hindi na yung magpi-PCR test kasi walang pambayad.
Mr.
This is a,
President.
this is a personal experience. Ha? I'm not, hindi ako nag-iimbento. Nangyari sa akin yan. Kaya tinatanong ko sa inyo, ano ba right ko as a PhilHealth member? Ano ang right ng ating mga empleyado as PhilHealth members? Diba?
We will do so, Madam Senator. We will remind all our accredited facilities to follow our rules and
Eh
regulations.
di ang mangyayari doon, nagbayad kami ng 4,000 tapos maniningil uli sa inyo, doble nakita nila. Di ba? Tama ba yon? Di ba kung nagbayad ako ng 4,000 tapos naningil din sila sa inyo kasi PhilHealth member kami, eh di nakadoble sila. Di ba? Tama ba yon?
Mr. President, Madam Senator, yes, if that is the case po, maaaring mag-doble nga po yung kanilang punishment.
Kaya nga, liwanagin natin ang policy natin kasi nangyari talaga yan sa akin. Kaya nga ako nagpumilit magtanong ngayon kasi nangyari yan sa akin. Kaya kung nangyari sa akin, although I don't believe, ang tingin ko hindi ako dapat magbayad pero nagbayad na rin kami kasi kailangan matest yung aming mga empleyado. Pero parang mali, di ba?
We apologize for that. We will make sure po to again remind all our accredited facilities to follow the
And
rules.
then kung halimbawa may complaint kaming ganyan, kanino kami tatawag sa inyo?
Ma'am, meron po kaming Corporate Action Center which handles all queries.
Padala mo rin sa akin kung paano tumawag para tatawag kami sa inyo para magko-complain kami, di ba? Anyway, kasi marami kaming empleyado member ng PhilHealth. Lahat sila nagpi-PCR test. Nakakaawa naman. Hindi alam kung ano gagawin. Oo. Anyway, another question. This is my last question. Yung interim reimbursement mechanism, di ba? Sabi, nabasa ko sa dyaryo, you gave 15 billion to 700 plus hospital, di ba? For this. Kung i-divide mo yung 15 billion by 700, that's around 20 million per hospital, di ba? So, I just want to know, sino ba yung mga hospital na pinipili ninyo? Sabi nyo, pinag-aralan nyo, but I want a list. And you divide it na government and private. Kasi maraming government hospital ang nagko-complain na hindi nyo daw iniintindi, mas iniintindi nyo yung private hospital. Kasi siguro yung government hospital hindi magpapalakas sa inyo kasi government. Yung private, pwede silang magpalakas sa inyo. Kaya I want a list of those who availed of this interim reimbursement mechanism na worth 15 billion to 700 plus hospital. I want a list and you divide it. Alin ang government hospital, alin ang private hospital, magkano binigay nyo. I just want to convince myself that you equally help government hospital and private hospital. Yun lang. Maraming salamat and thank you to Administrator Morales, General Morales. Okay.
Mr. Vargas, do you need a subpoena to sustain for that or are you ready to submit?
Mr. President, we will submit po.
All right, very good. We'll expect it. Next is Senator Christopher Bongo. You have 10 minutes.
Magandang araw po sa lahat. Nababalot na naman ng kontrobersya ang PhilHealth. Ngayon, kung kailan may kinakaharap tayong health crisis, noong nakaraang taon lang nagkaroon ng hearing ng Blue Ribbon Committee para busisiin ang mga aligasyon ng korupsyon sa ahensya, ay challenge the President ng PhilHealth, General Morales, to weed out corruption in the agency. Pero mukhang marami pa rin nakakalusot at yung mano'y nadidawit sa katiwalian. Patuloy pang paalala sa ating mga opisyal, hindi dapat nasayang ang pera ng taong bayan, lalo na kung para sa pagpapagamot ng may sakit. Not even a single peso should be lost to corruption. In this time of crisis, every peso counts. Sabi nga ninyo sa hearing ng Joint Congressional Oversight Committee, one universal health care, your premium collections drop in the first half of 2020. Dali. Okay, ayos. Sorry. Your premium collection dropped in the first half of 2020. The government is already doing its best to determine sources of funding to keep PhilHealth afloat. Sisiguraduhin natin na matuloy ang implementasyon ng universal healthcare. And for it be attainable, we need to secure the necessary funding that will keep the program in good running shape. Kaya hindi talaga katanggap-tanggap na mayroong mga aligasyon na may mga nagbubulsa ng pera sa PhilHealth para sa pansariling interest. I urge the Ombudsman to investigate para malaman natin kung sino ang dapat malagot. Please get to the bottom of this mess. Kailangan nating malaman kung sino ang mga nasa likod ng kalokohan ito, kung meron mang mafia, kung sino ang mga taong ito. Handa ang gobyerno na tulungan ng PhilHealth kung kailangan ng pondo. Pero dapat malagot ang mga taong sangkot sa pagnanakaw ng pondo. Enough is enough. Paano ninyo magagamot ang mga pasyente kung sarili ninyong ahensya, hindi ninyo magagamot? Kailangan talaga mga korap tanggalin na talaga. Sisiguraduhin po natin na mananagot ang dapat managot, kasuhan ang dapat kasuhan, ikulong po ang dapat ikulong. Anyway, may mga tanong lang po ako kay General Morales. General Morales, you were appointed there to really stop the corruption. Malaki po ang tiwala ni Pangulong Duterte sa inyo. General Morales?
Po, yes po, Senator Go.
Ang tanong ko lang po, kung kaya pa ba? Kaya nyo pa bang pigilan itong korupsyon?
Well, kung magagawa ho yung programa natin lalo na sa IT, magagawa ho natin yan. Hindi ho mabante yung IT System Development Program. That is the main reason. Kasi yun ho, malaking makakasagot sa issues about corruption. So, kung ito at makakakuha tayo ng sapat na budget for IT, ma-implemento, ma-reduce natin significantly yung ating fraud. Yung fraud. Yun po ang sagot ko dyan, Senator Go. Thank you.
May I be clarified lang? We're discussing here together with Senator Lacson while listening to Senator Go and the answer of General Morales. How does the IT solve the corruption?
Yung ating membership database, we have 109 million members. Pagka meron ho tayong information system, may biometrics ho tayo. Hindi ho pwede magkamali sa identity ng member. Alam din ho natin kung buhay yung member. For example ho, sa ngayon, meron tayong 5,000 members na according to our database, 130 years old. Hindi ho natin pwedeng matanggal to kasi wala ho kami dokumento nagsasabing namatay na itong mga taong to. At ang pinaka-importante ho ngayon sa kahit na unang korporasyon ay ang data processing. Ngayon ho, yung MBA ng mga 1980s, ngayon ho, data processing. Yun ho ang kailangang ayusin. At saka yung connectivity din ho, at saka yung IT. Marami ho mga proseso natin ay manual. Ngunit mas pwede ho yatang may paliwanag ni SGB Aragona kung kayo'y makikinig sa kanyang sagot kung paano how IT can solve the fraud problem of PhilHealth.
So we have a underlying question with the indulgence of Senator Go. We have an underlying question yung procurement nyo merong issue ng corruption Yan ang problema
Kung malaki ho yung budget natin, pati procurement ho, i-outsource natin yan. ang kukuhin ho natin, mga Google at Microsoft, ito ho, mga players na ito, hindi ho papayag ito na magkakamali kami.
Yeah, hindi yung pagbili nga ang problema eh. Mr. President, with the permission also of Senator Go.
Go ahead, Senator Lacson.
Willing to give you the budget. Pero show us na yung procurement nyo maayos. Because how can we believe you kung ang overpricing nyo, yung 62,000 pesos, pepresyohan nyo ng 320,000. Actually, we were discussing with our colleagues, how will we give you billions in subsidy sa Bayanihan 2? Kung yung procurement nyo, imagine, 62,424. Ang overpricing nyo, grabe. Kung ginawa nyo 70,000, 75,000, baka magpikit na lang kami ng mata, pero 320,000 pesos. Yeah, matter of record.
Ito ang problema kung yung ating, for example, mag-issue tayo ng invitation to bid. Nag-fail ho yung invitation, yung...
No, that's beside the point. That's not the issue. Anong pakialam nung nagpe-fail yung bid kung just because nag-fail yung invitation to bid, mag-overprice kayo ng ganong kalaki? Anyway, Mr. President, I received here a note that Board Member Kabading will show 3 slides to prove the pattern of overpricing from 2018 to 2019.
Yeah, okay. We can do that after Senator Bongo. Go ahead, Senator Bongo. We may continue.
Continue pa si Bongo.
Sir, pakisagot lang po yung tanong ko. Kaya bang sugpuin ito o
Kaya ho natin sugupin ito at ang sinabi ko, kailangan ho talaga makuha natin yung ating IT system. Kung kailangan i-improve yung procurement mechanism natin, kung pwedeng ang PSDBM ang mag-handle ng procurement, siguro dapat ho ganun para nasa labas na ho ng Philhealth at hindi na ho kami makaka-focus na ho kami sa kung anong dapat gawin sa loob ng Philhealth.
Another question to Board Member Kabading. Isa ka po sa mga, naalala nyo, lahat po ng board members ng Philhealth ay pinalitan ni Pangulo noong nakaraang taon. Kayo po ang itinalaga dyan para linisin po ang Philhealth. Naalala ko nung isang taon pa po yung pagdidinig natin. Pero wala pa rin nangyari.
Yes po.
So, mahirap naman na every year na lang tayong mag-hearing at wala pong mangyayaring masugpo o walang makulong na membro po ng mafia na sinasabi nyo nga dyan sa Philhealth. At ako'y nasaksihan ko yung nakaraang maaaring pagtatalo ninyo ni President Morales dahil po sa layunin ninyong sumpuin nga yung korupsyon sa Philhealth. Ano bang pwede mong masuggest? Ano may tutulong mo para sumpuin po yung korupsyon sa Philhealth as board member and as a SIC accountant?
Let me make it clear na we are trying to solve it inside. And then nothing happens. That's why 4 of us, the board of directors, were talking about it. Ano magagawa natin dito? At mukhang wala naman itong mapupuntahan. Papa-investigate natin. Ini-intimidate naman yung mga tao sa loob na mag-investigate. Sabi ni Susan, sabi ko kay Susan Mercado na it will be okay for you if we will already talk to third party about this kasi mukhang frustrated na. Sabi niya, yes. Sino? Di yun inumpisahan natin. Tinawagan ko si Harry Roque. And this is where sabi ni Harry Roque, di sulatan mo yung presidente at i-address mo sa akin. And that exact letter was also addressed to you. Now, yung question na yun, I hope you don't mind, I'm sending it back to you. We are sending it back to you through this investigation. And it's already in your hands or in the hands of the president through kitain. Kasi now, our part is simply throwing it to you guys. That things that we cannot, hindi namin magawa sa loob dahil we are being cut off. Anong gusto na sana yung mangyari. Meaning, we're trying to solve it inside. Pero sinulatan ako ni PCO Morales, naintindihan ko yung ibig sabihin ng letter. That's why mainit ang ulo natin dyan. Yun ang ibig kong sabihin.
So, ibig mong sabihin, hindi sa mga board members ang problema. Hindi siya doon sa baba, yung sa mga
Management.
mga plantilyadong empleyado ng Philhealth, ang ibig mo sabihin?
Top executive.
Sino?
Top executive. I believe these are members of the executive committee. Number one dyan, si Renette Lim siya ako eh. Kaya mga these are the people who are manipulating things inside eh.
Sino pa?
Yung legal.
Pwede mo bang mapangalanan?
Del Rosario, I think this is Del Rosario. Part of it though is the corporate secretary. Dennis Mas. These are the people who have influence inside in putting people around.
Kung ikaw yung presidente ng Philhealth, anong gagawin mo?
I'm not going to answer because I'm not going to consider it. Not at all.
Kung sakali nga, kung ikaw ang presidente, anong gagawin mo para
Question is theoretical.
Yeah, it's a common sense thing. It's a common sense thing to do.
And
there are venues to address for this corruption, and you already identified the people.
Attorney Kapatid, listen, I'll cut you. You stay back from the microphone. You're blasting here and don't shout.
I'm sorry po, I'm sorry.
Control your temper. We understand we understand how you're feeling, but try to control your temper. Move back a little because the microphone is blasting.
I'm sorry po.
Close to the Move back a little, and then address the chair when you're answering or when you're saying something. All right.
Yes, Mr.
Chair.
Chair.
Asking what are the names? Isa-isahin mo na yung mga pangalan.
Mr. Chair, yes. I already mentioned Mr. Chair Del Rosario, Renette Lim Siaco, Dennis Mas, and Corporate Secretary Attorney Mangawang.
All right. This is the executive committee.
Yes po.
All right. Senator, go ahead.
Sa tingin mo, may gamot pa itong problema sa Philhealth, Sir Kabading?
Yes. That's exactly, Mr. Chair.
Anong gamot mo rito? Anong rekomendasyon?
Come again. Po, Mr. Chair.
Anong gamot ang may rekomenda mo para gamutin yung sakit yan sa Philhealth?
Palitan po yung mga taong na-mention ko.
Were they with the permission of
Mr. Chair.
Were they there during the time of CEO Ferrer?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sila rin yun?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then CEO Ferrer was asked to resign, and Senator Go knows this, but he was taken into DOH. Where is he now?
Mr. Chair, si former board Ferrer po.
Yes.
I don't have any idea, Mr. Chair.
Would you know, General Morales, where is CEO Ferrer now?
I think he is Undersecretary in the Department of Health, Mr. President.
He is Assistant Secretary, Department of Health, after he was asked to resign from Philhealth. Undersecretary. After he was asked to resign from Philhealth. All right. Thank you. Senator Go ahead.
Nakailang presidente na tayo ng Philhealth. Maalala ko po, nung nakaupo si Presidente Duterte 2016, itinalaga si before Miss de la Serna, and then Ferrer, and then Morales. Apat na yata tayong presidente ng Philhealth. Pero wala pa rin pong katapusan yung corruption allegations sa Philhealth. Wala pa rin nakukulong. So I'm urging the ombudsman po, pakitingnan na lang natin ito. 2 taon na lang pong natitira ni Pangulong Duterte. Wala pong dapat masayang po. Lalong-lalo na po ngayon, sabi nga ng PhilHealth General Morales, totoo ba na hanggang taong to lang ang pondo po ng PhilHealth para sa universal healthcare ay sa susunod na taon mahirapan na po kayong i-fully implement yung universal healthcare.
Kung wala akong pumasok na pondo, bumaba akong koleksyon, tsaka walang pumapasok na subsidy, yung pondo ho, yung reserve ng PhilHealth na nagsimula ho tayo 130 billion sa simulang taon, mauubos na ho sa about the middle of next year.
Paano naman yung mga lalong-lalo na po ngayon, hirap na hirap po yung mga kababayan natin dahil limitado po yung galaw nila at yung mga pasyente po wala silang ibang inaasahan kung hindi itong PhilHealth natin at itong universal healthcare. Anyway, last question po kay Rustico Jimenez. Ilang beses na po akong nag-referee sa inyo ng PhilHealth with the General Morales. Ito si Rustico Jimenez po ng Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines ay kumusta po yung mga unpaid claims po ng PhilHealth? What is the status of the unpaid claims po last year? At ano bang dahilan kung bakit natatagalan ito? I'm addressing also to PhilHealth po, the next question po. Bakit natatagalan at yung walang katapusang reklamo po ng ating Private Hospitals Association. Maalala niyo po, ilang beses po ako nag-referee sa inyong dalawa ni President Morales. Muntik na po kayong magsuntukan. Kaya lang medyo mismatch po. Laki ni General Morales. So, Rustico Jimenez, may reklamo pa po ba kayo sa mga unpaid claims?
Please unmute your computer.
Okay na po? Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yung nabanggit ko na po kaninang umaga, marami pa pong claims na hindi pa po nababayadan. Nagre-regular meeting po kami with General Morales and the other vice presidents of the PhilHealth. Kaya po, ang nangyayari lang po, sasabihin po noted pero wala hong regular payments, mababa pa rin po. At yun po, yung sinasabi ko po rin kanina, yung mga nabigyan po ng IRM, hindi po yung mga hospital na talagang nagko-cover ng COVID. Ang typical example po dyan na sinabi ko kanina din, yung sa Iloilo po. Matagal na po sila nagre-request ng IRM. Ilang beses na po pabalik-balik sa BP at President Morales yung papeles. Ang typical example po dyan, yung St. Paul's Hospital ng Iloilo. Hanggang ngayon po sa araw na ito, dadala lang po sa akin ng letter ng madre nag-administer doon po. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa sila nakaka-receive ng IRM. Kaya po nakikiusap ako kay General Morales kung pwede po ma-release na po ito kasi po nag-lockdown na po yung hospital doon sa Iloilo pero up to now, wala pa hong IRM. Ngayon, ang palagi pong nangyayari ang gusto po ni General Morales, makikipag-usap yung hospital. Kaya po, ang nangyayari lang po, iba po yung policy ng Vice President sa area at yung nakikipag-usap na hospital. Kaya po, hindi sila nagtutugma kasi po malimit ang nag-i-inspect po at nagka-analyze ng claims ay hindi naman po doktor. Iba po yung practice sa hospital at iba po yung practice sa clinic. Kung yung kausap nyo po, hindi doktor, hindi po malalaman yung symptoms. Kaya ang naging diagnosis or for example is pneumonia, hindi po i-insist yun ng PhilHealth. Sasabihin nila, papakita nila, ito po yung advisory namin. Hindi po yan kasama. So palagi po silang hindi nagmamatch. Kaya po sa feeling ng mga members ng PHAPI, marami po pong utang ang PhilHealth pero hindi naman po tinatanggap ng PhilHealth. Kaya po talagang totoo yung kailangan mag-meet palagi. Kaya lang po, may problema po doon sa mga evaluators ng claims. Hindi po sila sometimes nakakaintindi ng claims kung ano po yung mga diagnosis, kung ano mo yung symptoms and management po ng sakit. So doon po nagkakatalo. Kaya po sinasuggest namin na
siguro mag-meet para mapag-usapan po yung real kung paano titreat ang pasyente. Kasi po doon nagkakatalo. At malimit po, kung isang doktor lang yung problema, ang napapanis po buong ospital. So ang problema po dyan, pag nag-close yung ospital, hindi na po accredited, ang magsasuffer po yung pasyente, hindi po yung hospital. Kasi po, kung ang may problema po yung doktor, dapat ang suspindi lang po yung doktor, hindi po yung buong ospital. Otherwise po, hindi tatakbo yung ating universal health. Willing po kami tumulong, magserbisyo. Kaya lang po, kung wala na pong tao kami na magsiservisyo, lalo na dito sa pandemic, mapipilitan po talagang hindi na makapag-admit ng 100%. Nag-aas po ang DOH magdagdag ng additional beds. Pero po, marami pong tinatamaan sa aming personnel ng COVID. Dito lang po sa sarili kong ospital, 10 po yung may tama ng COVID. So, hindi ko po ma-confirm yung 30 beds. Kasi po, ang nagpa-function lang po 20 beds. So, hindi po kami makakapagdagdag. Gusto man lang po namin magdagdag ng beds, hindi na po namin magagawa. Yun po ang paliwanag po doon. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, one last time, Mr. President. Nabanggit po ng ating mahal na Pangulo, gusto niya pong malaman kung yung totoo at ini-encourage niya po ang lahat na magsalita, sabihin yung totoo, ano po nalalaman niyo. Makasuhan po dapat makasuhan, hindi po malayong. Meron na naman pong another set of masisibak sa pwesto. Pero mas interesado po siya kung sa baba. Sino talaga yung kasalanan. Bakit po walang katapusan itong sinasabi nilang mafia at corruption sa Pilipino. Kawawa po ang Pilipino. Tulungan po natin ang ating kapwa Pilipino, lalo-lalo na po sa panahon ng pandemic. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Yung Senator Go, are you done?
I'm done, Mr. President.
Thank you. The next is Senator Bato de la Rosa, but I'm just wondering, because I was sent a message from a friend. Attorney Tabading, Kabading, are you the same Al Kabading from Mindanao? You're muted.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So you were the ones featured by 700 Club?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. I know the story. Yes, Senator De La Rosa, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Senate President. I would like to ask this question to the Senior Vice President for Legal, si Attorney Castillo.
Del Rosario, Mr.
Del Rosario. This is about the background on the perpetual so-called hospital case.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Senator.
Now, the Accreditation Committee of Philhealth meted the sanction of 3-month suspension of the hospital's accreditation for a proven case of overstaying or where patients were made to stay in the hospital despite a doctor's may go home order. Meaning pinapa-overstay talaga para malaki ang masingil from PhilHealth. This case was appealed to the Court of Appeals which upheld the sanction on April 19, 2018. PhilHealth Board during the presidency of Dr. Roy Ferrer purportedly implementing a new set of implementing rules and regulations for the PhilHealth Act decided to do away with the penalty of revocation or suspension of accreditation and limited sanctions to mere fines. On January 10, 2019, however, the Philhealth Board granted the motion of reconsideration, removing the penalty of suspension from January 21, 2019 to April 20, 2019, and increased the penalty fine to a maximum amount of 100,000 with restitution of all benefits unnecessarily paid by Philhealth. In connection with this, Secretary Harry Roque also filed grab charges against Philhealth executives for modifying the final and executory judgment of the Court of Appeals. Now, my question is, can you give us the brief background of the case filed by Philhealth against Perpetual Succor Hospital?
Thank you, Mr. President, Honorable Senator. Before I address the question, if I may be allowed to react on the comments of BM Al-Kabading, mentioning me as a member, I deny that I'm a member of any mafia or syndicate in this corporation. We have been fighting against corruption and against people who are actually committing grave abuses in this corporation. When I was asked to step aside when they were conducting the investigation, I took a leave of absence of 5 months. They conducted investigations, and I was asked. When I asked to return, I was reinstituted in my position as SVP Legal. I have nothing to do with any fraud or any corrupt activity in this corporation. And if Mr. Kabading is not able to substantiate his allegations, we will take the necessary legal action. He should not just take for granted yung mga buhay po ng mga tao dito na i-announce na membro po kami ng sindikato. Kami nga po yung lumalaban sa sindikato dito. Yung pong information technology. Kaya po nagkagulo dito dahil ang information technology naglabas na kung nasaan yung mga fraud sa mga hospital at kung anong areas. At nung nire-assign yung mga tao, yung mga regional heads, doon na nagkagulo. Yun po yung katotohanan dyan. At we have the records. We have 4.9 billion worth of fraudulent potential fraud in these areas. But they refuse to be reassigned. They're acting like spoiled brats. Ngayon, kami ngayon yung sinasabi dito na sindikato. Anong basis ni Mr. Kabading na sabihin na sindikato po kami? Siya nga yung may mga ginagawang kalokohan eh. Sasabihin namin during the executive session. Anyways, to answer your question, Honorable Senator Bato, I'm informed that the alleged whistleblower in this case was dismissed during your time as PNP Chief, Attorney Torson Kit. Di po ba? Kayo pong nagtanggal sa kanya at siya din yung kanyang apila sa CSE hanggang Court of Appeals ay ibinasura. Anyways, to answer the question regarding the Perpetual Succor, it was a decision by the Philhealth Board of Directors based on a policy that was decided even before I was appointed as SVP Legal. There was a board resolution to convert decisions affirmed by higher courts, no? Na kung merong suspension ay i-convert na lang into fine, considering that our people need access to health services. So kung mapapansin po ninyo sa Universal Healthcare Act, no? By the way, I'm the chairperson of the Committee on Legislation. So lagi po kung nandito, we have discussed extensively the UHC law. At ang nakalagay po doon, inalis na natin yung penalty ng revocation. Tapos nilagay natin sa batas, nilagay po ninyo na ang suspension ay hanggang 3 buwan lamang dahil ito sa recognition na hindi natin pwedeng gawing i-paralyze yung ating healthcare services. Ang in-emphasize po ng UHC, ang mga parusa ngayon ay doon mismo sa mga perpetrators ng fraudulent acts.
Kaya siguro, if I may cut you, kaya siguro namimihasa yung mga ibang mga claimants ng PhilHealth na gumagawa ng kalukuhan dahil very clear na decided na ito ng Court of Appeals na dapat patawan ninyo ng parusa itong mga hospital na ito, and yet you refuse to implement the decision of the Court of Appeals. Kaya nag-aabuso siguro itong iba kasi isipin mo, very clear na yung decision ng korte. Ayaw pa ninyo implement, ayaw yung sundin ng korte. For what reason? Bakit ganon? You're depriving PhilHealth of millions of pesos by doing that decision, by giving that decision. Anong nangyari talaga? Bakit?
Yung decision nga po na ito ay decision po ng Philhealth Board. Ano po? Anyways, yung background po nito, if I remember it correct, Attorney Jonathan Mangawang as our corporate secretary will know the details. The Perpetual SOCOR wrote the Philhealth Board together with a petition coming from the members of the community that are being catered by this Perpetual SOCOR, which is owned by the ng mga madre. So, yun po yung naging kwento dito. This was elevated to the board and based on the existing board resolution and circular ay napagbigyan po na i-convert po sa maximum fine. Yung kaso po nito ay extension ng overstaying yung patient. Dahil during this time, case ang gamit po natin ay fee for service. So, parang sinadya, it appears that pag in-extend mo yung confinement, magbabayad ng mas malaki ang PhilHealth. Parang 2 araw o 1 araw yung extension dito, no? Amounting to 3,000 pesos, tama ba? So, ang ano po dito ng board, ang rationale nila, they can defend themselves. No? Yung ating board na yung ano po nila dito ay hindi na commensurate doon sa krimen yung magiging parusa. Kasi kung 3 buwan nga na isususpend for a infraction amounting to 3,000 if I'm not mistaken, no? So this is parang meron ng inequity. No? So based on equitable considerations, the board decided to have the penalty converted.
Sige, may cut you short there. Sino bang membro ng board dyan na makapagsagot? Na pwede sagot dito?
Wala sir, kasi tinanggal yung mga dating board members eh. Nag-resign po sila.
With the permission of Senator De La Rosa, who traveled to London right after the commutation of that penalty imposed by the Court of Appeals. By the way, it was final and executory. And then the board at the time, biglang naging 10,000 na lang yung fine. Ang nawala sa gobyerno doon, ilang milyon. Or yung dapat na mawala pala sa Perpetual SOCOR na based on their sa empirical data sa income nila, milyon. So after that, biglang nandun lang kayo sa Heathrow Airport. Pa-picture-picture pa kayo. I think that's Attorney Mangawang, Dennis Mas, and Dr. Pargas.
Hindi ako naka-travel abroad.
Hindi ka kasama doon?
Yes, I was. I traveled.
You were,
sir, but I was not part of it.
Was it a coincidence?
Sir, I don't know because I'm not
Magkatabi pa kayo sa aeroplano.
I'm not involved in the Perpetual SOCOR. I'm not in the.
It's a small world. Kita-kita kayo ron.
Basta, ang importante lang dito, Mr. President, may establish natin na yung decision ng board na yan is dapat hindi yan under influence or under duress na sige, ayusin natin ito para mapagbigyan ito mga violator na ito. So, yan lang ang gusto kong establish dapat.
Mr. President, may be announced?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Senator?
Yes, Mr. Attorney Mangawang.
Mr. President, yes. This Philhealth Board decision in January 2019 was actually extensively discussed by the Senate Committee on Health and Demography and the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee on September 5, 2019. And the reasons given, justifications for the board were also mentioned during that hearing. You are correct, Mr. Senator, that this perpetual case reached there was an original petition for review before the Court of Appeals, but the petition for review was dismissed in October 2017, and a motion for reconsideration was filed, but also not granted by the Court of Appeals in March 2018. And then when Perpetual Socorro received the writ of execution from the arbitration office sometime in November 2018, Perpetual Socorro filed an appeal before the board on December 9 and December 11. And then this matter was discussed before the CAAC, which is the appropriate board committee, which hears and determines or studies the appeals and administrative cases. And the CAAC recommended that the appeal be granted on the ground that, among others, Perpetual Socorro is the only private hospital in the entire Region 7 that offers the C benefit packages. This is the catastrophic illnesses for breast cancer, leukemia, etc. Plus, there were letters from the members of Philhealth and from the members of the community requesting that this also be appeal of the Perpetual Socorro be granted. And with the guidance from the legal sector said that there are exceptions to the doctrine of immutability of judgment. Anyway, the board decision on January 10, 2019, granting the appeal of Perpetual Socorro was approved and signed by all 15 board members present during that meeting.
Okay. Okay. Nakuha ko na yung sinasabi mo. Ang akin lang is, bakit tayo insisting na pagbigyan itong itong violator na ang desisyon naman ng Court of Appeals is favorable to Philhealth. Para bang pinapaboran patuloy natin yung mga nag-violate. Nag-violate na nga sila, pinapaboran pa natin. Paano na lang yung mangyari sa Philhealth dito? Yung iba dyan, magsige na lang violate dahil nakikita nila wala naman kaya, hindi naman yung in-implement yung decision ng Korte. But so much for that. Let's move to the next question.
Mr. President, again, with the permission of Senator De La Rosa.
Yes, sir.
This is a portion of the letter that I received from Perpetual Socorro. No? Sabi rito, number 7, PHH, Perpetual Socorro Hospital, accepted its fate of being barred from, anyway, has not paid claims in millions. And then number 8, word reached PSH. Now, who sent word to them that an appeal may be filed with the new PHIC board?
Tingnan mo.
Sino nagsabi, we were not born yesterday. So don't fool us. Who sent word? O mag-appeal kayo sa bagong board, pagbibigyan namin kayo.
So, ibig sabihin, kayo pa pala ang nag-encourage sa kanila na mag-appeal. Ano, very detrimental on the part of the government na yung ginagawa ninyo. Kayo pa ang nagsabi, sige mag-appeal kayo at pagbigyan namin kayo. Bakit ganun? Kaya na naubos yung pera ng Philhealth dahil sa mga katarantaduhan na transaksyon na andyan.
Mr. Senator, may I also respond?
Yes.
Maraming salamat po. This Philhealth board decision of perpetual case is not actually the first decision of the Philhealth board where it modified a decision of the Court of Appeals. Prior to this, and this was also mentioned by Dr. Liachon during that September 5 hearing last year, because he was also a member of that board which modified the decision on HealthServe, which involved 12 cases. 11 of these cases were decided by the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, affirming the suspension on HealthServe. But this was, again, reversed by the board sometime in 2016. So this decision could have reached the Medical Association or Hospital Association, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Ay. Sige.
Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Bato.
Yes po.
Senator Cayetano, yes, go ahead.
Mr. President, just to I was following the line of questioning of Senator Bato and then Senator Lacson, and Senator Bato was told that wala na yung mga board members. I think he wanted to ask them a question. But can we direct the corporate secretary to produce all the board meetings, the minutes of the board meetings regarding this case so that we have a complete record, because that should be documented on what transpired, what decisions were made, perhaps even did they inform Perpetual, kasi sabi nga they learned. So at least we can at least see what has been recorded under the minutes of the corporation's board meetings. Thank you, Mr. President. So it's a request for the documents, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Mas, you would like to
Mr.
react?
President, can I also answer? Kasi na-mention kanina ni Board Member Kabading yung aking name. Pwede ba magsalita din?
Let's finish first the request of Senator Cayetano. Well, you specified which ones, can you just specify what
Yes,
particular dates, and we will just issue a subpoena to Sistecum? Mabuti yun, pero kaysa sa request mo.
I wouldn't know the dates of those meetings. That's why my request, Mr. President, is general, such that any minutes that covered any discussion regarding this subject matter should be presented to the Committee of the Whole.
All right, we'll have the Secretariat look into it.
Thank you.
Right. Then Senator De La Rosa, you still have the floor, but Mr. Mas would like to seek the floor. Are you allowing it?
I still have the floor, Mr. President. Tapusin ko lang muna ito before we entertain him. Going back to Attorney Del Rosario, ito, hindi ako nami-personal sa iyo, ha? Gusto ko lang to set the record straight. Gusto ko lang maklaro. Ano bang qualification ng SBP for legal? Hinahawakan mo ngayon na posisyon. Anong qualifications?
Thank you, Mr. President. The SBP position qualification is someone should have a minimum of 5 years managerial experience, should have at least 120 hours managerial training. But ano pa ba? But anyways,
master's degree and career service second level career service.
I career service eligibility.
So lahat ba ito qualified ka? Pasok ka dito lahat?
That is correct, Your Honor. Contrary to the chismis na kinakalat po ng mga tunay na sindikato, yung aking pong CSE appointment has been validated by the Civil Service Commission, Your Honor.
Yung 5 years na practice of law or litigation.
Is that correct, Your Honor? Wala pong 5 years practice of law na requirement yung SBP position dahil generic position po sa Philhealth yung SBP position. Nagkataon lang po na among the SBPs, ako lang po yung abogado, kaya ako po yung nasa legal.
Okay.
But I can be reassigned to any SBP position. That's a generic position. Hindi po yan katulad ng mga general counsel or corporate counsel na katulad ni Attorney Labit dito. The qualification should be a practice of law. Hindi po ganun yung SBP position. That will be corrected during the re-engineering of the corporation, which we are proposing that the head of the legal should be named the general counsel, so that the qualification should be based on that position and experience, Your Honor.
So, can we categorically answer this question?
Yes,
there is an allegation that the qualification of Senior Vice President for Legal were changed to accommodate the hiring or appointment of Attorney Del Rosario, who only passed the bar last 2015. Is there any truth on the allegation?
That is not true, Your Honor. In the first place, when I was Regional Vice President, I did not volunteer to be transferred to the central office. Nandun po ako sa Davao City, Regional Vice President, when Dr. Ferrer called me, convincing me to transfer to central office to be the officer in charge. I refused for 3 times until such time that the SBP for legal then filed a sick of leave of absence due to illness. So I was convinced by Dr. Ferrer to transfer to the central office, Your Honor. But I did not want to be transferred to the central office.
Okay, thank you for that answer. It was also alleged that Attorney Del Rosario is engaged in the business of taxi in Baguio. Is it true?
That is correct, Your Honor. I'm from Baguio City and I have 3 units of taxi.
Tatlo.
But this is already a family corporation. We have 21 units of taxi, but I only own 3 of those taxis, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. Next, can I, may time pa ako, Mr. President? Can I ask,
You have
yes sir, can I ask a couple of questions to General Morales?
Bad.
General Morales, sir?
Yes, sir. Senator De La Rosa, please.
Sir, kilala kita sa AFP bilang isang napakatino na opisyal. Kilala ka bilang isang opisyal na who did not compromise his principle in exchange for favor or comfort. At kilala rin kita to be a very vocal critic sa lahat ng mga corruption, lahat ng mga katarantaduhan na ginagawa ng armed forces at saka ng gobyerno. So, while you were outside the Duterte administration, I have a personal experience with you na nakita ko na you were even hitting the Duterte administration for alleged malpractices and corruptions that is happening in the Duterte administration. So, kilala ka talaga na no-nonsense officer ka. Now, I can still recall your career suffered when you were in the active service. Ma-recall ko pa, inutusan ako ni then Mayor Duterte na puntahan ka sa Bukidnon at kumustahin ka. Iparating sa iyo yung mensahe ni Mayor Duterte na sabihan mo si Dick Morales na kahit anong mangyari, ma-relieve man siya sa posisyon niya, basta he stood for what is right and sinabi niya katotohanan, huwag siyang malungkot dahil everybody appreciates what he is doing. So gano'n pagkakilala sa iyo, sir. And ako rin, being a junior, your junior, ay also, marami kami. We are looking up to you as a standard bearer when it comes to our motto of courage, integrity, and loyalty. Kaya tinitingala ka namin, sir. So, when things went wrong dito sa Philhealth, walang ibang nakita si President Duterte na parang you were perceived by President Duterte as the last and final option to end the problems in Philhealth. Kaya kahit na kritik ka sa Duterte administration, kinuha ka niya para tapusin itong problema na ito. Now, after 1 year mo dyan sa pwesto, after 1 year at still, itong mga problema sa PhilHealth ay still persisting. Well, can you honestly answer before this Committee of the Whole itong question na ito? Did or did you not fail the President?
Yes, thank you, Senator De La Rosa. My answer, Senator, is that I have not finished my job. My point is that what was supposed to be done is not yet done. And I can only answer that if I am allowed to finish it, specifically getting the information system up and going. Para ho kung sirang plaka nito, pero kahit saan ko tignan, yung background ko, yung experience, yung reputation, yung whatever else nagawa ko sa labas, hindi ho sapat para maayos ang problema dito sa PhilHealth. Hindi ho sapat. Hindi enough yung intentions, loyalty, hardworking, etc. Kailangan ho gawin yung tama. At sa tingin ko ho, ang tamang gawin dito ay ipaandarin, ayusin, at paandarin yung information system at linisin ho yung database. At the same time, kailangan din hong gumawa ng mga measures para mapuksa, madiskubre ang mga gumagawa ng katiwalian sa PhilHealth. Yan ho, hindi ho sapat ang aking ginagawa. Nagre-rely ho ako sa mga taong inabot ko. Baka kulang ho yun, dun ho merong pagkukulang. Inaamin ko ho, kulang ako sa paghanap ng mga gumagawa ng katiwalian dahil marami pa rin ko sa PhilHealth ang ganito mga katiwalaan na para mawala ho ito ng malaking percentage ito mawawala. Kailangan ho natin mag-rely tayo sa IT para mawala na ho yung mano-mano na transaction. Yun po masasagot ko. Maraming salamat po, Senator.
Well, thank you for that honest answer, sir. Dahil if I can recall, marami kang in-expose na anomalya dyan nung nasa active service ka pa. Ikaw, I know you are instrumental in bringing to fore the problems of the then controller, si General Garcia, yung may nangyari doon sa Amerika. Alam ko, ikaw nag-report doon sa government authorities. And alam ko kung gaano ka straight na tao, but ito nga lang, you are shrouded with the clouds ng doubts dahil nga sa nangyayari ngayon under your watch. Kaya sir, ang masasabi ko sa iyo is I hope and pray that you can bail yourself out in this predicament para naman hindi hindi kami ma-discourage kami mga juniors na looking up to you as our standard bearer. Yun lang po sir. Maraming salamat Mr. President and thank you po General Morales for your honest answers.
All right, thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Next is Senator, Mr. Ross. Yes, you were singing the floor. Go ahead.
Sige, yung si board member Kabading kanina na-mention na rin yung name ko on the basis na ako to in charge sa mga tao sa PhilHealth. Senior Vice President po ako ng Management Service Sector under sa akin yung Human Resource Department at saka yung Physical Resources and Infrastructure Department o yung in charge ng General Services no sa PhilHealth. Ang isa sa mga dahilan ng mga issues ngayon ay itong promotion ng ating core officers na allegedly involved sa well-made case. Sagutin ko yan, yung ginamit na rule dyan. No? Sa Rule 4, Paragraph 3 ng CSE Rules, nakalagay doon, the pendency of an administrative case against any employee shall not be a bar to promotion. So kahit in-complain ka, kahit may formal charge, ka pa rin ma-promote. Yung sineserve mo yung penalty mo, yun bawal yun. Pero pag tapos mo na ma-serve yung penalty mo, pwede ka pa rin i-promote, no? Kasi na-serve mo na yun eh. Pero pag pending yung complaint sa'yo, pwede kang i-promote. 4 officers recently promoted, allegedly involved in the well-made case. Complaint was filed by the NBI to the DOJ. So ang status nito ay complaint pa lang. It is the complaint that is pending and has yet to be acted upon by DOJ. No case or formal charges were issued yet. So CSE rules, again to repeat, the pendency of an administrative case against any employee in the civil service shall not bar promotion. Promoted officers are assessed based on competence and performance record for years served in the corporation. Selected personnel competed with other applicants and have undergone the usual process of hiring, like including the assessment of its qualifications, essay examination, panel interview, as well as the psychological assessment test conducted by the National Center for Mental Health. So sa amin, meron talagang neuropsych exam no, before ko ma-promote bilang opisyal. All appointment issued by the corporation are being submitted to the Civil Service Commission for validation. So lahat ng mga appointment na process natin ay
validated naman ng CSC Commission. Another is yung process sa appointment ng PhilHealth. Sa initial stage pa lang, pag nag-apply ka bilang opisyal, ang HRD natin, sila yung nag-screen ng mga applicants. Kung meron kang hindi pwedeng, kung disqualified ka, ay notify ka agad. And then, matapos nila ma-screen yung iyong application and then ma-consider ka na qualified, ipapresent ka sa Human Resource Management Personnel Selection Board for Executive Managerial Positions sa PhilHealth. Compose ito ng President and CEO as chair. Yung members ay ako is operating officer ng PhilHealth. So doon ipipresent ngayon yung mga qualified. And then from then on, magkakaroon ng shortlist, 5. Yung shortlist na yon, ang next na stage ay i-present ito sa Governance Committee ng PhilHealth Board of Directors. Doon naman may mga pwede pa sila magtanong regarding sa qualifications ng mga officers ng PhilHealth para mas lalo screen yung ating mga applicants. And then 5 na shortlist na yung 5 applicants. Pagkatapos natin ma-shortlist ang ating mga applicants, just like nangyari dito sa 4 na na-promote with allegations involvement sa WellMed, ito ay represent sa Board of Directors ng PhilHealth. Ang Board of Directors ng PhilHealth ay siya yung tumatayong appointing authority. Siya ngayon ang pipili dito sa ating mga kung sino per position ang gusto nila. Eventually, ang kanilang appointment ay pinipirmahan ng Secretary of Health. So sa issue ng pendency ng admin case, hindi ito magbabar sa promotion ng ating employees. And another user, kanina na-mention din earlier ni Senator Lacson na charge ako ng ombudsman. Wala akong charge sa akin yung ombudsman. Ang nangyari ho dito, nabasa ko lang sa dyaryo na may complaint sa akin sa ombudsman. Dalawang bagay lang naman gagawin niya sir ng ombudsman kung walang basis, dinidismiss naman na nila, hindi kaya pasagutin ka. Right now, wala namang letter sa akin na mag-reply or mag-provide ng comment. So hindi ho ako, wala akong charge sa ombudsman, kundi finailan lang ho ako ng complaint. At kasi kahit saang korte, sa civil service, sa PhilHealth, sa ombudsman, wala akong finding sa akin, wala akong formal charge or anything. Merong mga complaints just like any other government officials, Kino-complain naman to talaga tayo, just like sa mga halimbawa, sa mga simpleng clients complaint, kino-complain kayo sa civil service, pero dapat lang nating sagutin. Pero sa case na ito, hindi ako na-charge sa ombudsman. May complaint lang sa akin sa ombudsman. And until now, hindi naman ako pinapasagot.
Alright,
So just
thank you.
to present
That's
my
enough.
case. Thank you.
Mr. Mas.
Mr. President, sir, may I?
Yes, Mr. Limsiao.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Kasama ako sa binanggit ni BM Kabading kanina on the accusation of the manipulation of financial report. And gusto lang po namin isasabihin, yung po ng ating korporasyon ay pinipresenta po sa Executive Committee kasama yung Executive Vice President and CEO po natin na dati po ay kilala sa accounting industry at galing sa pinakamalaking accounting firm sa bansa. Ito po ay in-approve ng PCEO. Pagkatapos po yung EPS ay binibigay at discuss sa PhilHealth Board's Audit Committee of which board member Kabading is a member. And later po, the same committee approves the FS and recommended for elevation to the PhilHealth Board of Directors. Actually, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, the issue raised in this PhilHealth FS and as reported by the Inquirer also, then na-discuss din po sa board and noted po ng ating board on July 26, 2020. As part of the process po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the same PhilHealth FS was then submitted to the resident auditor. And as of this time, the review and verification of our financial report for the year 2019 is ongoing dahil wala po kaming natatanggap na final report coming from COA. Katunayan po, it is confirmed by our resident COA na wala pa silang audit report through email dated August 3, 2020 po. Nakasaad po dito na wala pa silang binibigay na audit report sa atin. Because po after matanggap po nila yung FS galing sa amin, ay kung mayroon silang findings as to the presentation of financial report po, yung mga adjustments at kung ano pa, ay binibigyan po kami ng pagkakataon na mag-respond po through an audit observation memorandum po. So wala ho kaming na-receive na mga audit observation relative to the financial report adjustment po. So I want to put that po in record. Maraming salamat po, Mr.
All right,
Chair.
thank you. Next is Senator Sani Angara. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang hapon po sa ating mga bisita. I'd like to address an example. I'd just like to note, Mr. President, yung binanggit na mafia ni Mr. Kabading, parang isa lang yung nag-deny na member siya ng mafia. Parang si Attorney Del Rosario lang ang nag-deny. Yung iba hindi nag-deny. No? Mr. President, I'd like to ask President Morales, pag hindi po na-admit yung pasyente, let's say na-admit siya sa ER, tapos gusto niya ma-admit sa kwarto pero walang mga kwarto, and in the process, namatay ho siya sa ER, is he still entitled to a reimbursement from Philhealth, President Morales?
Yes, sir. He's entitled. Ano ho yung sakit niya?
Hindi, may nag-text lang sa akin na isang media pinapatanong kasi parang dininay yata yung claim niya because he died in the ER and he was denied the reimbursement for COVID. So he's entitled legally.
Ang diagnosis ng physician.
Opo. So anyway, your answer is on record. Thank you, Mr. President. Ang tanong po, kayo ho nag-recruit sa ating mga whistleblower ngayong araw? Sila Mr. Kabading, sila Kit Thorson, sila Mr. Laborte. Kayo ho nag-recruit sa kanila, di ba?
Hindi ho. Ang kinuha ko lang ho si Laborte. Siya ho ang nag-recruit kay Thorson. Si BM Kabading ho was appointed by the President.
I see. Ano ho ang pakiramdam niyo ho ngayon that you came in with wanting to institute reforms and you're encouraging whistleblowers, you said earlier, pero ngayon na may parang hindi niyo sila kinakampihan. What do you have to say about that, sir?
Well, specifically about Attorney Thorson, I always said that he was vengeful because I refused to give him a position that I think he was not qualified. Ang totoo niyan, he came to me kasi sabi niya maliit daw ang sweldo niya at alis naman si Mr. Laborte dahil mag-schooling. So tinanggihan ko siya dahil position of trust naman ho yung head executive assistant. Hindi ko naman siya ganun kakilala. And I recently learned that he was kicked out of the Philippine National Police in 2010 for going on a wall, in 2017 for going on a wall, and that in 2010, as a graduating cadet of PMA, he resigned for the good of the service. You know, good of the service is a euphemism for honor violation. And right now, ngayon ho na umalis niya sa Philhealth, meron hong 4 na complaint sa kanya, sexual harassment. So he is not qualified for the position that he applied for. So yun ho ang dahilan ko kung bakit I feel rather disappointed that he was recruited by Laborte, whom I selected to be my head executive assistant, and who resigned because he intends to pursue higher studies. Yun po.
Thank you. Well, assume na natin na may galit po siya sa inyo. Pero yung sinasabi ho ba niya, walang totoo dun sa sinasabi niya na may pinapaboran po kayong mga ospital at meron parang 15 billion worth of overpricing and stolen and fraud. Kayo mismo nagsabi may fraud, hindi ho ba?
Opo. Pero I categorically ho deny yung mga charges niya kung sana masubstantiate niya kung paano siya dumating sa 15 billion. Kasi bilang anti-fraud officer at ito nga ho yung aming contention, nakasign ho siya sa office ko, OP. Ang pinapalakad ko sa kanya yung mga special concerns. Wala ho siyang sinasubmit na fraud report in his 9 months that he has been with the corporation. Ni isa hong report about fraud, wala siyang sinasubmit. At ngayon ho, na nasa labas na ho siya, sasabihin niya maraming fraud at may figure pa siyang 15 billion. So gusto ko hong malaman sa kanya kung saan siya nakuha ang figure na ito para masagot ko na maayos.
Itanong ho natin sa kanya, can I ask Mr. Thorson Keith, saan po niya nakuha yung 15 billion figure na binanggit po niya? Mr. President?
Attorney Keith?
Andito ho ba siya, Mr. President?
Nakalagin pa ba? He's still logged in. Attorney Keith?
Well, if he's not in, I'll move on and maybe we can go back to him.
Kindly respond, Attorney Keith.
Yes, sir. Yung sinasabi ko pong 15 billion, sir, kasi po, sir, yung IRM, hindi po pwede yung cash advance kapag dun sa IRM. Kailangan po may claims yan. So yung IRM, sabi ko po dun, humigit kumulang 15 billion. So mayroon po yung IT din dun, sir, eh. Meron din yung IT. So yung sir, pagka ang sinabi ko dun, sir, winaldas nila kasi po, in order to cover up, hindi mo ipupunta doon sa talagang dapat pupunta. But may re-release yung cash advance na wala kang authority and basis.
Sa tingin niyo, sir, nagkakalagayan ba dyan sa mga ospital? Inuuna kasi ang sinasabi ng iba, inuuna yung mga ibang ospital eh. Tapos yung mga malalaking ospital like Chinese General Hospital, hindi pa hubayad. Pero yung maliliit na ospital, for example, we have a 20-bed hospital, nakakuha ho ng 43 million reimbursement for pneumonia. Tingin mo, naglalagayan ho dyan?
Sir, yung very specific po, sir, doon sa baba, hindi ko po na po, wala na po akong ebidensya doon, sir. Pero yung sa pag-release nga po ng pera, sir, wala silang basis doon. Next, sir, wala po silang liquidation. Bawal po yung, sabi niya kasi kanina, deferment of liquidation. So, i-defer nila. Next po, sir, yung optional na siya. So, kung optional, saka wala pa siyang tax. Wala pa siyang withholding tax. So, hindi na nga nakakuha ng tax yung, yung government. May violation na sila there. Sir, ganun po yung nangyari doon sa ano.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask SVP Del Rosario, is he the longest serving member of those named by Mr. Kabading, having been in Philhealth since 1998? Tama ho ba?
Yes, Your Honor. I was appointed 1998, but I was a job order contractor and until I was regularized on January 1, 1999, Your Honor.
Were you a working student, SVP?
During my law studies, that is correct, Your Honor.
Saan ho kayo nag-law?
Sa PUP College of Law, Your Honor.
What years did you take up law?
2009 to 2015, Your Honor.
Okay. Is it true that you made a change once you became head of legal, that sinentralize niyo po lahat ng arbitration and settlement of claims sa inyo po sa legal department at hindi na po dadaan sa board of directors? Tama ho ba yun?
Yung ano po yun? Settlement?
Yung centralization of arbitration and settlement of claims. Ibig sabihin, pag may claim ho ang mga hospital ho sa inyo, sinentralize niyo po sa inyong departamento, the legal department.
That is not correct, Your Honor, since the claims processing is with the Philhealth regional offices, not with the...
Hindi, pagkatapos ho ng regional, let's say ni-reject ho ng regional, may proseso yon. Pagkaakyat, ano ang next stage? Hindi ho ba sa inyo umakyat ho yun?
There's mga administrative protests for the denied claims that were denied again after filing a motion of reconsideration with the claims review committees of the Philhealth regional offices. The ones handling that is the Protests and Appeals Review Department. The implementing rules of...
Yun yung PARD. That's the PARD.
Yes, that is correct.
But the PARD is under you, under the legal department, is it not?
Yes, Don. The legal sector is composed of 4 departments. The PARD is one of the departments under the legal sector.
So yung decision ng PARD sa inyo rin mapupunta, tama ho ba?
No, Your Honor. My role in the administrative protest is administrative supervision. The authority granted to approve or deny the administrative protest is lodged with the head of the PARD.
I got the information, Vice President Del Rosario, that when the arbitration and settlement claims went to you, you immediately reversed, or in a short span of time, you reversed almost 4 billion worth of claims, which were paid out immediately by PhilHealth. What do you have to say to that?
That is inaccurate, Mr. Senator, sir. None of the resolutions pertaining to the payment of administrative protests goes through my office. Wala pong ganun.
Yung investigasyon ho namin last year, one of the points raised by the Blue Ribbon Committee, in the Blue Ribbon Committee, was that there are 5,622 arbitration cases sa inyong department, and only about 1,000 were resolved. Meron bang progreso since then on the remaining cases?
Thank you, Your Honor. Linawin ko lang, sir, yung arbitration ng mga cases na hindi po ito yung administrative protests na denied claims. The arbitration office is a separate office. It is not under the legal sector. It is headed by another vice president.
Sagutin na lang ho natin yung tanong.
Marami pong silang desisyonan. Ay tinext ko kanina yung head ng BP, and ito po yung pending nila. Bumilis po kasi yung yung processing po under General Morales dahil nagkaroon po tayo ng backlog strategies na tinatawag po natin. So the resolution of cases were faster. Ngayon, nabanggit kanina ni Senator Ping kasi sa opening statement niya that the GCG gave me twice 0% rating. No? Una, I assumed sa legal nga na I was appointed.
Sir, hindi po yun. You're answering something I haven't asked, sir. I asked you, what is the progress of the 4,000 plus cases that were flagged by the Blue Ribbon Committee last year? Ano yung progress? Can you have any numbers, sir?
Yung report po ngayon ng ating Vice President for Arbitration, 202 facilities na lang yung may kaso at 111 professionals pending with their office. So, ang pagkakaalam ko dito, sir, this will translate to around 3,000 cases.
Disposed of in a year's time?
Opo. Tapos, marami din po kasi...
Kaya naman pala eh. Kaya naman palang mabilis ang disposition ng mga kaso. Sana hindi kayo magantay ng investigasyon para i-dispose yung mga cases, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll go back to President Morales, sir. Sir, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Senator Angara, sir.
Opo. What have you ever talked to the hospital administrators? Kasi sinabi ho ninyo na there was fraud of 10 billion in 2019. Tama ho ba 'yon?
This is an estimate based on the 7.5% study. So this is an estimate, potential fraud, 10.2 billion if I remember right.
Have you identified the weak spots of the system, of the PhilHealth, having been there for 1 year?
Well, we have 20,000 cases, 12,000 of them are in the regions. Ito yung mga potential fraud. So we have to look at every case. We added investigators to help us resolve this case. But we might need to do a forensic audit to be able to find out where exactly this, because it doesn't appear in the books. Hindi ho lumalabas sa libro itong loss to fraud. It has to be a focused forensic audit that will help us determine kung saan ho napunta itong fraud na ito.
Why don't you set that in motion, President Morales? Hearing what we've heard today, sinabi ni Mr. Cabading na the mafia is composed of very highly placed and veteran officials of PhilHealth. So talagang madudoktor nila. If you put 1 and 1 together, sinabi ng COA, kulang-kulang lagi ang audit report. 2017 audit report, kulang. 2018 audit report, kulang. 2019 special audit letter, kulang po. Hindi ho ba dapat matagal nang ginawa yung forensic audit?
Ito ang estimate na 7.5%. Natapos lang ho ito, I think December last year. Before that ho, puro guesswork yung aming estimate. As a matter of fact, the 2015 estimate was 10% ang loss to fraud. Pero ito yung first time na merong academic, rigorous, scholarly study done by a think tank headed by one Dr. Lam. who came out with this figure. So this is the only time that we have a specific figure that we can base on that is not a guess. Yun po.
Na-pinpoint nyo na ba yung ano yung weak spots ng did the study pinpoint the weak spots for corruption and fraud?
Marami po yun. May mga upcasing, may mga healthcare po is prone to fraud even in other societies kasi hindi ho natin matatanggal yung face-to-face transaction ng pasyente at ng physician. Pag nagkasundo ho yung pasyente at yung physician, lagot ho yung healthcare insurance dyan. Kaya kahit na sa mga advanced na bansa na akala natin ay na-reduce nila meron pa rin healthcare fraud. Yung sa atin ho na 7.5 actually is still lower than the estimated 20% for developing and 10% I think for developed countries. Kaya I'm still skeptical about the 7.5%. Pero marami, actually 20,000 cases yung inimbestigahan natin that are fraudulent.
Wala pa tayong nakikitang fraudulent cases na ma-pinpoint sa mailabas na i-prosecute natin para matakot naman yung mga nagpa-perpetuate ho ng fraud dyan?
Baka mas mabuti ho makasagot si SBP Del Rosario kasi siya ho nakatutok sa mga fraud investigation.
I'll just ask him that later, Mr. President. I want to ask you, anong pakiramdam nyo? Hindi ba dapat may kilos kayo laban dito sa mafia na binanggit or you don't believe the statement of Mr. Cabading?
I don't believe the statement of Mr. Cabading because meron din ho siyang motive. He wants us to buy this property in Zamboanga and he's been brokering several months for that. So he has an axe to grind against management. Ngayon, mahirap ho magsabi ng people who are involved in, for example, a mafia, unless there is evidence. I'm very careful ho in using this term because kung hindi ho tama, ma-injure ho yung reputation ng tao. But I want to be very careful in using that term dahil hindi naman ho ako sigurado pa wala ho akong ebidensya na masasabing sila ho ay mafia o hindi.
Sinabi ho yung mga IT purchases ay grossly overpriced, Mr. President, sinabi ng ibang senador, but you seem to still be defending it. Have you changed your position or yun pa rin ang position ho ninyo?
I think ang overall approach natin sa development ng IT system is we are under-costing what we should invest in information technology. The industry standard for healthcare is 5% ang CAPEX, OPEX, or IT expenditure in a year. That's 5% of the expenditure. So if we are spending, for example, last year we spent 136 billion, we should be spending about 7 billion a year for IT expenses. What is happening? We're spending 2.1 billion over 3 years. That's only 700 million a year. At kulang pa ho tayo ng tao sa IT. Nawawalan pa ho kami ng tao. Last year we had 15. This time we had 12. So kulang na kulang ho. We are not spending dun sa single item na I believe is going to solve in a major way ang problema ng Philhealth sa fraud.
Was that your question, Senator Angara?
Ano po yun, Mr. President?
Was that your question?
Hindi po. My question is, is he still standing by his defense of the IT report presented by Mrs. Aragona, which everyone seems to say is overpriced based on comparisons, Mr. President?
Yung term ho na overpriced, hindi ho nanggaling sa internal audit report. Ang sinabi ho sa internal audit report was discrepancy. In other words, meron ho isang item, may price dito, may ibang price din dito. Ang ginagawa ho sana natin, because audit ito, ipagtuma kung alin ba dito sa dalawa ang tama. So wala ho sinasabi yung internal audit report na overpriced or excess, ang mga gapso, at saka I think the word used was inconsistencies.
So you're saying there is no overprice, sir? You're saying there is no overprice?
There's no overprice. So there should be a rectification of which price is the right one. Which price is the right one for this item? That should be the rectification process. Not we still do not know which one of them. The other one is overpriced. The other one is therefore underpriced.
So what is the right price, General Morales? 6,000 or 320,000?
Ilalabas po yan sa rectification process. Kasi yung items, baka sa number of items so hindi nagkasundo.
Is it per unit yun eh? Isn't it obvious? 6,000 against 320,000? Which is
Malaki
right?
ang diferensya. Malaking diferensya. Ito si...
That's per unit eh. Oh.
I agree with Mr. President with you that I think the answer is clear, which is the real price. It's probably the lower one.
You're raising your hand. You're in charge with IT?
Yes, sir. I'm in charge.
What's your name?
Calixto Gaboya Jr. po.
Has he been placed under oath, Mr. President?
It's
Yes.
what is your family name?
Gabuya po. Gabuya.
Did you take your oath earlier?
Not yet.
Not yet. Or please rise.
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this investigation?
Yes.
You were raising a hand. May we know why?
Yeah, I just want to clarify po yung kaninang overprice na allegedly yung 60,000 plus na switch. Yung 74 million po kanina na contract na sinabi is
President, who is he? Who is he and what is his qualification to testify on this, Mr. President? May we know?
Mr. Gabuyo. No?
Gabuya po.
Yeah, who is he? What is his position?
What is your position?
Acting Senior Manager po ng IT Management Department of Philhealth under the Information Management Sector po ng Philhealth.
Hindi na naman kita tinatanong, bakit sumasagot ka?
Tinataas yung kamay niya. So, yeah, the question of Senator Angara is to the General Morales.
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
Senator Angara, please. The reason I asked that maybe Mr. Gaboy can answer because he knows better the details of the question at hand. If I may be,
I'm not asking about the details, Mr. President. I'm just asking if there was an overprice, and your answer is clear. For you, there is no overprice.
Yes, Senator. There is no overprice. We do not know if it is overpriced.
Okay. Do you know of any cases, Mr. President, of hospitals having to pay kickbacks to have their claims processed?
Again po, please, Senator, can I hear the question again?
Kasi madalas kami naririnig ito na nagbabayad ang hospital para mauna silang mabayaran. Kaya nag-uunahan ho at maraming hindi pa nababayad. Kasi nga yung hindi nagbabayad, nahuhuli sila.
I do not know of that case, Senator. I'm not aware that of that process or how it carries out. Hindi ko po alam yung proseso na yan.
Are you not investigating this? This is the first time you've heard of it, President? Mr. President? First time nyo ba marinig na may mga ganitong kaso?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure how this you said nagbabayad ang hospital para mabayaran sila ng una. Is that correct? I'm sorry. I'm not.
Yes, let's say they want to be reimbursed, hypothetical. Gusto nilang ma-reimburse ng 100 million. Eh sasabihin ng Philhealth, bayad muna kayo ng 5 million para ma-release namin yung pera. Can you categorically say that does not occur? That doesn't occur in Philhealth?
I cannot confirm that, Senator Angara, because I do not know if that has ever happened.
Ang dami namin naririnig na ganyan, sa totoo lang. Can we ask Mr. Jimenez, Mr. President of Philippine Hospitals Association, kung naririnig nila yung mga ganyang kaso? Siyempre, hindi magsasalita yung hospital kasi they will be prosecuted. I can understand that, di ba? Unless they're given immunity. But I think it's something that the PhilHealth must look into, Mr. President. Napakarami ng kwento-kwento.
Mr. Jimenez, please respond. Unmute your computer.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Narinig niyo po yung tanong ko, sir, Mr. Jimenez?
Opo, narinig ko po. Marami po kami naririnig, pero po wala namang nagpapatunay na meron pong ganun. Kaya hindi ko po masasagot ng totoo po yun.
Pero hindi talaga magsasalita ang mga ospital sapagkat kung nagbayad sila, sangkot din sila sa sindikato, di ba?
Opo, totoo po yun.
Hindi, pero yung mga usap-usap na kayo-kayo lang sa mga ka-close nyo sa hospital administrators, may sinasabi ba silang nagbayad sila?
Wala pong sinasabing ganun. Basta ang sinasabi po nila, meron silang kakilala na facilitate. Pero hindi nila sinasabi na nagbayad sila.
Anong ibig sabihin nung nag-facilitate ho?
Eh, sinasabi lang po na bayadan sila kaagad because may kakilala sila sa loob.
Okay. So, walang mention of any consideration or anything like that?
Wala pong nababanggit na ganun. Basta sinasabi nila, meron silang kakilala po sa loob. So, napadali yung pagbayad sa kanila.
Opo. Are you willing to give the names of these facilitators to the committee? At hindi namin isa sa publiko, pero it's for an internal investigation, Mr. Jimenez, Dr. Jimenez.
Tatanong po sa mga nagsabi po noon kasi hindi ko na po matandaan eh. Matagal na po akong presidente dito sa private hospital po eh.
I understand, sir. I understand. Siyempre, pinoprotektahan niyo po rin yung mga hospital. Thank you. But anyway, back to President Morales. Salamat ho. Back to President Morales. I think there's too much smoke with respect to these hospital payments. Tingnan nyo na lang ho. Siguro may mga suki dyan. Bakit sila naging suki? And despite perhaps the size of their claims, some we've heard are incredible. At yung iba, ilang araw pa lang nababayaran, di ba? Yung WellMed, parang 2 araw lang nabayaran. Pero yung ibang hospital, hindi pa nababayaran. So I hope that's something you can look into. Kasi hindi nga kami insider, pero naririnig na po namin yan. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to summarize some of my recommendations for the Committee of the Whole, Mr. President. I'd like firstly to call for a special of the funds of PhilHealth with the focus on certain payments that were facilitated in, shall we say, a brisk or fast manner. This is called for or has support under the Universal Healthcare Law. It also has support under the GCG law, Mr. President, authored by Minority Leader Drilon, where the head of the GCG can call for a special audit of any government corporation. I think it's about time to really look in depth, not just at the macro, but the micro situation. Pangalawa po, sabi nung VP, I think it was VP Limshaco, that they have complied with the COA recommendations and findings. Nabigay na pa, kung hindi pa nabibigay sa COA to, as soon as possible, ibigay na po sa COA. And then at the next hearing, if we can invite the Commission on Audit para magtagisan po sila ng mga findings nila at mga claims ho nila. Pangatlo po, yung IT system and roadmap. I do agree with President Morales that we need to invest in IT. Pero kung I think it should not be investment in a black hole. Hindi natin nakikita saan napupunta yung pera. Kailangan may hangganan at may finish line. Ano yung roadmap? What are we aiming for, Mr. President? It must be finite and definite. Pang-apat po, yung appointment of independent directors of the board of PhilHealth will really safeguard the funds. Alarming na ho talaga yung sinabi kanina under the questioning of Senator Drilon na by 2021, bangkarote na po. Sabi ni Senator Villar, on paper, bangkarote na kayo. Panglima po, yung GCG, tawagin rin po natin so they can confirm to us that they will call that special audit. And I'd also like to invite the Department of Budget. Meron pong departamento doon or opisina doon, yung PhilJeps, which is in charge of purchasing for the government. Makikita natin talaga kung talagang may overprice dito sa mga binibili po ng PhilHealth. At pang-anim po, I agree with Senator Go that we should ask the Ombudsman to investigate some of the high-placed officers here in PhilHealth, yung matatagal nang nakaupo dyan, at they can conduct a confidential investigation and if necessary, preventively suspend some of the wrongdoers there in PhilHealth. At huli po, at pangpito, tawagan po natin yung Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission headed by Commissioner Belhica sapagkat may balita sila may findings sila sa systemic corruption po ng PhilHealth. At may balita, may sinabi pa si Torson Kit na si President Morales tried to get in touch with Commissioner Belhica para mahimas po yung findings ng PACC. So let's hear it from the horse's mouth. Thank you, Mr. President. Salamat po.
All right, we take note of all the manifestations of Senator Angara. We will do so. Next is Senator Pia Cayetano. You have 10 minutes.
Start with a little bit of background. I chaired the Committee on Health between 2004 to probably just before 2010. And during those time, I've seen a lot of changes, positive changes in Philhealth. Particularly, there was a survey done that showed that 9 out of 10 or 10, almost 10 out of 10 of the hospitals that are reimbursed are only private hospitals. That means that poor patients